Excuse me? Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
That's just my break. I haven't got you guys here yet. Hi, Maud. There's so much happening, like, on my PC at the moment that my model is lagging.
Moths die.
Oh. Oh no.
It is.
Wait, I don't want more dying.
They go towards the light and then they explode.
Oh no!
I've never seen one explode. What are you talking
Have
about?
you seen that?
Well,
Where
they
if
do-
you, like,
they get
if you, like,
fried,
hit
yeah.
a moth, they like expel like dust and it looks like they just blew up.
That's
Like a
like
little
stuff to
puff,
keep
like,
them flying.
No, not once.
What?
What are you talking
You're
about?
traumatizing moth.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
No, you're fine. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I've never hit a moth. My friend did it, and he told me that that's what happened.
They're crazy. They're crazy.
Come on. Character's bigger. I just want to get the
Hey,
game.
so did we ever figure out who's hosting?
Yeah, who's doing that?
I don't think so. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we figured that out.
I know we didn't. That's why I'm asking.
Damn. I hope they
Well, they
die
die
first.
first,
Wow.
me?
Wow.
I always die first, TBH.
Oh, so it's not what's going on my PC. It's just the scene that I was in that's causing my model to lag. Great. I love
So
that.
close to leveling up.
Maybe nobody will sub. Maybe nobody will bid, and maybe nobody will follow. So I don't have to worry about that stuff. Right?
Real. Real.
Right?
Real.
Right.
Gosh.
Real.
Yeah.
Real.
Because I don't. That's a whole thing I have to set up, and I don't got energy.
What on
I have.
Does it matter who has the best Wi-Fi? Is that a thing for this game?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't
Connecting.
suggest using mine regardless.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
I really gotta just.
I forget you can't jump.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't.
I'm trying to.
You
Yeah,
can't
no, I
jump.
gotta put it on 2.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm gonna get so motion sick. I can feel it. Oh,
Oh my God! What the?
I'm
Feel it in your
fine.
bones.
I'm okay. Alrighty. I think I'm ready, chat.
Do we need to mute you on
She got there.
Discord?
She got there.
Oh, what's the code? Who's hosting?
I don't know.
I just like for when they get the
well,
code,
I
just put
tried-
it in the VC chat.
I tried hitting multiplayer and now it's connecting forever.
Okay.
There's a multiplayer button. I couldn't find one.
Oh, that's
Brother-
on the
yeah, you never
board.
played. It's okay. I
Okay,
take pity.
so go to the board.
Well,
Okay, I got it.
the
There's
cork
many
board.
boards.
There's
The
There's
one
one
that's
main board.
straight smack in the
There's
middle.
like 4 cork boards. Okay,
The one
the
smack
end
in the
user
middle.
license agreement.
Yeah, accept that.
I'm gonna
Blindly,
put the
alright.
code in the
yeah,
stream.
just
Yeah, but-
blindly do it.
English. Okay, multiplayer.
I think I might be forever stuck on connecting.
No,
Oh,
don't say that.
I'm
You'll be fine.
Sure, you'll be fine.
Eh. Guys, my phone's not even charging. What the hell?
The pain.
Okay, I put the code in the stream chat.
Yeah, I'm copying it.
Duh, duh, duh.
She's copying. She's copying.
Stop copying.
Wow.
Still
I can't-
scopies me.
Okay, I might be stuck on connecting forever too.
Uh,
Oh, never mind. I'm good. What server are you guys on?
NA.
Okay, cool. Cause to
I
change
don't
that.
even know.
I
Um,
completely forgot that it would be different for you. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. Can you wait? Can you change it?
Yeah,
You can.
That makes sense.
I'm here.
nope.
Welcome.
Minimize.
We're the same level.
We are.
Please, I'm stuck.
Oh,
Oh,
don't press the leave button.
no.
Goddamn.
I'm still on connecting.
I'm also still
do
on
you
connecting, but
do
I
you
think
want to like close your games and like reopen them?
I I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I think
you may have
do
to.
that, yeah.
I assumed it was confused about me playing this game at all.
Oh no.
Don't
Always
try it.
confused.
If anything,
It's okay. Phasmo is always a Phasmo.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's okay. We gotta work it out. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Here, I found Ellie down
Me and
on.
Prezzo are just super pros.
Yeah, we're just we're chilling.
You guys have your mermaid magic.
We do.
My mermaid magic.
Real.
And by one tail fin, I turn you into men.
No.
Men now.
Yes.
Merry
That was
Christmas.
sensitive warning.
How would life be if I were a man?
I don't know.
I'd probably
Apparently-
still be doing the same stuff. I would still just be chilling.
Just chilling.
Alright. Multiplayer.
Please tell me it works now.
Yay, it did!
Yay! Okay.
Wait, so what is our... Oh wait,
It's
the
in
code.
the
It's code.
in the VC chat.
Going private game.
Yeah.
EU? Is that what we
NA.
want?
NA.
How do I change that?
Okay, so
Sorry.
you see the letters in the corner.
Arr!
Yeah.
Aw, I copy pasted it. You can't do that in this game.
You
God.
can.
What?
You can.
I have no.
Oh.
There's a paste option.
I don't. Oh, are
Yeah.
they? You guys are
You're
stupid.
here.
Oh my god.
Are we the same person?
Ah, god damn it! One of us has to change.
Twinsies.
Oh, let me
How do I
oh
get
man.
off of EU?
Cool, done. I'm a big boy.
How do I get it to NA instead of EU?
Okay, so in the corner there should be two letters that you can see. They should be top left corner.
Wait a minute. 2 EUs,
Who
2
are
NAs.
Okay. Okay. Join Prime. Okay.
Yep, and then the code,
thank
and then
you,
you can just copy
Jade.
and paste that.
I appreciate it.
Choose a contract.
But yeah, no, that's
I know.
for Ellie to do. Go ahead
Oh
and
my
vote
god!
on
Oh,
a
you're just
place.
an intern.
Wait, I want to go to the ones that wanted the nests.
Wait,
Ooh,
are we gonna
cool.
mute Discord?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna mute. I've turned Ellie down already because she said she wanted to have her thing still.
Oh yeah.
working.
Is everyone in here?
I think we're just. Oh yeah, no, everyone's here now.
Huh? Hello?
Do I have my shit set
Hello?
to? Hold on. Weird.
Can't I hear anyone? That's my question.
Okay,
Oh,
my shit's working.
hello?
Hello?
Hello? Oh, there you
Hello?
go. Okay. I had
Okay.
my volume all the way to 0 for some reason.
Okay, so
I was like, why can't I hear them?
they,
I was like,
I
"This is
think
so
they
weird."
might have theirs set to push to talk. So they
Oh.
should probably check that.
Yeah, y'all should check that.
Yeah.
That's wow, we really are pros.
No, I'm just pretty sure that the game starts you with push to talk instead of voice
It does, I
activation.
think.
Yeah. I just realized I'm the
I
only
don't know why
man
my
here.
volume was all the way. That's my confusion.
I've turned everyone up, I'm pretty sure. I've got everyone's volumes turned up.
Hello.
Peekaboo.
Oh!
You
Here
guys,
you are.
do you guys need me to talk you through getting to your voice activation stuff?
I
Oh.
just did it.
Oh
Okay.
my lord.
Do you need help?
And play. He's a big boy.
Aggressively shake if you need help.
Are you on his stream? Oh, are
Do
you?
you hear us?
Oh,
there
yay!
he goes.
Yay!
Yeah, I changed it, but then it wasn't using the right microphone for some stupid reason.
Oh, okay.
OMG, you're still a knight in your stream.
I'm going to protect you guys.
From the ghosts
Obviously.
that I'm gonna sit in the corner and antagonize?
Thing
Cool.
too? Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you want to be the body shield, by all means.
Go for it.
I'm not
Alright,
gonna
Did
stop
we,
you.
did we pick a location?
Oh,
Okay, yeah,
Why
pick
do
a
we all have,
location.
like, the worst posture in history?
Oh,
don't
because
know
this
why
game
it does
sucks.
Look
that.
at all of our characters.
With, like-
They're all slumped.
We spend too much time on the computer. That's okay.
Real.
We're gonna do amateur, right? Okay.
Do we want amateur?
Or
I
do we
think
want?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
nothing.
Do amateur,
we
because
need
then it's
it.
easier. What map
Where
are
do
we
you want to
doing?
go?
Oh, look,
We
I'm
gotta vote.
suggesting one of the ones with the nest on it because I think those are the event ones. I want to investigate,
Oh, okay.
but it's up to other people where they want to go. If
This
you want to
one's the
vote,
easier one.
you go on the map board and you pick one.
When you click on the board with the maps and stuff on the upper right, there's the number of rooms
Yeah.
and then the number of floors. By the way.
Just in case you wanted to go off of those, and then you just
Mm-hmm.
select whichever one.
And you just click on it, and it'll put a little color tab on there.
And unless everyone agrees on one, it'll just go throughout, like randomly pick the ones that we all select. If I'm remembering
Why is
correctly.
it so dark?
What are you
It's rather
doing?
Dark, and I'm like, I don't know why.
Are
'cause
there
I-
no lights?
What? Nothing.
What is this?
Come select the map.
Oh.
Oh, I was playing basketball.
You go to play basketball, go to vote on the map. Oh!
How do we bring
what?
the items?
How do I pick them? Wait.
Okay,
How do
so,
we pick
Wait,
items?
okay. The
Did we already pick a map?
the screen next to you.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
oh.
new, it's weird. How many can I
Prison. I'm going
add?
to prison.
What?
Guys, look at all our different voids. We have to pick one.
The flashlight.
I don't know what I just did.
I'm gonna add in what I have of everything.
I don't think I have any
I
money.
don't know what I did.
I-
I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm gonna
Oh,
buy
money.
things. Oh, money!
$8,000.
I have $6,669.
Wow.
Let me check it out.
Okay, what do we need? What do we have that we
No,
need more of?
Got my way.
Okay. Everyone add in your
Petrol?
own flashlight, so we have enough for everyone. You should all automatically start with one.
through the tutorial.
Oh yeah, because it's
That
new,
one?
you'll have to.
Pump change. Spend
Flashlight.
$1.
Why's
What
the
kind of
flashlight
award?
$30?
I've got a crucifix that I haven't added. Okay, I'm getting that.
Wait, can I see what I already own? Does it tell me that?
Yeah, so you'll see if you click on Equipment Manager, if you're not in that already, it'll have like a box and it'll have a number next to it. That's how many you currently own. The like
Oh, I
red
have one
the red diamond
flashlight.
is how much is
Okay.
Ellie's put in. The blue one is how much I've put in. The green one will be how much you put in. The pink will be how much Empla puts in.
Why am I green?
I don't know. That's just the color that you were assigned.
What the heck?
But yeah, so that's how you can tell who's put who, like who's put what in.
How do I put
Well, apparently Ellie
If
has
you-
just everything.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
so
the.
confused on what I'm doing.
Sugar mommy.
Hello, what?
I have no
The
idea
that was
what
in
I'm
my ear
doing.
and scary.
Proximity.
Listen, when you have big bucks, I guess.
Real.
I
Okay,
like
what do we need?
big butts that cannot lie.
I can't.
I'm
even
gonna buy
me
some
the
more video.
optional
I'm gonna
shit.
buy some more video cameras so we have more to put around.
Okay.
I'm gonna get 2 more.
Is
I
that
genuinely don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just spending.
Okay.
How do I
So,
not own a U?
do
I'm not even
do Emplo and Elsie? Do you guys have flashlights you can add in, or do you need me to buy some?
Oh, it says I have one.
Okay, so push the plus on the flashlight.
What?
Are you an equipment manager or shop?
I'm now an equipment manager.
Okay, go to flashlight, push the plus.
Plus.
There you go.
Oh!
There you go. Okay, so now you have a flashlight in. Just unplug it to do it
And I
now.
also have a book that I just have.
Yes. Books are good.
You just have a book.
We
I
all
don't
just
know
have
why, but that's
books.
the only thing. I only have a flashlight and a book. That's what I bought.
Can I
so
buy a
far.
tripod? I'm gonna
Mysterious
buy
book.
a tripod.
Okay.
Ooh, we're so vlogger core.
I'm like, for someone who's gonna sit in a corner and like do nothing, I'm preparing so much for this.
Hey, can anyone buy-
That's good.
Yeah, I'm helping you
Okay,
guys.
you're pulling your weight now.
Yeah, you guys can't ask me for shit later.
You can just say that. You can literally just go like, "Oh, it was all thanks to me," and we
Yeah,
can't say
you
anything.
guys won. You guys won because of me.
Oh my god.
What's the I
Oh
in
my-
front of your levels?
I have no idea.
Intermediate.
Intern.
Oh, yeah.
Aw.
Intern.
I'm just joking. I don't know what it means. I'm
We're gonna
just joking. I have
we're gonna
no
say
idea what it means.
intermediate.
I just made
Just-
it up. I have no idea.
It makes us sound better.
It just means that you're not at the base level.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like the tier above you.
Yeah.
Your baby level. Well, wow. Wait, I forgot you haven't played at all.
Real baby level.
Yeah, I haven't been
God.
born yet to be baby level.
I literally forgot you haven't played at all.
Do we want some headgear? Cameras on our
no.
heads.
I think
No?
we're fine without it.
Okay.
Maybe in the
Okay.
I
next
don't even know
level.
what that
Yeah,
does.
we'll do a few levels
There's a
without
magic
it.
marker.
Do you have a photo camera in the equipment? We do not. Okay, we need one of those.
Okay. How do I add it?
Guys, there's a magic Miwa.
Oh, I've already added one.
You. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just
I
adding in shit that we
genuinely
need.
don't know how to add things.
Oh yeah, so you see the pluses on all
cigarette?
of them?
Yeah, but when I click it, it doesn't do anything.
Do you have them in your inventory? Do you have any numbers
I
next to
bought
them? Okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Should be able to.
So I'm like,
It's fine. I think
I
the
bought
amount
at
that
least,
we've
like-
got at the moment should be okay. I'm gonna get another
I'm just gonna
flashlight
put
for
everything
Emperor.
out for.
Okay, now we all have flashlights.
You don't start off with a flashlight?
You have to buy them.
I mean,
What?
Yeah, so I've
What
got
if you're
all of us
poor? What if you just
flashlights.
started the game?
Then you
Well,
have to
that's
suffer.
life.
What the fuck?
Yo. Yeah, it's the flashlights and there's extra
Oh,
stuff. I feel like that's all we need,
I
really.
don't need to sell it.
Oh, hi.
What was that?
I don't say anything. It's not fine.
I'm not gonna say anything. Just gonna wait.
I genuinely don't know. Like, oh,
C button.
I
Okay,
see
C
it
button.
now. It was on a different screen for some reason.
Oh, that's so weird. Wait, were you in shop?
No, I don't know what it. I don't know what it was. Oh, I was in like the how-to.
Oh.
Girl.
No, it instantly put me in there. I didn't realize.
Panel to the
I
right.
see it now, though. Do I need to add anything at all or no?
Do you think she noticed?
I think we're good. I don't know.
Okay.
What?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Is there anything that I need to add, or are we good?
I think
we're ready
I've
to
put
go
in
and
everything
catch
that we
some
need to put in.
wolves.
So we should be okay.
Oh, wait. I think the game does put in something first.
Yeah,
doesn't
so
it?
all the stuff that was, all the red that's in there that you haven't just added, the game's already given you as like the base level stuff that you get like every run.
Oh, okay.
Arr.
The extra
okay.
stuff is stuff that we've added in because we might need it.
Everyone ready up?
Oh, that's right, you gotta do that.
Ellie, love me.
Huh?
Look at
Look-
look at me. I was like, when is she gonna notice me?
Why are you being so pathetic?
Ready
Ready up, ready up, ready up.
and
Ready,
play.
ready up, ready up.
Empire, you gotta come press
ready to go.
ready.
Oh,
You
we
You
gotta-
gotta come press
You have
ready.
to click ready.
Yeah. Okay, now we can
Yay.
start. Yay! I'm gonna have so much fun. I have a whole bag of lollies just to chill. I also have an alarm set for like hour and a half from now. Yeah, hour and a half.
Yeah. Where's our stuff? It's slowly loading in.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. I need 1 second.
Ooh. Bonds to everyone. Lori Gayton.
Okay.
Yay.
Sorry.
Well, their name is. They're
You
very
can only
they're very
carry
gay, apparently. Good for
three
you,
things
Lori.
at a
Wait me
time.
out.
What?
How
What's
many
the name?
Lori Gayton.
Hello, Tucker.
Detect a paranormal sound with a parabolic microphone. Detect a ghost presence with a motion sensor.
Do we have EMF?
Find
Please tell
evidence
me we
of
have
the
an EMF. We
paranormal
do.
with
Okay,
an
cool.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
we
that
did.
thing.
This
It's
daily
up
task
here.
Contribute
Yeah.
event points. How do you contribute event points?
Got it.
Get a
I
spirit box
don't
response.
know.
Complete objectives. Play contracts. Contribute.
Alright, I have 3
this is
things.
collect bones.
Oh, this is a dots. This is not what I wanted.
Take 3-star print photo. What's a 3-star? You get graded on your photos? Complete
yep.
challenge mode in
I
I didn't
Blaisdell
read any of
Farmhouse?
that.
I think it's better if we just go in like half blind, you know?
Oh no, yeah.
It's part of the experience.
Yeah.
This is a lightsaber.
Mhm.
Do you guys have
Where do you
flashlights?
grab the
Does
key?
everybody have a flashlight?
Yarr.
Everybody.
Not
E.
yet. Wait.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I'll take
hurry
yours.
up then.
Get your flashlights. We all need them.
Why can't I see my little cross?
Oh, right click. Okay.
You struggling?
What's going on?
Yeah, because this. I don't know why it does that. Okay.
You got it?
Hold
Okay.
on.
Does
I need to
everyone
make
have
my little-
everything
yeah,
that they
yeah.
want to grab and bring
How
into
are
the
we
house
losing
for the first?
sanity already?
Because
What a
I'm going
band.
insane.
We're scaredy cats. I don't know.
Me and Depresso are fine. Wait, no. It keeps going up and
go
down.
and then back up.
I think it's because
That's
I'm
where
standing
Van
close to the
would say.
darkness. And
Who
terrified.
That's just how it is.
Who has the key?
Lori Gates.
I
house?
do.
Oh, this is what y'all me.
I've never seen this house before.
Oh, bro, had some accidents in here. What the
Bro,
fuck?
this place is dirty.
Somebody
I already
shat
forgot her name. I
themselves.
think it's Lori. What the
Yeah,
hell is
Lori
this?
Gayton. Can I got some eggs.
Hello?
Easter eggs?
And there's
don't
like
know.
broken
No,
eggs.
Are we in
Oh,
the
yo,
event?
what
Is that
the
what's
fuck?
happening?
Yeah.
There's
This
rabbits.
is
Can I
super weird.
hit the
I've
bunny?
never seen this. This is
I'm
so
going
weird.
upstairs.
Oh. Wait, are we
Yeah,
in an
Bonnie.
event map?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
we
what the
have to
nests
be.
were.
Oh. Ugh.
I'm gonna figure out where this ghost is
Ooh.
staying.
Aw.
It'd be really funny if I died first. This door is like the. Oh my god, hello? Who the fuck has a tree growing out of their toilet? Oh! Where's Elsie?
What?
Oh, look what I found.
Oh!
What would you?
No.
We're just not gonna say anything.
Click a pin. Click a pin.
Okay, let's see.
Who starts? Who's gonna?
Okay,
who's
got the
gonna-
head. I'm gonna go stand
got
near
the
Emperor and
head.
just aggressively click all of them. Where is he? Oh! Jesus.
Terrible layout.
There you are. Hey, you wanna see this cool thing I found?
Door? No. What does it do?
The voodoo doll. If I click it too
Of
much,
who?
it'll spawn the ghost. I'm getting closer and closer to the heart. I'm gonna go stand near them and push it.
Getting a whole lot of nothing on the spirit box.
Oh!
Hello?
I dropped him.
Oh, Lori.
Why do I hear like a snake? Is that just me?
What?
I hear like
what does a
hissing
snake feel like?
noises.
Lori.
This, you know?
Lori.
You feel like you're like a snake because you're hearing hissing noises.
Yep.
Who's
I'm
hissing?
hearing a
Where's
snake.
the
I don't know.
basement? Is this the basement? I'm going to the basement.
I love
bye.
basement.
Oh. Oh, Lori. This is the most boring basement ever.
What if I just?
Lori. How are flies getting out of the basement? Lori.
I'm
Lori.
mature
What are you
and
giggling
sane.
about? Like a psycho.
Hold
Your head sticking out of the locker?
on, wait.
Your whole arm
Hold
is
on.
just out.
Hold on, wait. Stay right there. I need to see what this looks like. I desperately need to see this. Hold on. Bring me to the. Okay, bring me. I need to. Okay, hold on.
Wow, you're so hidden.
I'm hidden so well. What if I do this?
Alright.
Oh, damn.
Ask it how old
Oh.
it is.
Oh, and then hold on.
Lori, how old are you?
Oh, I think you have to
I
click
don't
B
like all this
to
weird
ask.
stuff ever.
Oh,
What?
I think I've pushed every pin in but the heart.
Hammer.
Also, with the spirit box, you don't
Doesn't
have to
B
push any
just the
buttons.
normal
You can just
radio
talk
to
to it.
everyone else?
Yeah.
Is there anything?
With the spirit box,
Well, I
you
think
can
it doesn't
literally
pick up your
just
voice otherwise.
no.
Like,
With
if
the
it-
spirit box, unless you have push to talk on, it will pick up your voice.
Oh.
Oh, it will?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's
Lori, how
actually
many
it's really
pickles
good.
can you shove up your ass?
400, 321, 231.
was.
It's counting down.
What did it? Wait, did it say something?
No, it didn't.
No, I'm just fucking around.
I don't know if the spirit box is it, guys.
I don't think so. I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go
do you guys
back
want to
and
go
grab
stand
something
outside while I push this last pin in? Because I kind of want to see what happens. And I don't want anyone to get stuck in while I'm doing the hunt. Where's
Okay.
Emperor?
I'll go outside.
Okay. Is Emperor out there? I don't want him to get caught in here while I'm doing a hunt. Emperor.
Pressa, what are you doing? In the basement? Oh. Your sanity is low, bro.
Oh
Oh.
yeah. I'm gonna push it.
Because
Oh,
you fucking with the voodoo doll?
probably. I'm gonna push in the last few pins. Oh god, it's a heart. Get out. Elsie, leave. I pushed the heart in.
Why?
That starts a
What does
hunt.
that mean? Why did you do that?
I was telling people to get outside. Oh, we're good. It's fine.
Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to see what happened. It did nothing. I think it killed
Activity
Empla. I'm
was
gonna
at
be
10.
honest. Is Empla alive?
Empla's still
Which I'll
in there.
do.
Oh, nope, Empla's
is
dead.
Empla dead?
Empla's dead. I killed Empla. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not on his first game.
We killed him.
Get a
I
picture
was-
of him.
You killed him.
Oh, he's there. Oh
Get a
god.
picture of him.
Arr.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I feel
Darn.
so
So
bad.
unfortunate.
I was just like,
Depresso.
I literally, I just thought it was us in the house.
like voodoo. Oh, oh yes.
I thought it was just us.
You
Oh.
suck.
I didn't
Look
realize
at
he
what
was
you
still
did.
here. I'm
Look
sorry.
what you did.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh shit! It's getting revenge. Oh,
Hello?
Pookie. Okay, well, shit. That
You
wasn't
good?
me that time. No, Elsie just died.
Wait, where?
Right here.
Oh my god! I didn't.
Wait, look at her
I
neck.
didn't
Can you
know.
see that?
What are you doing? Why are you murdering people?
That wasn't me that time. Okay, no, it's gonna kill one of us now. Why am I the last one alive? What the fuck? Okay, great. Great. Good to know. Good to know. Respectfully, I'm leaving you guys. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I don't even know what it would be. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. Why are you guys getting so close to me? I can see you guys on Elsie's stream. It's goddamn close. Goddamn. Here, hold up. What do you- I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna leave. I'm sorry. We're not gonna get this one. I feel so bad. I'm gonna sit in the corner. I'm a disappointment. I'm throwing hands with the ghost.
That's the other murdered.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, so that wasn't me the last 2 times. You can't blame me for that.
What that?
Well, everyone's super. Oh my god, everyone's voice is super glitchy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it was glitchy in the truck for me too. Well,
Oh.
not now.
Oh,
It
Okay.
got better. It was for a second.
Okay.
Like at the
Damn.
end when we were dead.
I didn't realize that
I
it
guess
was
like
still
when
in the
you
house. I
initially
feel so
loaded.
bad.
I cannot believe you. You
I'm
killed
so
all of us.
sorry. His first game and then he died.
And I lost my flashlight.
Wait, I want to go look
What?
at the pictures.
Oh, did we take pictures?
Oh, I found a game broken.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Okay. Well, I have $5 now.
Just like turn off all the lights and
$5 whole dollars.
So lame.
And so I think the game is a little bit broken because I only had like 1 crucifix, but I've added in like 2. And I had like,
So you
Oh.
it's just added in extras, so
I like free stuff.
yeah, I like free stuff too. It's great. I don't know what this event's supposed to
Alright.
be though. That's the problem.
Are we picking a new?
Picked a non-event one because I was like, eh. It was
Yeah, yeah, it wasn't that good.
It was just dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was crap everywhere.
I voted. Are we ready?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Wait, we need to add in stuff.
Do we?
I added in
Yeah.
all that it would let
Live
me.
on the edge.
We
We've
need
got
lights.
enough. We've got enough flashlights. We're fine. That's all we
Do we?
really
I
need.
do. Depresso sugar
okay.
mothering us.
With free things that
Okay.
I kind of stole.
What?
Oh. Hello.
How you doing?
Stop wasting our voices.
Nothing much.
I want to eat the book.
I want EMF.
Oh, you want EMF? Okay, here you go.
You just stole it out of my hand.
Hold on, here you go.
Thank you.
Tripod, recorder,
Okay,
other thing, last thing.
okay, I'm gonna get spare box because I know how to do
Oh, wait.
somewhat of that. Are we just going straight in? All right.
Leroy Jenkins.
What's the ghost's name?
Spirit box. Goes me. Wait.
Hello. Oh. Hello. Who has the camera? Does anyone have the camera? There's just a bone here, so you want to get a photo of that.
Oh, there is? Where?
Behind you.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a whole ass skull on the floor.
Are bad things
We'll
happening?
get a picture of that.
Okay,
And let me
don't
go get the
don't
camera,
touch the
actually.
skull. I'm gonna stand here. Don't touch it.
Okay.
We need to take a photo of it before we can touch it. Behind you.
Behind. Behind who?
Oh no, they were talking about the skull.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, what? I fully did not learn what her name was.
I didn't either. You got the camera?
Oh,
You
it's a
know,
man.
like-
David Shipman?
What the fuck is it?
Shipman.
Oh, ship.
ship.
Okay.
Ship man.
He's a ship man.
Ship man. What if I call him Shitface?
I'm sure he'll love that.
Ah, that's a good idea.
I think all his friends call him that. And he really liked that.
I'm sure he does.
David.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
There you go. I got a picture of it.
Okay, cool.
I think I can see it in photos. Oh, 3 stars. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, wait, is there a cat here? There's
Thank
cat toys.
you.
What? What did you hear?
There's cat toys. Oh, I
Is
said,
there
is there
actually?
a cat
Where?
here? There's cat toys. So where's the cat?
Oh
Where's
yeah.
the cat at?
It's probably left with the owner.
Or... Is there only a basement? Is there no upstairs?
There is no
David
upstairs in
Shipman.
this.
Have you played the award-winning Final Fantasy XIV?
Do you
Oh my
play
god, he's a
Final
gamer.
Fantasy? Bro's got a... Jesus Christ. Bro... I don't know what to say about this
He's got
setup,
one-
I'm gonna be honest.
David.
That's really bright. Bro sits here just
David.
getting flashbanged for like 12 hours a day.
What's your password?
Is it 1, 2, 3?
David.
Is it the name of your anime waifu? Asune Miku.
Is your password Hatsune Miku? 1, 2, 3. He not responding. Do we know where the ghost room is yet? I'm gonna guess no.
I don't think we've actually been looking.
That's fair enough. Hold on. Where's Elsie?
David Shipman, what that thing do?
You know what Elsie is?
Hello?
How many
No.
pounds can you shove up your ass?
Elsie!
Something up here.
Hey Joe ass down here, where you at? She upstairs? Goddamn.
Play.
I was like messing with my eyes.
Hi.
You scared the crap out of me.
I don't know how.
What are y'all doing? Oh!
Oh,
found a lead.
I don't want to talk to
Oh, okay, ran!
I don't want to talk to it.
No, I said play.
One.
I said,
Oh
it counted
shit!
down. I
Oh
said play
shit! It
hide and
counted
seek.
down. It counted down. Oh! I'm dead. So I'm gonna torment them.
David Shipman. Why? David Shipman. Who got the who?
Take a picture.
David Shipman, could you strangle Depresso again for Thornton?
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god, did you see that?
Holy crap, that was why would you do that?
He was carrying an axe.
See that?
How about
He had an axe in his hand. Oh, sorry, I just locked you in.
I'm trying to get a picture of the dead body.
This-
What the
died,
fuck is
like,
happening to my
family
body?
died.
God damn.
There's nothing
died
in
like
there, but it counts as interactions.
He like died in the Family Guy pose.
Oops, I only have one more slot for a picture.
Damn.
Where's the other? Where's
I mean,
the bathroom?
it's kind of cold.
Oh, there it is.
Wait. Does it get
Oh,
colder
I-
over here?
I dropped this book? Is it... What does this book do? David Shipman, could you ask Depressa what this book does and then tell me? David Shipman, what's in the book? Is this your diary? Hello?
I'm throwing hands. Bro, check your chat.
Oh, well. I don't know what a book does. Depresso, stop yelling at me. You are backseating me, and I don't appreciate it.
What the fuck?
How do I get rid of the
Okay.
book? How do I drop a book?
Bro, ask me if what it does. I help. And it just says nothing.
Oh.
Damn, step backseating, goddamn.
Oh, you're so sweet.
I don't know about this EMF gang.
Stop it.
I don't know either.
Freaked me out. Okay, that one didn't freak me out as much.
My
Take it to tea kettle,
butt!
so you can't throw it anymore.
A tea kettle.
Yeah,
But this
I got,
picture doesn't even have the Ouija board in it. What is this photo?
I got the Henya now. I got Henya the genius on my
How
side. I can't
fucking
be...
dare you?
Uh-oh.
How dare you? Ooh, Jesus. I died because they
Yeah,
were
that
fucking around with the
sucks.
Ouija board. They asked a dumbass question. I went to go see what was going on. And then this son of a bitch, because starts counting down, going 1, 2, 3. I'm like, what the fuck's happening? And then I start throwing things at Empla, and then I get blamed for a frame that wasn't me. God damn.
I think.
He took that being unbeatable personally.
Fuck you mean excuses? That's what happened. Also, yeah, that frame wasn't
How you
me.
do-
I only
What
threw the
frame?
cup and
Oh,
the teapot at you. That frame wasn't me.
Oh, what the...
That was actually it. I came over to like throw the teapot at you, and I saw the frame, and I'm like, well, this could be really funny.
Who did that?
The ghost.
They throw stuff? I didn't know they throw stuff. I just
They
thought
do actually throw
players
stuff, yeah. That's why us throwing stuff is really funny, because knowing the ghost is, you can never tell if it's the ghost or someone that's died.
Well, if it's being repeatedly thrown at me, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's picked up and thrown again.
Should we put something in the book? I don't
think we can interact with the book.
Oh, that stinks.
And what are they doing?
Well, no, can we put...
Fuck you mean just don't die? It wasn't even my fault.
Wait, I want to look to see if there's fingerprints. I'm just gonna check on the outside, and then I'll come back.
Okay. Don't die.
Since there's UV, that's a clue.
Spirit automatically.
I'm gonna throw this.
Make sure you don't die. Or at
Gonna
least
leave
die
it.
with a friend.
No,
Carry
there's
on my
no
legacy.
UV.
And are you trying to grab the dog? Oh. Oh, they're throwing pictures at us. They're telling us.
I threw a kettle.
So,
I don't know, I wanna find things to throw
no or
them.
violet?
Oh wait, that's
Hey.
a flashlight. Hold on.
No.
Can I can't scribble in the book.
What?
I wish we could interact with the books. That would be so cool.
Right poop.
Hello, David. Oh no.
Hello?
No, no,
Oh.
No, I'm not ready.
I'm not ready. Oh shit, look at the man. Goddamn.
He hungry.
You were supposed to hide, you bitch. Well. Goddamn. That was really funny.
You tried.
He's kind of watched. You know, you can go back here, right? And like hide from him here. Does she know that she's the last one?
She
I
does
will
now,
take.
yeah.
Yeah, I will take that as a yes. We all died in basically the same room.
Well, we know what room
Is
he's
it just me or is Elsie like really quiet?
in. It does sound quiet.
Okay, do you want to go run outside and come back in?
Hello.
Okay, that worked. Cool.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it just
Wow.
sounded
Did you get
muffled.
Spirit box?
I didn't. I had the spirit box, but it didn't come up with it saying anything, so...
That we got a daily task done saying that we got something on a spirit box.
Maybe then. Did that happen last round? Because I know we had spirit box stuff last round.
I didn't hear anything on the spirit box last round though. But I'm also stupid, so.
It could have also been this round. Because I was fucking around with spirit box. I just had it on while I was walking around talking to people. It may have interacted, I may have not noticed.
I think we maybe had freezing temperatures. EMF was doing nothing.
Spirit box, freezing temperatures.
I feel like he's very aggressive, so.
Yeah, no, he hates all
Maybe
of us.
maybe it's a phantom because it says it's most
It
commonly
could be.
summoned from a Ouija board.
Oh yeah, no, I was like, what are you guys doing? And all of a sudden, it's just counting down, and I couldn't run away fast
Yeah,
enough.
because I said play hide and seek.
Oh, great. I wasn't hiding fast enough then.
Or he really wanted to seek you.
He tried his best. He tried.
I'm gonna say it's a phantom. I'm guessing.
I might as well.
Oh, never mind. Phantom's not an option for freezing temperatures.
Yeah, I was about to
Okay.
say, like,
It could be. Okay, so it's definitely freezing temps, right?
I think so. I feel like I saw my breath, but I don't.
Oh well, seeing your breath
I saw your
isn't
breath
really.
whenever I was dead.
It was.
Is that not?
Seeing your breath
Oh.
isn't like that much of an indication. It has to be below 0. If it's at 0, you know, you can sometimes see it. If it's close to 0, you can sometimes see it.
I'm
You
just
have to
gonna
have-
circle phantom then and pray.
It can't hurt. Where is it? There he is.
What's Ellie doing? Is she just in the van?
I have no idea. I think she's just in the van.
Probably crying.
Illustrating again.
She's
Maybe I
focusing
can
real hard.
chuck, ooh. I don't. Okay, someone threw a cup at me. I don't know what to put. Don't know what to put.
Just roll some dice, see what happens.
Can I put a P for like I have the picture frame for the
Okay,
phantom?
you know what? I'm gonna go with.
Did we collect a bone?
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
a skull.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Bulls are bones.
I don't.
I
think this
mean,
is-
yeah. That's you are so smart.
Science lessons.
How's
That's
that
why you're the
activity going
normal
on?
anime
There's no one
girl.
in there.
That's why you're the normal one.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
What would these sea witches know
These
about
nuts.
human anatomy?
What?
I eat them a lot, so I think I would know.
I don't know.
I
You're
don't
thinking way too
know.
hard about
Yeah,
this.
I took pictures of the bones.
We did
That was
take a
the first thing I
picture.
got.
We did.
That
Wait, wait.
bone, Dead body interaction. Ouija board. More interactions.
We're all just watching her.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing else we can really do. We
What
can't
the fuck?
interact with a ghost or anything.
For it.
You know how cool it would
Oh,
be
you have
being
your
able to
levels
like.
on your thing.
Oh, do we actually?
Your sleeve has like levels and your level on the left
I don't
side.
know what to put. Why don't we?
Oh, it
Oh, it
does.
does. Do you have one? You're not big boy enough
he's
for
an
it yet.
intern. Yeah. he's
Yeah,
still
You're, yeah, you're a
there.
temp.
Just 'cause
You're
I
a
did
temp.
was really
You're
fast.
learning.
I'm gonna get that 0 tattooed on my arm.
I'm just gonna put Revenant.
He's
I'm
not
just
gonna be
put
moving
Revenant
up
and
at
call
this
it a
rate if we
day.
keep dying.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not.
Alrighty, let's go.
Oh, she's okay.
Okay, we're
I don't
going.
want to waste too much time just guessing.
We suck.
like we didn't guess.
No,
Fucking Wraith.
it was the Wraith.
It was a wraith.
What?
Oh my god, I got a photo camera.
I got instant.
I'm level 3 now.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Yippee.
So we
When are you
did
gonna-
get a spirit box response. Wait, who got the spirit box?
I
That
guess
may have
it
been
was
me.
Depresso.
I was just running around having it
Aw.
on while I was talking to people. It may have really connected. They may not have noticed.
Oh.
I didn't get any F though. What the hell?
Let me
I'm
just.
6 points away from leveling.
I'm gonna buy everything again. God damn
Also,
it.
the ability. He did not fly at all. He attacked us with an axe.
I with it.
Okay. So it is different from touching things versus like. So it just can't be tracked by footprints only, but it still can touch stuff. Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
Does
okay.
it?
No.
Does
I
that?
don't wanna.
Why does it make me watch the tutorial every time?
I want to try that.
I have a flashlight.
Add those. Okay, I've added enough flashlights. We should have enough now.
Oh, well, I just bought one.
I'm breaking the game.
How many cameras do we got in there?
All flashlight challenge.
Which type?
I'll put one in.
Look at all these trophies.
You got
What's a
trophies?
human?
Really new level.
I don't know. This is what these are.
Oh yeah, these are the
I got
bones.
And some bones. I got a jar with a hand in it.
Is
I
that
have a jar
monkey's
with a
paw?
hand in
That's
it.
monkey's paw. Monkey's paw is so much fun.
Who got the monkey's paw? When did I get a monkey's paw?
This would have been. This is Ellie's, so she would have got the monkey's paw.
Oh, we each have our. Wait, why are there so many of them then?
Because she's probably found all this stuff.
Oh, this. What,
She doesn't have the
none of
tarot
this was
cards here.
Before, though.
She doesn't have the black mirror down there, which I have.
Yeah, none of this was here before.
Right. Where are we going?
Like whenever
you
we
sure?
started, the only thing that was here was this little thing right here.
That's for the event. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's the only thing that was in these whenever we started.
I know. I know we just did Voodoo Doll and Ouija board.
Yeah, in the first game, whenever after we got back out of the first game, it was.
Yeah, when I
just
killed
gone.
you
That's like
accidentally
so
with the
crazy.
Voodoo Doll. I'm so sorry.
That's fine though. We need it. We need it.
Okay, what are we doing this one again? Did that
We're
one?
doing Tanglewood.
Okay. Just gonna ready up.
Ready.
Forgetting that I'm a
Ready up.
man.
You're,
Better get that 6
you're
experience.
like a sexy man, though. He looks
I'm
good.
a sexy man. Kill him. Kill him. Somebody
sex-
kill him.
go s-
Kill him.
Oh god.
Kill them. End their life. I'm gonna remove them from mine. Yeah.
You look that guy who played the devil in Supernatural.
I never watched that show.
That's for the
Oh.
best.
Which
Elsie,
guy
that's what-
which guy in Supernatural?
You should
Sam
The
or
one that played
Dean?
the devil.
the
Oh, the
brother
devil?
of
cheap ad
him.
person, the cheap
Ah.
viewer person.
Yeah,
What about
killed
them?
The
I know,
message
like,
was
you
get rid
can't
deleted.
of
really decide. I know, thank you.
Oh, I can do that. Oh, okay. I didn't know I could do that on your end. I thought
It
it
just-
Unless
on
you're a
it
mine.
just
mod.
went away.
Do you have
Okay, I'm a
mods?
Who has mods?
You?
Do
You?
you?
Elsie,
Come on.
do you have mods?
Crowley?
No,
I
no.
honestly, I
think
fuck
I have
with
the auto.
Crowley. Supernatural Crowley.
Yeah, my auto mod would have taken care of that because I have Stream Boo banned.
It might be
and
you
stuff like that.
then.
Oh, I know I did it on my end.
Yeah,
I know
think
you
you'd
can
have to do
delete it on your end. I don't.
specifically
Tried
your
to
end.
delete it on mine. It didn't delete. So, I mean, it's gone from my chat box. But
Bitch's name.
That's
It
good.
helps
Peter
to just,
Rook.
like auto mod Stream Boo as a banned word. That way they just go ahead and take care of it.
yeah,
Oh, really? I didn't even think about that.
What
I
the
just
hell is a
banned them
parabolic
from my chat.
microphone?
Do we actually need it? Oh shit!
we
Yeah,
have one.
that's what I'm holding right now.
Oh, period.
Nice.
We
I
need
got
to
it because I
detect a
wanted to
parabolic
test it. I didn't know we needed it.
Flashlight. And I'll take this.
I'm going in.
What is this? EMF?
You going in already? Goddamn. I don't have a flashlight.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
Who the fuck
I
took
don't
my
know-
flashlight? Do you have
Who
two
took your
flashlights?
flashlight?
Do you have two flashlights?
I only have one flashlight and then like the purple thingy.
Hmm.
Did we have enough flashlights? Because when I grabbed one, there
I
was only
added
one left.
4. Well, I added 3. There's one already. Someone has taken my flashlight. Which one of you has 2 flashlights?
Camera.
Do you have
I
2
need to get a
flashlights?
cam.
Ellie.
Yeah, my person's so out of shape. It's okay. There you go.
Ellie, do you have 2 flashlights?
I do not have 2 flashlights.
Okay, then Elsie might. Elsie!
Oh no. What?
Where's
Let's
the
see.
phone?
It's in the
Elsie,
living room, right here.
Do you have 2 flashlights?
No, I have one.
Okay, well, then I'm missing a flashlight.
I'm
How'd that happen?
Jesus. I added in 3. There should have been 4. That's bullshit. Gotta use this goddamn UV. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna throw hands.
Maybe over here?
We'll throw them at the ghost.
I had it. I had the flashlight I was looking for.
You're stupid.
I was like, why can't I only pick up 2 things? I had the flashlight the entire
It might
time.
be
and I
upstairs.
just didn't pick her
Oh
up.
wait, there's no upstairs. Is there a downstairs?
Can I hear anything?
I'll go down with
It was terrifyingly quiet. I hated that.
What?
The
Turning the parabolic
garage.
microphone
That's
on
where
is
I got
Jesus.
a little bit of.
It's so quiet.
I can't
Is there an upstairs?
What the hell?
Or is it just downstairs? Okay, it's not Ouija board.
Well, the power's on, is it not?
I don't think
I
so.
don't know. Power's not on.
Yeah.
I
Power
don't
should be on.
know.
Oh, okay. Nope, nope, nope.
Never mind.
Nope,
There's
nope,
nothing
nope.
in here. I thought it was because there was a little bit of activity, but
Nope.
We're so
we should
fucked.
turn on the breaker
There
box.
is no way we win this at all. You know, I'm just gonna walk around with this. I hate how quiet it gets. That's the only thing I hate about this microphone.
Could just be a spirit and it's passive. What's his name? Peter!
I can hear it. I can hear him walking.
Pretty sure that's not me.
I don't think there's any. Oh, wait, is there an upstairs?
No.
I'm freaking. I'm supposed to be sitting around, fucking around all day. I swear to God, I heard steps in here.
Who?
Wait, who's got EMF?
Peter.
I opened the bathroom.
I have EMF, but it's
Okay,
not.
can you come
going
sit in
off at all.
here? Do you have it turned on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. I heard footsteps coming from in here.
I
With
can
the
also check temper. Oh, yeah, it's
I think it's a
not
hunt.
5, but it's
Okay,
not
well
5, but
that's.
it popped off.
It wasn't.
It was. It was hunting.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the people from the basement.
What?
Because I checked. Because an Ellie walked past and it didn't pick up her steps at all. Like,
Oh, interesting.
literally where it was pointing. Did not pick up her steps at all. Stupid.
I don't know if it's EMF.
We checked in the
My light was
basement.
flashing, but my light was flashing, but it didn't do anything after that.
I think it was
Like,
just
it started
hunting and just
hunting in
couldn't
here.
find anyone.
Good, excellent work. My breath shows when I go in that room.
Which one?
Hell.
Alright, hold on. I have a thermometer. Oh wait, it blew out the candle.
Like, if I was putting there, you know, it would make sense, right? Like,
Oh,
Uh-oh. Close the door.
star.
I think you die.
I'm alive somehow. It walked through me. He just ignored me.
Maybe he's not into redheads.
on the...
Am I a
It just
redhead?
threw something. It just threw something.
Oh, so it can touch stuff?
Okay, so...
It just.
It's like,
This is-
it's not under 0, but it's very close to 0.
Do
Is
we
that
know what
freezing?
the... has to be under 0.
It's under 0, it's freezing.
Okay, it's freezing temps.
Okay, freezing. Nope, that's not what I looked for. Journal.
Alright, let's try my EMF in here.
Where's
Yeah,
those?
try EMF in here.
They're
I'm
not
gonna
an
check
EMF. They're not
the-
an EMF
Temperatures.
guy.
Okay, I've gotta at least interact the EMF at least once.
Funsies. Hello.
Hello. Unless I'm getting a spirit box.
Not bugging out, you know, with EMF. I don't think EMF is it.
I'm coming to see if I can
He's just some chill
communicate
guy.
with the dead.
Have fun.
I don't even know if he's... Oh, okay, that went red. I don't know if that means that it actually worked, if it lights up.
I got that too.
Because it's
but
so...
I had no idea what that.
It's so different. I also can't see if that's the ghost light. That might be the ghost light. It might be spirit box. I'm gonna be honest. I just can't hear him say anything.
Is that a ghost light something?
It means picking up my voice? Okay, cool.
Oh,
Good to know. Do I have to physically hear words?
Yeah,
I know you
it'll like
can.
say stuff.
Okay, so it says stuff.
Yeah, you can
That-
ask it like what its name is, how old it is.
How old are you?
Is this the room?
Write in this notepad.
That's the
draw
specific
a
questions.
Oh.
Okay, like what? What should I ask this ghost? What's your mother's name? What? Bethany, the fuck
Who
does
do
it
you
want me to
name
ask?
Marvel rivals? I just want to know if he's cool or not.
If it throws something, it means no spirit box. Has it thrown something? Yeah, it threw the thing
Well,
down
that
there.
scared me.
Okay, so
That scared
no
me.
spirit
That
box.
is-
Thought it was hunting.
If it throws something... But it didn't... Well, hold on. If it throws in general or throws when I'm asking questions?
I don't. Hello.
Those scissors, I don't think... Do you think the ghost could kill us?
Oh.
This...
Who threw that? Why threw that cup?
Nobody threw that cup.
All of us are
It's just
alive,
flipped on its
so, you
own.
know, we
Peter!
can't throw it.
Cup.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, I see him! I see him! I see him!
We're alive.
did
He was behind you that entire time, Elsie.
Yeah.
Me?
Freaking stare.
Uh-huh,
I don't know
yeah,
what
he was
doing.
literally
Staring at me,
behind you.
freaked me out.
I
That's
looked...
what happened last
Also,
time.
why
I
is
looked
your shadow
over.
bald?
That's what happened.
Yeah,
He,
what the
like,
fuck?
Walked through me last time and ignored me. I'm not worth his time.
Your shadow looks so bold.
Hold on,
Oh,
wait,
it
wait,
does.
wait.
So does yours.
Wait, why? Why is
Yeah,
it
yeah.
bald?
I have no idea.
What the heck?
Do you think ghostwriting would work? Is this what this is? Is this the ghostwriting book?
Okay, so that means like no.
Who is
I'm dead.
it?
I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
Nar.
I'm so dead.
You haven't
No,
dropped
don't do
anything you
that.
find.
Oh, I thought I was dead.
I don't think.
Okay,
the
let's get
Nexus
out. Let's
is
get out. Let's get
real.
out. Let's get out.
He had that
Sorry
problem with his
about
mom.
taking
He doesn't want
pictures.
people
It's
to-
just scaring us. It's not killing us or anything.
I wonder if
It's
that's
just a
in the
scare
book
event, yeah.
if it says anything.
I don't like that. Why is it
Oh
doing
my god,
that?
look at Elsie. Look at Elsie's fucking
My
sanity.
Yo.
Oh
As soon as I
It
walked out
hates
the door, it
you.
closed behind us.
no!
Oh wait, we need the parabolic microphone thing.
Oh yeah. Hold on here. I'm gonna go stand facing that room. Why the fuck is there a bear out here? Who brought the bear?
I think it's creeping.
Okay, I'm just gonna go back in. I'll ask questions about the spirit box. Was it everyone? Never mind. Yeah, so then maybe if I just... turn the fence on. The sink on. Oh, that's a dirty water. Oh, that's a dirty water. Dirty water. No thank you. That's some dirty water. We got dirty water. Dirty water.
Oh, where?
got dirty
I need to take
water?
a picture.
Dirty water. In the sink in the room that we were in.
Nice.
We can probably capture a photo of the ghost really easy.
We probably can, yeah.
Just send the redhead in there.
Bruh. Okay, but I don't think it is a shade, because it says shade will stop all paranormal activity if there are people nearby. He was just...
He was
Going
going
ham.
ham. Okay, so what evidence do we have?
freezing temperatures, and that's it.
And that's it? Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have a dust
I
projector,
didn't
do
see
we?
anything ultraviolet in there.
Neither did I. I had
Mm.
ultraviolet.
Yeah, I went in there originally
mean-
with the ultraviolet, but not ultraviolet,
In?
not ghost writing probably, right?
We left the book in there. Could have something in it.
I'm gonna go check. It's definitely this room then. Fuck! That better have fucking counted as me getting shit. If that didn't count as me getting...
What's still in there? Maybe he's shy. Maybe he wants to write in his own.
Do they not realize I'm dead?
Okay, Depresso died.
No.
In the hallway.
No, absolutely not. Oh.
Look at the way I'm posed up. God damn. Nothing in the book.
Okay. Well,
R.
Nar.
Pose with the body.
okay. Okay.
How do I use this?
Literally just freezing
Really just
temps.
freezing temperatures.
What is this thing that I'm holding?
And the book.
What's this thing I'm holding?
Oh,
That's
the
the
parabolic
sound thing.
microphone.
It just told me to get out.
Oh, hey,
Are
you heard
you
a sound.
fucking kidding me?
As soon as I step foot.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna throw hands. Anything crossed out?
Possessive.
No,
I
we
don't know.
literally only have
Are you
freezing
having a
temps
spirit
active.
box?
No, I don't think that's spirit box though. Wait.
What if
I
it-
don't.
Because
I think it's
nothing
definitely
really
no to the spirit
happened.
box. They didn't respond.
Didn't respond with spirit box, so
I don't think there's.
guess
ghost
no.
writing.
Okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and drop this in the truck.
It's Yuri or Hantu.
So it's not all of ultraviolet. So probably you're right. We checked the room with ultraviolet. We couldn't find anything.
Thrives in cold climates.
Might be a shade. I mean, we can try shade. I trust you on this. I feel like you understand this shit better than I do, babe. Very well could be. We also could be like really dumb.
Heck.
I do trust you on it. Doesn't show evidence to do anything. It killed me, so it did shit.
Yeah, it's not doing anything.
And
I'm
low
gonna
percent
cross
sanity.
out
Okay,
ghostwriting.
fair. We were pretty low in sanity because we spent so long in there.
To cross off ghostwriting, it takes off shade off the list.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, hold on. I'm gonna place a camera in there.
I had like 10%.
How do I?
Oh yeah, you know what?
You
That's so fair.
Yeah.
good? Did any of us use the dots projector?
Oh, they're talking about the camera.
Grab it.
I'm gonna go fuck around with them.
Hello?
This bear is
just
in my
died.
goddamn face.
I took one step in that house.
I didn't get
He
the
closed that
camera
door.
either to like photograph him dying.
Oh, I didn't even die.
Oh my
then.
god!
I just stuck in the wall.
Wait, look at your body, Jesus.
How do I place this?
I wish we could like interact with the doors and stuff. That'd be so fun.
Took one step in there and he closed that door on me. That's messed up.
Also, I'm gonna
was trying
throw
to see if there
hands.
was
I was
ghost.
trying to get shit from that parabolic microphone the entire time I had it. Elsie just said dots. And like literally the second you put it on, it tells you to get out. I'm so angry.
Okay.
Did we look?
Okay,
Okay, so we have dots. So you know what? I'm right. It
Yeah.
might be
Yeah,
Yuri.
yelled at me.
God.
Oh, she did die. Never mind.
Oh, are you dead?
died.
Okay. God, we're all dead.
Good.
Oh my god.
The
That's a-
screaming.
Oh.
No.
Well, I
Okay,
tried to find
sorry.
Ghost orbs, but like I didn't get very far. I didn't know how to.
I'm
put
gonna
fire.
be completely honest. I think
Oh.
it might be the Yuri.
That's what
From
I'm
what we
thinking.
have, yeah.
It's either Yuri or Oni.
Oni, yeah. I think it might be Yuri.
Oh, Lord. I think it might be Oni.
Stronger?
Oni?
Stronger pick up people's sanity. Our sanity's
Just
kinda
because, like,
bad.
guarding their place of death, it telling us to get out. It's active.
Oh, you know what? I think
Like-
it totally is Oni.
Okay, yeah. You know what?
Because
He
it
has
says
a
Spare
good
for the
spare their
point.
victims as much as possible before attacking.
That's
Oh, that
actually
makes a
so
lot of
true.
sense then.
I feel like it
And
might
then more
be
active while
Oni.
people are nearby. I think
Okay,
it's
yeah,
totally
yeah.
Oni.
It might be a Yoni.
God,
A
that's
Yoni.
so
I'm-
unfortunate.
An Oni.
Damn,
I
that
see looking
EMF
at their
was not
picture
going
from
off though,
outside.
bro.
Yeah, that was so
Maybe it's an
weird.
Oni that identifies as a Yurei.
Oh, she going in? I'm a follower.
Oh, she's gonna die and we're gonna lose everything.
Don't do it. You have so much to live for.
I hope I got it.
Oh, she's getting frozen bodies. Okay.
I'm gonna go with Oni. If y'all don't agree, you know, that's fine. Understandable. I'll give you a couple minutes to put it in.
Oh
Alright,
my
whatever
god. Can
guess
someone
is.
just tell her to leave?
5,
Drive, bitch.
4,
Where's
Hey.
Embla?
2, 1.
Empla's not here. Leave us.
Leave us.
Leave us.
Leave us. We did leave Embley. He's still in there.
Yeah, he's there.
Damn it!
It was the one I said!
50-50!
Damn it!
Oh, damn
Dang
it!
it, Elsie!
50-50!
Are you shitting me?
No, no. Okay, so that
Talked
is
us out of a correct guess.
you did.
Wait, everyone did.
You did. You brought up the scaring until attacking.
Because
I
that's
would have
what
been.
happened.
I would have been
To
so
be
happy
fair,
with
that was
leaving
very
my.
convincing.
It was very convincing.
Damn it.
I was
Sorry.
that entire time. I was like, it
Okay,
might be
I
a
knew that
Yurei.
didn't- Well, I knew that didn't make sense because the Oni had the EMF, and I was like, that EMF was not doing shit.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
even think of. I didn't even look at it. I didn't even look at what it was. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Good. Everyone blame Ellie.
I'm blaming you. You talked us out of a Yurei.
I know.
Listen,
yeah.
why didn't you talk me into it?
We're
Huh?
dead.
Did
Why'd
you like?
die?
Did you like my dots from the afterlife?
Yeah, yeah. Damn it, we can't win.
I need to get at least one of these, right?
Surely, we have to get one. We going back?
We
Almost did
have
that one at
to.
least.
Wait, let's do Tanglewood again.
Do we want to do
Okay.
something
Really good
else,
that time. I'm proud of us.
or are we going
I
straight
think
back?
everything else is harder.
I mean, Willow Street's
I mean,
got
we can
10
go to-
rooms. Let's go to prison.
Elsie
happened?
also
How do you
died
guys feel
standing
about
up.
prison? Do not go to
the
prison.
rating
I'm
on
so
that?
kidding. Please do not go to prison.
Oh,
Oh.
I wanted to see the rating of it.
There's 29 rooms.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's a lot.
god.
Yeah.
The most? Never mind. The Sunny Meadows has 69.
Okay.
Alright, we're
Gotta-
doing Tanglewood?
Gotta buy some supplies, man.
Oh yeah, I gotta
Yay.
buy shit back.
Hey, I'm level 2 though.
Yay!
Yay!
Nice.
I'm gonna
Why
get
are you still
headgear
an
this
intern?
time. I want some headgear.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's for how long you've been playing for.
It's like the EXP you get
Well,
for
when I
leveling
was level
up.
2, I was. Well, no, he's still an intern on his card.
Oh.
I feel like it doesn't respect me properly.
I feel like it's
It
because
doesn't.
did you guys have it before, like the update with all this stuff?
That's what
I
I'm
did.
thinking. Yeah,
You did? Okay, yeah, it might be that then.
he's just too new.
Yeah, to baby.
Yeah, because I think it caps at like 100 or
Fluffy!
something. So then it brings it like transfers over into the new
Oh my god,
system.
it's
the new
Floofy. Hi,
Welcome on in,
Raiders.
Floof.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god, how was
What's good, chat?
stream? Hope stream went. What
What
were
were you
you
playing,
doing? Were you
Floof?
playing Repo?
Oh, weren't you doing the
Repo.
like 28-hour stream?
Hold on. Yeah, I
Yeah.
did. I
I-
did see that.
How did that go?
I caught the mermaid sex part last night.
Oh yeah.
The
Oh
what?
yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Mermaid
Going-
sex.
Thank you.
You're hour
Okay.
30? Jesus.
Jesus Christ! Wait, are you still going?
Is he still on stream?
Yeah, are you still
Wait, are you
live?
still
Are you taking a break? What is happening? Louis here too, which
No,
means
I
she's eyeing you
thought-
right now. Hi, Luo.
Sexy. Do we need to buy any more things?
No, I'm not live anymore. I get work today. Oh yeah, okay, fair enough.
L match time work.
Boo work, boo.
I had work today.
Boo.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
yes,
I hope you
was
get some rest
Repo
before
Wales.
work after such a
Nah, go
long
straight to
stream.
work. Straight to work.
Dream work.
Pick up
Yeah,
that map.
stream your job. Let's watch.
Where the heck did Elsie go?
I don't know. She just popped out.
What happened to Elsie? Did she,
Went
did
to
she
go- I think
crash?
She hit leave. I think she might have hit.
Oh
leave
my
whenever she
God,
was on
Elsie.
board instead of exiting out. Because I did that
Oh,
once to an
no.
account.
She did. She did.
No.
She's on the main screen.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh, Elsie.
Hey guys.
Hi, Elsie.
Hello.
Hit the wrong button.
Yeah, we kind of pieced that together.
Well, now
I
two of
worked
us
at
have done
night.
that in this game.
Is that why you
Okay.
stream till like a middle of the day from like 1 a.m. to 12 and shit? I feel like that's why.
What the heck?
Murdering frogs.
Wait, what?
Hey,
Why is it doing that? I don't even have my
Wow.
Kofi page even set up. What the fuck?
I stole Emplay's color in pink now.
Bro, I have
Wait, what? I have color?
I'm now
Why does
Pink?
my Kofi bot not
well, now
work?
I'm pink.
And yours does. I'm gonna throw.
I don't know. No, you know the funny. Oh, do you have it connected to your Twitch?
Yeah, I do, yeah. It's a mod in my chat.
Oh, then I have no idea because I didn't even realize that I set it up to do that.
It's fine.
I have no idea.
I'll take some time and I'll figure it out.
Oh, you might need to have it. You might need to go into your Kofi settings and everything, and look at the
I have.
like Twitch.
I'll do.
setup settings, cause
Yeah, I might have to fix it later.
You might have to enable it to do like pop-ups and stuff like that. Cause
Oh,
I
yeah,
enabled
maybe.
it, but I thought I enabled it for like an overlay stuff, not for it to pop.
I
in here
enabled
and
mine
fucking
for overlay
advertise
stuff.
me.
I've got my overlay in the like my Kofi stuff in the corner of like all of my layouts at the moment.
Yeah, because I think I put it in to do reminders for like every 90 minutes, so maybe that's why.
Did
maybe
you
don't have
buy
that part set up.
everything?
What?
I just looked at the what we
What?
have in the items. Did you
money
buy
we have.
everything?
I told you I had 8K. I bought at least 4 of everything.
Okay, Jesus. You just talking to someone who, like
What?
stares down at your boobs. Yeah, it's okay.
What?
I'm looking down at the boobs.
It's okay.
That's not where the money's
Money.
coming from.
I mean, it might be. You never know.
That's where she keeps it.
I mean, I have 5K now. Do you want me to buy more?
No!
Oh no!
I think we have more than enough.
You're fine.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Jesus.
I could buy you guys.
I can get you more stuff. It's okay. Like, no, please.
You want a full? I mean, I was saving it for when tier 2 unlocks. You know.
Oh god.
Here too.
Okay, can we just go somewhere?
Yeah, ready
Yeah,
up.
we're going back to the same place. Hold on, I'm moving money in my account so I can buy food later.
That's so fair.
Wendy's?
Yeah,
Wendy's
probably
nuts.
Wendy's.
Speaking of
It-
food,
I
need
Not
to
gonna
go-
lie, I can't It's
I
late,
need
but I
to
can
get
still go for a
water
Frosty.
soon.
I don't have Wendy's.
Yeah,
Please
wait.
redeem that. I
That's
just
what-
ran out of water.
There's no Wendy's in Australia?
There's no Wendy's in Australia.
What
There's no
the
McDonald's in
fuck?
Australia either. There's a lot
We've
of
got
things Australians
like
don't
Burger
have.
King,
They
but
have
it's called Hungry
alternates.
Jack's.
I love Burger King.
Hungry Jacks. That's kind of cute.
I thought
They
you
have
had McDonald's.
alternative
Call-
stuff. It's like similar. Is there a Wendy's equivalent?
What is-
Don't you call?
I-
don't you
I know,
call
I've got-
McDonald's Maccas?
Yeah, Macca's. Maccas.
Yeah.
Mac? Oh yeah, you do have McDonald's. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I was about to say,
Yeah, when Elsie and I were streaming Pokemon, I asked my partner to get me like
both got
food, and he went to
McDonald's.
chat and he was like Macca's, and I went yeah.
Yeah, we both on our
Man,
soul link, we
man.
both asked our boyfriends to get us McDonald's, you
And
know
they
what?
did. It was great.
aw,
Aw.
winners.
It's so nice.
Absolute winners.
He has to. He
Alright,
loves
Gotta
me.
ready up.
I
Okay,
am ready.
up.
Emperor, I swear to God, I'm gonna throw you off a cliff. Okay. Okay, we're in. Let's do this. I've been loading surprisingly quickly.
I know. I've been loading good.
E.
Flashing
E,
us.
Emplo. Okay, I'm just gonna take them away from you. The microphone.
Rose Cordero.
Oh.
What?
It's a
Rose
book.
Cordero.
Out of the book. Eyes book. Book. I'm just gonna go right in. We don't have the key. Who got a key?
Key.
Key.
Oh.
Did
I
you not
guess
grab the
I'll
key
get
from the
key.
truck?
Apparently there's a
No one grabbed the key.
No one grabbed the key from the truck?
Her name is Rose Cordero.
Let me
Your
in.
response to get your head out of the door.
I want in. I want inni.
It says you have to be alone to get the ghost. Is what it
Okay.
said. So we gotta split up and look for clues. Okay. how
Oh,
long does it
sweet.
take to
Door's
get the
open.
key?
It's open.
I got it. Wait, what the F? How'd you enter?
Once one person gets the key, we all have it.
Oh. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But the key was next to the door.
Yeah, once one person gets the key, it's just in all of our inventory.
Oh.
It's actually really
That's
cool.
Neat.
Yeah.
That's a nice
Makes
little
exploring
thing.
really
Makes the-
easy.
Laundry. EMF 5.
EMF 5?
EMF 5. In the garage.
In the garage.
Oh.
There's no one here.
No, it's in here. It's in the laundry room. Oh wait. No, no, yeah, it's like this. Yeah, it is like this right now.
It's just them walking around.
We did get EMF 5 though, so that still counts.
Oh yeah.
Wait, where?
Actually, it's a hamster.
And
I don't even know where
Okay,
he is.
so let's stop walking. There's a sink on
wait, handprint
somewhere.
Where'd it get?
Where's
Where is
I
it?
I haven't found one. I'm just asking.
Oh, what's going on?
He said he hadn't found one. He's just asking.
Hadn't found what? I haven't
Oh,
been able to hear
bone.
anyone.
Got it.
Wait,
it's
I'm
a
pretty sure-
bone.
I'm pretty sure he left the garage because we all ganged up on him. We have to be alone.
He ganged up on him.
Okay.
Is there a sink in there? Oh, it's you.
Get a journal or a notebook.
Okay. What if I just stand in front of the house? Does the parabolic microphone like do anything? Is it something I should like actually be worrying about using? Because if not, I won't.
No, I need to go get water. I just ran out of my water bottle.
I don't know if it picks up. It does because
water.
Emperor had a ghost tell him to get out. He's on big maps like school and stuff. Oh. Okay, now I just want to find whatever the cursed item is. What's up?
Is there the music box?
Wait, there's a music box?
Yeah, on this level, I think there's always a music box. I saw somebody like.
No, it changes every
wants to
level. It's
explain
always
to someone.
random.
Is it?
Yeah, it's random.
Wait. Oh,
Hello. Rose.
And it picks up when you're inside the map? Oh, okay.
Rose.
That is UV camera and book. I know. I feel like I haven't played Phasmophobia before. That's really cute. I know. But we have much more people here than just you. Stupid bitch. I just want the item. I want the cursed item.
This door started moving.
Can I grab the salt then? I don't want to grab the salt. Hello? Who had
I
spirit
think I got
box?
Spirit box. That was me.
Okay, so yeah, that was spirit box.
Is that what that was?
Yeah,
I was
I'm
like,
pretty
what the?
sure.
okay, good.
Yeah, that's spirit box.
I didn't even understand what it said.
I don't think you're supposed to. So we have spirit box. Cool.
So spirit rat racer twin. It could be a spirit, honestly.
Hold on. What do you have marked off currently?
Marked off? Nothing.
No, like as correct.
Oh, EMF and spirit box.
It was level 5?
Yeah, both me and Ellie got level 5.
Okay. Cool.
Like immediately.
Cool. That marks it down a bunch. Hello?
I have the thermometer on me, but it's been pretty same temperature everywhere.
Okay. I want to find the ghost room so that, you know, I can...
Is it not the garage? That's what I thought it was.
Is it... Do you
There's
have...
a hand bone in here. There's a hand in here.
Yeah, we already got the photo for that.
Oh, in the kitchen, we got a picture of that.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was the haunted object.
That's why you pick it out.
Well, this is where we got the EMF 5 is in this room.
Okay, so I'll open the book then. If you're gonna put the book down, put it down correctly. Yeah, that's what I was saying, but they were told not to pick it up, so they haven't been picking it up because I'm not gonna fight people on it.
Wait, why'd you put out two books?
Because, you know, can't hurt.
Howdy.
Better chance. I'll pick up the bone.
Oh yeah, it's better to pick up
Was
the
it
bone.
the picture of the hand in the kitchen? Because I already got that one.
Yeah, but we have to pick it up.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, like, picking it up doesn't do anything. It's just
Oh, it does.
so you don't actually, like, take multiple photos of it, so.
Oh, is that what? Oh, is it?
I don't know if it does anything more than that.
I can see my breath in here. What the hell?
I don't write up there. Oh, they don't? Wait, okay, where should I put it? On the ground?
How do I? Oh,
I'm just
I
gonna
thought
sit
I
here and I'm gonna wait.
grabbed a thing. Guess I didn't.
Where's the bonus because that gives you the bone bonus. Okay. Hello?
You hear that?
The fuck?
I heard that. I heard that. I heard
Oh, so
that.
y'all
I
heard that?
Yeah, that's a no from me.
Okay. Damn. And yes, on the ground. Okay, I'm just gonna
Massive
sit here and
no for
wait.
me.
Can you
I
write
can
in the
whisper
book,
it in my ear.
please? Pretty please. Draw me a pretty picture.
Let me get out because I'm.
Draw me a pretty picture. Please? Can you draw me something? Did they close the door on me? Goddamn.
Oh, yes, you do.
Can you draw me a picture?
Nice piece.
Please?
What the hell?
Draw in the book! What's his name?
Rose?
Rose?
Yeah.
Draw me something. How many ghost books you saw? You take 2 photos of it and get bonus for it. Oh.
Rose.
I forgot to set up my camera. Don't say the name.
Rose.
The lowest I keep getting is 5.
Okay. I don't think it's freezing temps then.
Oh shit.
Wait, try putting. There's 2 books, right? Do you want to try putting one in the laundry room? Because that's where it's like cold.
Yeah, try that.
How do I put it on the
Hello. Welcome in. I really just want to find, like...
thing? Is it on?
How do I put it down?
F.
Oh, thank
Hey.
you.
Oh, yeah, no, hold on.
How do I tell if this is on?
Oh, does that have to be on the floor?
Yeah, apparently.
That's gonna hurt their back.
Show me a pretty picture. Pretty please. So she's doing the stutter again? Like, my fault or your fault?
See that.
Stutter.
My-
Like,
my
stutter
fault?
loading? My fault or your fault? Or Twitch's fault, but like my fault? Or like the website fault? Twitch fault?
Maybe we
Okay.
should leave him back. Maybe he doesn't want to.
How do you properly play it? I don't even know. I've been playing this game. Ooh, that's my breath. I've been playing this game for like years and I still don't know how to properly play it. I just play it to have fun.
Oh come on, we're so close to under 0.
Draw me a picture, please. Pretty please.
Let's look for.
I've been using this.
Oh.
Nope. 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 Haunted. Haunted.
Oh.
Haunted. Okay, that explains why my flashlight was freaking out.
If your flashlight freaks out, don't run back inside the house. Run out.
No, I was in the other room and I thought I was in that room.
You run out of the house. You try and get to the door. Open. Ghost room ain't that room. Otherwise you'd be dead. Okay, so it's the laundry then.
Aw, boo.
Is Ellie dead? Oh no, Ellie's dead. Why was the door locked again?
That was so loud. I'm so sorry.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Elsie's dead.
I gulped a big gulp. Oh. Okay, let's go take picture of body.
Okay, I got paranormal sound with paranormal microphone. I did it. Escape the ghost during a hunt? I did, bitch. Goddamn. Oh. Oh, Emperor's dead too. Oh, shit. I'm hearing scream at because they think they died. You know what? That's so real. Ellie was... Not Ellie, Elsie. That's why they chased you. But shut up. I will bite you.
I can't pick up the...
Huh?
What?
What? Here, what can't you pick up? What are we missing?
Couldn't pick up our flashlight.
Oh, you have our
I don't
three
think
things in
ghost
your...
orbs.
You've got 3 things in your inventory already.
What's the third?
The other flashlight you have?
What? I only
got,
have
like,
one
you've-
flashlight.
It's you've got one on your shoulder.
What? How do I have
What?
one on my shoulder?
I'm so confused.
What?
I'm so confused. Hello? That was Elsie.
Oh, hello? Yeah. Wait, so when I do this, I have one in my hand and I have one on my shoulder. Is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why did I even put it on my shoulder?
I have no idea.
How do I take it off of my shoulder?
I don't know. Okay, they're just throwing
Oh,
it.
hello.
Elsie, pick up the cup and throw it if Empla's with you. No, it isn't. I was looking at Elsie's character earlier, but it doesn't always have that.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have one on your shoulder too.
Do
and
I
in your
actually?
hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was so weird when I was looking at Elsie earlier, she only had one. Why is she throwing stuff at us? What are we missing?
What we're missing is that
You have a
Elsie is
flashlight in your
dead.
inventory for the first time. Oh.
Oh, no. There's 2 dead bodies. Let's go.
There's 2 dead bodies. Elsie's in the laundry.
There's the one. I got scared. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I heard thumping.
It was just me walking. I got heavy footsteps. Write anything?
Oh.
Okay, so Ellie's dead. I'm um baby, what is it? Car alarm is just sort of a jump scare. I don't know what. I don't know what it is. I would do it. Okay. Jesus Christ. What evidence do you currently have? EMF level 5 and spirit box. I don't know what else. Oh shit, if I'm missing something. This is how we're gonna communicate. If I'm missing something, throw the item that I'm missing. Not the twins? Okay. Call Wraith? Maybe. Wait, they can't do the equipment. Shit. Hold on. You wanna believe it's Wraith? Are we gonna go Wraith? We can go Wraith. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do Wraith. I trust you on this. You all better be in the truck because I'm leaving. I'm not giving you any sort of, like, leeway. We're just going. I don't care if Umpla's, like, not inside. Right in the book. Okay. Damn! One thing would be dots. It was a Wraith!
Are you kidding me?
I changed it to Wraith.
No! I had to speak.
I trusted you.
Oh my god.
See, this is why I listen to my partner. He knows what it is.
Oh, it's because I was also looking. I was like, because I saw that it was ghostwriting. I was like, oh, it also did not write in the. No, I don't think anyone even touched the dots projector that round.
That book disappeared. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I think I checked
I only hit it after
the
she
ghost
died,
book
but
right
it wasn't on the
when
ground anymore.
Ellie died.
It's a wraith because it says wraiths fly, but when it was killing Ellie, I watched it crawl on the ground.
Oh, and dots is horrible. It really is.
Hold on, I'm getting.
I don't think they literally
flying
fly. I
very
don't think you
low.
can like literally see them fly.
No, it says they rarely touch the ground.
Yeah, but that's also like basic ghost stuff.
Yeah, but only the
If I'm gonna be so for real, Wraith don't fly. They just
Well,
don't
you should
interact
tell
with
it to the other
salt.
ghosts.
Oh, okay. So it means
The
that they
book
won't
says
interact with
flight.
salt. Okay, it just means that they won't interact with salt on the floor. That's all it means.
says it is
Thank
the
you so much for
open-ground
following.
ghost that has the ability of flight.
Okay.
Wraiths almost never touch the ground.
Okay. It doesn't mean that for its form. All right. It just means that. Okay. I'm gonna throw
It wasn't touching
hands.
the ground. It was just flying really, really low.
Yeah.
It was just floating.
It was lazy.
I'm going to throw you.
Who? Me?
You.
And then you'll be a wraith because you're flying.
Yeah, you want to see what flight is?
Nor.
There's no ghost that flies. See, look at that.
Nor. You
Oh.
liar.
Who is
Oh,
that?
they're a VTuber. They're a liar.
Who's a VTuber and a liar? Me? I don't lie. Yeah, that's so real.
I'm gonna look through my. I'm gonna look. While she's on a phone call, I'm gonna go to my Wendy's app.
You know what? That's so real.
Don't tempt me, man. Don't tempt
I
me.
have 7 minutes
It's
until
late.
my stuff.
Oh, your
It's almost
thing.
9 p.m.
Yeah.
It's too late for chili.
9 p.m.
Like too late for chili, man. I'm gonna have like heartburn or something.
You guys, yeah, you're 2 hours ahead of me.
Oh, they'll probably
I'm
go
a
till, like,
day.
2 in the morning
I'm a
talking
day
to some
ahead of
weird
all of
girl
you. You
here.
guys are just
I
stuck.
know. You're in the future.
What do you mean a free monitor? What do you want, babe?
What do you want, babe?
What
Free
is it?
monitors?
What do you want?
I want a free monitor.
I know, right?
I can cover up Faz at the moment if that's what you need. Uh-huh, what's up?
MBs. I'm gonna try
This-
this twisted frost.
This bitch just sent me a
what?
Phasmo cheat sheet.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm gonna try the frosty swirl.
which one? Brownie?
No, I'm gonna do strawberry chocolate.
Actually, that does sound pretty good.
Imagine getting food right now and not just having a bag of lollies to eat. Sorry,
Bro, I
candy.
live in a college dorm. I don't have snacks.
I'm not a child,
Actually, I
so
do
I
have
don't eat
snacks.
lollies.
I can.
I know pretty well where the cursed item spawns are, but to be fair, that's just for like Black Mirror Ouija board because they're my favorite. I gotta learn
Well, I
where the
saw
tarot
a music
cards.
box, but I couldn't pick it up.
Ah, you
What
can
music
pick up the
box?
music box usually.
Hello.
Hello.
You're back.
Hello.
Welcome!
Hello.
Welcome back, you. I'm back. I'm back. Is what I mean.
Yes. Thank you for welcoming me back. I never left, but I appreciate it.
Did y'all choose a place?
Oh no, not yet.
No,
Sorry,
we're
I got
talking
sent a
about
cheat
Brit.
sheet and I've been looking at it.
Oh,
Elsie said
ordering
Wendy's and I zoned
Wendy's.
out.
oh.
Yeah, she said Wendy's and I'm just done.
Wendy's and
I forgot about Wendy's.
Card is on.
what do we want to do? Do we want to
It's
like?
not yours. Use it anyway.
Let's try Willow Street.
I kind of want to do
Well.
Ridgeview Court next time because I love Ridgeview. No, we don't have to do that
Oh,
now.
we can do that now.
We don't have to. Use pocket
Okay, let's
selfie
try
when you don't
Willow
hold
and then
it.
we do Ridgeview then.
Yeah.
I have 3 maps unlocked.
Nice. Oh, I need to put the supplies again.
You need to buy them all again, I think.
Why? I can't pick them up and take them back.
Are they in your inventory?
Oh.
Not all of them.
We're not
We
going to
have
the
a
school.
flashlight.
If we're going to the school, you're coming with. I'm not doing the school.
We'll protect you.
I hate the school.
Elsie lives at a school.
I do.
Yeah, but that's different. That school isn't haunted and trying to kill me.
You haven't heard stories
You don't
about
know
her.
that. Actually, no. My school actually is haunted. Fun fact.
Oh, actually,
Emmett trying to kill
that's
her
actually
with
kind of
heat.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
Trying to
Not
burn
that's
her
not
right
kind of
now?
cool.
Not my specific dorm, but like there's something that's haunted.
Who is that?
Her dorm's on fire.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my
Who
dorm
is
on
that?
fire.
I don't know.
What?
I'm so confused.
It sounded like someone was just like blowing on their mic.
Aggressively
Oh,
touching their
like,
microphone.
me.
Oh.
It was
Yeah.
Yeah, that. Oh yeah, we just figured. wait, Elsie, please tell me you can see the chat.
Oh, I'm not looking right now. I'm ordering Wendy's.
You look at chat real quick.
She already told you.
Hold
I
on,
need
hold
you to
on.
see. I need you to look at my husband bullying you.
1990s static TV.
Oh my god, why is
He
it
just
so
did it
bad?
again.
I just hit it again.
That's great. Oh, it's hot in my room.
The AC doesn't work in my dorm.
It's the
I have,
aliens
like,
trying to
mics.
communicate.
My mic's connected to my headset. I need to get like an extra. See, if I actually had a desk though,
Don't you just play on your bed?
I'd probably. Yeah, I'm on my bed. Dude.
That's so comfortable though.
It is, but yeah.
If I had a laptop that worked, you know, I'd do that too.
Why is my card not working?
Got everything set up, so just let me
Ruh-roh.
know whenever y'all are ready.
Well, let me
ready.
order
I'm
my
good.
food. I'm ready now.
Killing cardboard box and the step still got a PC set up right there. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
We're all waiting on. Yeah.
Hey!
Oh. Oh God.
Why are you always inside me when I spawn in?
I know. I was like, oh God, I could see the inside of your eyes.
What do I want? Let's
Who is this?
Olivia
one talking to us?
Garcia. Okay.
response to everyone.
Freak.
Ah, fuck, I'm opening up the. Don't. I get Miss so fucking chat. Goddamn.
Wendy's.
Yummy!
Except
Do we have the key? Okay, we do. We do. I want.
What happened? Oh, heck no. Oh, man, I should have brought... Hold on, I'm gonna set this in the... I'm gonna go get the camera.
You just like
Put this right here.
Twitch just sucks. How many pickles can you shove your ass? Please ask it. Okay, fine, I will. Show me.
My VTuber model isn't showing up from VTube Studios for some reason.
Why y'all standing outside?
Bro, my Wendy's won't accept.
Bitch, get inside.
The new Twisted Frosties. Why are you having a Ouija board?
Because I want to ask him how many pickles he can fit up his ass.
I tried that. It didn't respond to me.
That specifically.
How many pickles can you fit up your ass?
Yo, ass.
Excuse me?
How many pickles can you fit in your
You're
butt?
actually asking it that?
How many pickles can you fit it? How many pickles can you fit in your butt?
Is it
What the?
answering you?
Is there a phone?
Hello? How many answer me? You have to be holding it. How many
Is that
pickles
some
can you fit in your butt?
personal question, Depresso?
How do I turn it on? How do I turn it on?
It'll just start.
Hello?
going.
Did you press the power button?
I tried.
It'll just start.
How do I turn it on then, bitch? You know so much.
It just started going. That's what I said the same thing 3 times.
I've right clicked. How many pickles can you fit up your ass? How many? I'm gonna keep doing this till you respond. How old are you? How old are
How many
you?
pickles old are you?
How many pickles? Okay, I'm sorry.
She doesn't like pickles! She does not like being told how old she is compared to pickles.
I'm sorry. Did someone die?
I think we're all alive.
It was just a scare.
It shoved the door on my face.
How many pickles can you fit up your ass?
That actually like scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, that was freaky.
That was scary.
I'm just asking about pickles and it starts freaking out.
Oh my god, the TV.
I'm trying to turn it on. How old are you?
Wait, who did that?
How old are you?
Oh.
Guys, I ordered
Left
my
click maybe?
Wendy's.
Okay, hold on.
What'd you get? What'd you
How
get?
many
Did you get
pickles
saucy
can you
dough?
fit up your ass?
Oh. What did
It
I
used to
get?
light up? It did not!
I got the Asiago Ranch chicken sandwich.
Oh.
How do I...
That's a good
Medium
one.
fries and a medium chocolate frosty. That's my go-to order.
Oh,
How
you
do-
are
how do
living it, bro.
I am.
Asiago chicken is good. You
Bro.
ever put some pepper jack cheese
Hold
on
on,
it
hold
too?
on, hold on.
Is it spicy?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, the cheese is spicy, but it's not very spicy because it's just a flat piece of cheese.
But what if I'm just a girl? Oh,
It's like well, you are just a normal anime girl.
I am. I can't
Okay,
eat
that's-
spicy, guys.
okay.
I'm so white.
Okay. Frosty.
How many... How old are you?
Ross, I don't think he likes you enough to respond.
Talk to me!
Go back to the pickles.
Bro. Oh my god.
How many how many pickles can you fit up your ass?
What's your go-to Wendy's order?
How many...
No, he doesn't
How old are
know.
you? Goodbye. Goodbye. Please, goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, I can see
Goodbye.
my breath.
Hello?
I
Goodbye.
have a-
Goodbye. Please, for the love of God, goodbye. How many pickles can you fit up your ass?
Can you stop?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna keep
Read the
going till
phone?
this thing talks to me. Can we turn these lights on?
Stop
My
it
god.
for a sec. Why we turn the light on?
Why don't we?
Because he's not gonna show up then.
Yes, he will!
No.
Not with that attitude. You gotta be positive.
He doesn't like me talking about pickles up his ass. How many pickles?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't like.
Sorry. How many pickles can you eat in a day?
Do you like sweet pickles?
Where are you? What room are you
Are there
in?
pickles where you are?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. This room.
Did someone die? Hello?
It did. It fell on. That's how I know it's working. It's on there in the first place. It's not on there normally.
I think I got up
I'm
to
scared.
a 5.
Are we all dead? I mean,
Oh, what?
are we?
That would be called game over.
Yeah. I mean, are we all
It
alive?
was so funny, because from the other room I heard, wait, I'm sorry!
We went back to pickle questions and shit.
He went back to pickle questions.
Does anyone have a thermometer on them?
No, I had.
No,
I've got the spirit box. Are you in
I
this
have
room?
the EMF, but
EMF went up to 5 for like a brief second, I think.
What room
Really?
did you
Where?
die
It
in?
like touched the grass.
What room did you
I
die
think You're
in?
the one who with the Ouija. Maybe you're not Ouija special.
what room are you
I can
in?
be Ouija. What room did you
I feel
die
like
in?
it's this room. It has to be this room.
It has to be. It just hates me being in here. What room did you die
Besides, I'm
in?
a real Ouija
And give me-
master.
I'm gonna give me a sign, please. I wanna make sure I'm not
Pickles you
insane.
put on your
Calling-
Asiago chicken sandwich from Wendy's.
How many?
Do I need a free hand in order to use this?
Do we? Hold up.
Here, I'll leave this with y'all.
How many pickles can you fit up your ass? Damn.
What's his name? I already forgot.
I don't know. Are you there?
Hide and seek.
Fuck you, son of a bitch!
Oh
I'm
my
trying to
God,
ask-
It exploded.
Okay, so
It burned.
I was gonna try to start like ask genuine questions and you broke it. I was gonna try and get the pickle question done and then you broke it.
I
What's
don't
that
think
pickle
he
do?
wanted to talk to you.
Okay, we still don't know. Why did you break it?
Oh, they broke it?
I didn't mean to. I didn't know.
Why
that was
did you
breaking.
break
I
it?
thought we were just gonna play a game. I thought we were gonna play a
You
game.
can break it? How can you break it?
I think it's because we ran out without saying goodbye.
You know what? We probably broke the rules of hide and seek.
No, I
There's
think
one down
we
here yet.
broke from too many questions. So it just hated me. Cool.
Yeah, I was like.
Good to know.
You were nagging it and it didn't appreciate it.
It didn't like. Okay, we can blame Ezra for that. It's his fault. It's asking me the pickle questions. It's actually nice and quiet out here. Oh no, I think it broke because we ran away without saying goodbye. There's no one there. I like it. It makes it quiet and there's not like... It's fun. Who threw a cup?
Okay. It got hotter. It got hotter.
Did I just hear something on the spirit box?
Okay, wait. Is it, has it been below freezing temps?
Oh, there is freezing. Wait, does anyone have a thermometer? Because it's cold.
What
Yeah,
temperatures
it
are
was
that?
At 5.
Yeah, that's not freezing
Was that-
temps.
Celsius.
Has to be
Yeah, but, like,
below
when I went to
0.
The rest of the house, it went up.
Yeah, no, it has to be below
It
0
went
for it to
up.
be freezing temps. It can be cold in a room, but it
Okay.
doesn't count as freezing temps.
See, it's going slow. But like, it's the coldest in here, and the rest of the house it starts to go up.
Okay, so this is the room. Drop the temp on the... Okay, hold on. Wait.
So it is the room.
Come drop the thermometer on the floor in here. Emperor.
Do the thermometer.
Tell me to drop on the floor.
Why?
In the lounge room.
Oh. Nope,
Oh,
make-
the lights are. Oh, there it is. Take a picture. Take a
Oh,
picture.
gross. Stay, this room.
I panicked.
I tried to take a picture. Did it work?
I don't
Did it?
know.
Did we get it?
No, we
don't see it.
didn't.
Damn it.
Brother. It was there for a whole 5 seconds.
I didn't see it. I saw
didn't see
red
it.
lights and I hid. Hold on, where's the thermometer?
don't see
it had a
anything on
twisted
the-
face and neck. It was gross.
Ugh.
Okay, just drop that on the
Agreed.
floor in here.
I don't
Okay, now we'll just leave that.
Are you sure you got EMF 5?
It like went up for a sec. It could have honestly. It was like it could have. It like just. Barely
Did it hit
brushed
5
it, so I
though?
might not- It barely brushed it.
Okay, so I don't think that
Really?
counts as EMF 5.
It like hit the number 5, but it didn't go past 5.
I don't think it can
Really
go
good.
No,
past.
so that is EMF 5 zone.
Are you saying the name and then running away so we get killed?
Yes.
What's his name? Lizzie?
Damn.
Vicky.
Uh-oh.
Olivia
I was sticking around for that.
Garcia. Her name was Livy Garcia.
No, it's I thought so. I thought that was only EMF 4.
Okay.
4. Okay.
Someone, let's go get the other items then. I'll go get,
Yeah. I don't think
You're
it's
also
spirit
alone,
box.
okay?
It's
You
not
don't have to
responding.
kill me. Oh, flashing. Oh.
Wendy,
I'm dead.
Thoughts.
That's a child. And EMF tricks a lot of players.
I'm out.
I thought it was like it had to like stay on EMF 5 for a bit. For it to work.
Well,
say not
It's a
dodge.
dwarf. Ah, it's you. Okay, I'm gonna be on. It'll stay at 5. Yeah, I'm gonna be on VOD for a couple minutes because since I can't make it to any services for Anzac Day today, I'm gonna go sit in silence for a minute. I know you're not a dwarf, babe. But no, I can't make it any services today because my car currently isn't working. So, out of respect, I'm doing my minute of silence like I would in Remembrance Day. Just because, like, there's not much else I can do. I can do that quickly. It'll only be like a minute. Okay, that's minute of silence done.
Mm-hmm.
hey.
Do we have anything
yeah.
else other than ghost orbs?
Nope.
Not currently.
Oh, did you die?
I did
I'm
die.
gonna try
Oh.
to get... Where's the notebook?
I was just doing my minute of silence. I don't like
didn't
any
think
ears.
somebody had to know.
I know.
Press,
I
are
was
you
like,
there?
I was like,
Did
depresso?
I not bring one?
Yeah.
I remembered. I remembered.
Yeah.
Where's my coffee cup?
I'm gonna go get one. Actually, wait, what have they decided on?
We got ghost orbs. That's all.
Okay, so ghost orbs.
I don't know if freezing temperature is one.
I'm
Did
gonna
I
cry
still
if
not
it's a
get
Ure
picture
again.
of it?
It just
Are you
wasn't
kidding
going down to
me?
freezing.
That's
Yeah, no.
stupid.
Okay, it might be a banshee.
We're gonna cross off
Whatever.
EMF.
I
Like,
crossed off
next week.
EMF because it
Ghost
wasn't
story.
EMF level 5. Just because
What
you hit
else?
4 doesn't mean it's
Banshee?
5.
Banshee.
But
Landmine?
I did not get anything on the dots, so maybe a mare then.
Landmine.
I don't know what this is. Let's say
But hold on,
Landmine.
what do you have ticked off as
Ultraviolet.
being incorrect? Because I've got Spirit Box marked off as wrong. Because I had that on like for a while. And that wasn't
I-
responding.
I had the dots. I had the
Dude,
dots on when you were
turns the light
murdered,
on.
and I did not see anything, so I took dots off.
Okay, so then something of this is incorrect.
This is a motion sensor.
Oh?
I think.
Because my
think.
Spirit Box
I don't
wasn't
actually know.
working.
I usually,
Actually,
like, put
I
that
don't
on the
think
wall.
dots works. I don't think it's Spirit Box because
Paranormal with the EMF reader.
that wasn't like working as I was using it and talking.
I see.
Does that count as EMF level 5?
Photos?
And that wasn't even level 5 because it hit level 4, like only. And it doesn't count if it's during a hunt because that's always EMF level 5. I'm pretty sure.
Which is what happened. I got EMF high on the hunt, so.
The challenge counts? Okay, so if that hit EMF level 5, then that counts, right? It might be an Obake. I'm gonna go with that and then just see. Yeah, I know the hunt is always EMF level
It's
5.
either ultraviolet or dots.
think
It's
it-
one or the other.
Well, someone said it probably wasn't dots. So I crossed that off and it says Obake.
Obake. How the hell did they get that?
But I could be wrong because I don't know things.
I don't know where.
Hmm. Look, I'm gonna just stick with Obake because that's what that's just what seems right now. If I get shit that says otherwise, then you know. Oh, that bitch is crawling. Goddamn. Oh, she's hunting. She's hunting.
Yeah.
I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm dead, I'm dead.
You got found. Oh no. Okay, is
No, only the
UV?
baby's
Nah.
left.
Oh, it's not at all? Okay. So, not. So, Raiju? I mean, that's the only thing that's, like, left off. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Ellie, run outside and run back in.
Oh.
Wait, why?
Okay. Okay, so
She
that,
sounds fine now.
yeah. When you would, when you
okay.
died immediately, you sounded really muffled.
Oh. I had the cross on me, but I think because I wasn't holding
Yeah,
it down,
yeah,
it
I don't think,
like, didn't stop it.
yeah, I think you have to be holding the crucifix for it to work.
Damn it.
I think Raiju just normally it's fast near electronic stuff. Although I'm just going with what it's showing me to be. Yeah, like... Oh, excuse me. That's just what it seems to be, so... Hi, Luo!
He's
I'm
guessing
forgetting you
right
can't
here.
run.
Yeah. Chat is the smartest person alive. Baby, you're not alone.
Is it Raiju? Is that what we're
'cause you're
going with?
here
I'm
me.
going with Raiju.
Girls are so messy leaving stuff everywhere.
How? Wait, which one even is
Nothing's
that?
ever gonna
Oh,
keep
EMF
me
5,
down,
is that what it
'cause
counts?
nothing
I
can
think-
keep me
No, I
from
crossed...
loving you.
Yeah, that was EMF level 5.
Oh, my sanity is 11. 9. 13. Okay, whatever.
What even is it? Why
And
can't
you
this
know
thing be
it's
alphabeticalized?
I have no idea. It should be. I'm gonna cry if it's not.
baby, you're
I-
not-
Raiju. Please. Yo? Did I get it? Can I win? That was a fucking bear!
Wait. What?
God damn it.
I
My
What?
Little Pony.
What's the mare? Everyone's going Raiju? Yeah, no, we all have similar fucking ideas. Hold on. Ghost
But we
hunting,
had EMF, right?
mare,
Spirit box
ghost,
and ghost riding?
mare.
Wait, I
I
thought
It
thought
wasn't.
we
It
knew it.
wasn't doing
I-
spirit box. I had the spirit
told
box
you
on.
guys. Because I crossed out freezing temperature EMF and dots, and that gave you only mare. I freaking knew it.
No, but the spirit box wasn't working
Oh.
for me when I was using it.
Maybe you're just bad.
It just hates
Were
me.
you asking about
You
pickles?
called
the
mare?
Geeky
Shut
boys
up.
didn't like
You did
either.
not call mare, you lying bitch.
Hold on, guys. My Wendy's is here. I'll be right back.
Dude, that was
Okay.
fast. What the crap?
Wait, who the heck said EMF 5 then?
How-
Why did
how'd
we
you
go
get
with
Wendy's
EMF
so
5?
fast?
I said it probably. I said it brushed it, and then Depresso said it was an EMF 5.
Yeah, I
we
said it
knocked
wasn't.
off the thing off the.
And then, okay. I said it wasn't because it only hit 4, and then my partner came in and was like, oh, the challenges, they count for EMF 5.
You were wrong!
He
But the
lied to
challenge
me.
Under her name said that we found evidence of the paranormal using the EMF reader.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean hitting EMF level 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they were wrong. They were wrong.
I should divorce him, you're so right.
No.
It feels extreme. He brings
God,
you
we suck.
McDonald's.
He did give me Macca's. You didn't call
He's gonna
mare.
get you a lot to make up for this.
When? Okay, hold up. Not once did
I
you
just
say
think-
meh. I literally just did. I'm gonna throw you.
I remember Ezra saying you can pick Raiju.
You said nah, it's not Obake. At all, you can pick
Yeah.
Raiju. Oh my god, okay, hold on. If you send me proof of you saying that it is
can
cross
always
out
not check
meh,
it.
that means no.
Yeah,
You literally said cross out meh as if it's not meh, you
that's the exact opposite.
son of a bitch. I hate you. Gonna beat you up. I know where you live. I'm gonna throw you, I swear.
Oh, we gotta pick another place.
Okay.
I kind of liked that one, but you said you wanted to do River Ridge, right?
Yes.
Or Ridgeview?
We didn't get past the
Ridge.
first room in that.
Yeah,
one.
Run Raiju was me. Oh, Ridgewood doesn't have the event on it anymore.
Oh, that's weird.
Look, no, he didn't say it was meh. He said cross out meh, as if no meh, not meh, right? Cross out. If he had said circle meh, that would have made more sense. Like braid. Gonna beat him up. We just gotta wait for mix up words.
Yeah,
I know.
scrolled up in the chat. It said cross out mayor. It's not a mayor specifically.
Okay, like, does it say not meh? Hold up.
Yeah, immediately after cross out mayor, he says it's not a mayor.
Okay, hold on. You literally
Mayors
did.
can't turn on
I'm
the
going
TV
to
and
throw
stuff.
you. You said it wasn't a mare. I'm going to your house and I'm going to fight you.
Stop at a Wendy's on the way.
We don't have Wendy's in Australia.
Is it
Oh
called
my goodness.
Winkers?
We don't have anything like Wendy's, I don't think.
Oh, that explains why you're also unhappy all the time.
Ready up, ready up. Oh wait, I forgot.
I'm going to throw you. I literally
That's a
just
good
checked.
place.
I hate you.
If anyone needs emotes for
He
their
said it's
channels,
not mare. Mares
Depresso
can't
does
turn on the
amazing emotes.
TV and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. and the TV just turned on by itself.
I thought you did that. Did you not turn the TV on? I thought that was you. So I was very confused.
Let's not bicker and argue about who
Oh, you
killed
did
who.
turn it on. You
That's in the past. You gotta learn to let it go.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna play some games. You don't get to say that you called Mayor if you say it's not Mayor. You did get baited and it's deserved. Yeah, that worked. You don't then get to turn around and be like, oh, I called Mayor, I called Mayor. Lying bitch. God
Bro,
Oh my
these
God.
hoes-
damn, Elsie.
These hoes brought me a small frosty when I asked for a large, or not a large, a medium. So I'm gonna get a
I was like, you told me.
refund.
The Rohans.
How did they get there that fast? That's insane.
Bro, I don't know.
Speeding.
DoorDash.
It's like 40. Takes like 40 minutes for me to get anything from Wendy's.
Damn.
It takes like
That
10 minutes
sucks.
for me to get food from like anywhere I order from. To be fair,
Maybe you should
I
out
live in
the
a
middle of
smallish
nowhere,
town.
Emily.
Yeah, but you
I
also
live in
can't
a-
get Wendy's, so none of that matters.
Wow.
I'm like, I live in a city, bro. Everything's by me.
We have Wingstop in
Sorry,
Australia? I didn't know we have
love
Wingstop. I've never been to
Let me
Wingstop.
I haven't
Okay,
been,
to be
but I see
fair,
them everywhere.
he lives in like a heavily populated area. So of course he's got Wingstop. I don't. My town is rural city at best.
How did this happen?
What's your favorite place to eat there?
Of course he's in fucking Sydney.
Oh God, Elsie.
Oh, Elsie!
Elsie.
Elsie!
What?
Elsie, please.
I took my headphones off. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
Of course, I know you've got Taco
gotta
Bell
really
because you
enjoy
almost
this
sent
one.
some to my house. Son of a bitch, ordered Taco Bell once and was almost like ordered to my place. I don't have a fucking Taco Bell.
It's an alien.
Okay. Did we pick a place?
Yeah. Same place, without all the nests and stuff.
Oh, interesting. I'm ready.
I love Ridgewood. Ridgeview, sorry, goddamn.
Damn,
I
you're
don't-
not a real one.
I got, okay, I'm sorry, I'm
Oh.
dyslexic and I got out of nowhere when I ordered it.
We're just waiting for depressing.
I was readied up, what the fuck?
Oh god.
Brendan Corrigan. People who are
Corrigan.
alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
Trying to
we'll
get
go
Sydney to my
something.
fucking, sorry,
Brendan Corrigan.
Taco Bell to my town just doesn't work.
Rude.
Hey, yoink. I love this house. Oh, it's one of my favorites. Oh, the door!
Sorry. I want to leave this right here.
Keep me
Whenever
from loving you,
whenever y'all find the.
and you know it's true.
Broom? Yeah, okay.
No matter what it
I'll also leave
comes
the
to
camera
be,
here as well.
I love
Yep.
you.
Oh, this door's already open. Did I find it already? Goddamn, lucky me. I think I found the room. I found the room immediately. Hold on, where are people? People! Hello? Peoples? You know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna Okay, so immediate. Yeah, I know. I have to put shit down.
Oh,
Room's in here.
where's the room?
Right here.
This is the room?
Room's here. Yeah, this is the room. The EMF went
I
off
see a
like the
handprint.
second.
Handprint.
Handprint?
Handprint.
Okay, so we've got. Oh, we're flying through this. We got ultraviolet. I'm gonna go get the book.
Yeah.
Now that I feel like now that we're like
I'm gonna go
slowly
to the-
understanding what
I'm
we're
gonna go to
doing. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put this.
That thing's moving.
Professional ghost hunter is
good?
real. Yeah, that's just staying there so we know that this is the room specifically.
If you find any clues, I'm on the truck.
Okay, I'm in the room right now with Spirit Box.
The room where it happened. The room where
Which
it happened.
fuck?
You can see it all on the camera.
Okay, I'm in the room with Spirit Box. I'm gonna do that quickly. Talk to me. Is this your room?
The camera is right in the front door on the little counter. If you want to take a picture of anything.
Thing's going off.
Oh shit, yeah, it is. Oh wait. Does it respond to everyone or is it alone?
Alone.
Response to alone.
Okay. Do you wanna...
Thing's popping.
It responds alone.
Okay.
Yeah, we got ultraviolet.
Okay, so UV.
Wait, we have that?
I'm gonna close this door so I can do the Spirit Box stuff. If you hear me screaming, I'm dead.
On the door.
Alright.
Okay, we'll get Wendy's without you.
What? Damn.
I spilled my frosty on my blanket.
Well, if you're dead, I'm not gonna find you crossing
Sorry. That's... You check if it responds to the book where you check off ghosts.
I'll get you a mushroom Swiss burger. It'll be delicious.
How?
I hate mushrooms.
I hear
How can we
beeping.
check if it responds?
Why is there music?
Oh, yo, it's writing. It's writing. It's writing. Ghost writing.
Shredding?
Ghost writing.
Is that beeping going cray?
Wait, what is this music? Do you guys hear the music?
And it blew out the light. Overview. In the book? Hold up.
There's ghost writing.
Oh yeah. Shit, I didn't know that.
Ghost writing? Got it.
Take a picture of ghost writing. Who's the camera?
I don't. Elsie. Do you have the camera?
Elsie, can you come take a photo, please? Who's your camera?
I have no camera.
Who's camera?
Camera.
And the candle.
It's usually Ellie.
It blows out again. No. Ellie put the camera down so that we could grab it because she's in the truck at the moment.
I didn't pick it up. I was eating food.
Okay, I
I wasn't there for that conversation.
the fingerprints with the door. Yeah, I thought we got a photo of that. Okay, no, the camera is still here. Okay, I'll get photos. I need UV on the door so I can get a photo of the fingerprints, please. Elsie, can you move so I can get photos of the fingerprints?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, hold on, I can't.
Let's go turn your light off.
Oh yeah, whoops.
I don't know
Hold on, can
if
everyone?
I'm too sure if it's freezing.
I can't see the fingerprints.
Oh shoot.
Where
How
are
do
they?
I place something?
Where'd the crap
Hold on.
go?
Wait, can you turn
It's F.
torches off?
Okay.
I mean, it should still be showing, right?
Can't see. Yeah, I don't know where the. You need
Did
to
you get a
step back.
photo of
Here.
everything or no?
You need to step back. What the fuck happened to it?
Oh my god, that is so weird.
What?
Wait, hold on.
Handprint's gone.
Oh.
He took it
Wait
back.
for it to touch the door again. Oh my! It was there before. It shouldn't go away.
They disappear after a while.
It shouldn't. They disappear after a while. Oh fuck that. Okay, well we've got we've got two things at least. That's
I don't
that
think it's freezing
cuts it.
temperatures. It's not.
No, I don't think so.
It's not getting past 0.
I don't think it's Spirit Box because it's not responding whatsoever. Like even when it's picking up my voice. Hold on. Are you in this room? Absolutely nothing. demon would already try to kill all of you. Okay, so look, we have, you know, we've got Myling as a backup, I guess. Can you give me a sign that you're in here?
Temperatures.
Only responsible. Oh yes, that's right. Fucking everyone's
Oh,
here.
I blew out the candle. Nice. Yeah, responsible people are alone.
Azzy.
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm looking at the different ghosts that I have left. Okay, I'm leaving.
Just leave those.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Close the door.
Are you in here?
Split up.
So we're looking for more stuff?
Where are the stairs?
Are you in here?
This way.
Oh, there we go.
Can you give me some sort of sign? Say something. Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna do so much shit. Are you in here? Is this your room? What do you want me to do? Do shit. Do something. Throw the cup. I'm sorry!
Me!
Okay, just give me this.
No! Oh,
You'll always be remembered. Legends never die.
hold on. Cool.
Did we find any other things?
Yeah, it's going off. Just throw something?
Oh, there's the handprint.
Where?
It moved.
Oh.
On the window.
Got it. Cool, got it.
How did it move?
I don't know. Touch the window.
Where's the camera she placed?
Tried to leave.
On top of the bed. In there.
Where? Here?
I.
Where? Oh, Nar! Nar! No! Out of stam. Uh-oh.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
It's me. Damn it! We were doing so well. I didn't even see what it was.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, you're
We would-
very muffled.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
I watched the ghost kill Ellie on camera.
Okay.
Really funny.
There you go.
Oh my god.
I wonder
We
why
were
it
doing
does
so.
that.
I feel like it's a Myling. Well, it's not poltergeist. It can't be poltergeist. It might. I can might be poltergeist. I had spirit box crossed off as wrong, but it wasn't answering. So it was throwing shit.
Model? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. No.
Fucking.
Okay. Got it.
I think it's Myling because I don't think it's demon.
No.
Smiling?
Doing a theme from Awesome
Okay.
Cast.
Yeah,
What do you
'cause
need
we
for
got-
smiling?
We got ghost writing and UV, which we got photos of.
We're gonna sit down and watch the entire trilogy.
We'll have a Zoom call.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
Alright, let's look at this evidence again.
I don't think it's-
freezing temperatures for sure.
No, I don't think it's poltergeist because it needs spirit box for that, and it wasn't responding with spirit box. And then with demon, it just wasn't hitting freezing temps, which I think is the last thing you need for that.
But did we get EMF 5 though?
No, I don't think it hit EMF level 5, which you need for demon. So my guess is Myling.
Temperatures too.
Wait, do you need?
Did we have freezing temperatures?
Yeah, you need freezing temps for demon.
Like it's like not a possibility.
EMF level 5 for Myling.
Oh. Wait, are you crossing it off or circling spirit box?
Look, it could have hit EMF level 5 while I wasn't, like while I was away or something, but.
Cross through it. So no.
Okay. So Myling, okay.
Okay, we're all agreeing on Myling.
Was anyone even carrying an EMF with them?
Oh, there was an EMF in the room.
But we did get ultraviolet and ghost writing.
That's why I'm like, that's why we're down to those two. I can go in with an EMF.
Someone spammed them to leave. I'll do it.
If you know it's not spirit box or freezing temperature, that only leaves the one thing.
I'm gonna go in with EMF. And then you can watch the cameras and see if you see any ghost orbs.
I didn't
Just
see
make sure to
any
turn off your
ghost
flashlight.
orbs.
I'm gonna throw.
Take pictures. Finally, I found a friend. I finally found a friend. Super friend. Finally, I found a friend. I finally found a friend. Super friends.
He doesn't even know we're here.
One man,
Nope.
many friends, traveling down a road that never ends. If you die, I'm leaving you. Nothing personal. I respect you highly.
Jesus, that's so mean.
Do 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 do. I don't see any ghost orbs. Finally, I found a friend.
Myling.
I finally found a friend. Super friends. Finally, I found a friend.
Yeah, no, I think it's
finally
Myling too.
found a
I'm just
friend.
gonna.
One man, many friends.
I'm not gonna listen. I
traveling-
don't think.
Oh, go-
It only went up to like 3.
He
it
looked
didn't go
right at you. That was terrifying.
I don't know. Give us the sign. Depresso and Ellie.
Okay, I'm gonna get some.
Please, like,
I'm gonna get something to throw at them. Hold up.
You wanna go with that though? The personality just doesn't match. I don't know.
Well, neither did the flying thing that we thought. I mean,
True.
we haven't been very good at this lately. We got
They're not
ultraviolet
looking.
ghost riding, and if you think it's not spirit box or freezing temperature,
Can someone just please say it's
Myling.
Myling in chat? Just so they listen.
Throw a cup.
I saw
These chicks.
something. Yeah, they threw a cup at you.
Where is it? You guys, throw the cup if you think it's a Myling. Go. All right, let's go.
Okay, that works.
Circle it. We're out of this bitch.
Alright.
Okay, I do have Myling marked. Yes, on Stitch sides. Oh, let me just buffer the stream for 20 seconds. Yeah, that fucking sucks. I hate when that does
Brendan
that.
Corrigan, you were the
I
easiest
didn't die
one.
for.
I found the room immediately, and oh my god, I'm so happy about that. That made it go so by. I wish I could fucking talk. It was a demon.
Kidding me?
Ow.
Yeah, what?
What?
Freezing temps is the last one for demon.
I don't like the photo
Bro,
camera.
it was not going under 0.
It wasn't.
I didn't even see my breath in
I was
there.
standing there. I saw my breath, but I had the thermometer on.
I think you have to put it on the floor for it to get the better reading. I don't know.
Oh,
How
gross.
that works.
Yeah,
Under 0,
weird.
I'm holding it.
You can test Myling with parabolic. Well, I was dead. I would have
Yeah,
tested the Myling with
It's kind of
parabolic
the
if I
book
could.
that adjusts paranormal
Okay.
sounds.
Maybe one more, and then
I'm
done.
going to beat you. Do we have anything? Oh, that has never scared me, and I hate that. What are you supposed to be?
Doing a good job.
I don't understand what the fucking jackalope's for. What?
I say one more.
Yeah.
At least for
Okay.
me.
Oh yeah.
It's only like 8 o'clock for me, so.
It's just the middle of the day.
Yeah, I don't know for you.
Someone's bed on the floor. I knew it. You told me that.
That means you got a whole
Who
day
says
ahead of you.
Says that we full set it and do like the hardest map.
We can, yeah.
Oh no. Actually, fuck it. Why not? Can't hurt.
Or... Why don't we let it choose?
Yeah, let's go random.
Last one we
Random?
do random.
Let's do random, yeah, I'll be fine. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, do random. I can only see 3 pictures.
Oh wait, do we get flashlights?
Yeah, we do. We do need to get that.
Here, here. Hardest map. No extra items.
Or
Wait.
I have $700.
No extra
What
items.
happened?
What do you mean?
We're not doing the prison.
Like, you don't like, well maybe it's random.
Yeah, it might be prison. If it's prison, I'm gonna cry. sit in the corner and cry.
What's wrong with prison?
I hate the prison.
It's
Why?
crazy.
I hate it. It sucks.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky.
Ready?
If you
Okay.
get prison,
I'll
I'm
go.
crying. Camp Woodwind! I love Camp Woodwind. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with it not being prison.
Camp? No doors? That's a thing.
No.
As long as it's not a fat camp.
Well,
No way. The ghost name is Birch.
that's so lame.
Birch.
Shannon
At a
Birch.
camp.
Oh,
Birch
it
at a
only likes
camp.
people that are alone.
What the fuck are the event
I'll get
points?
some-
Where
Could've
do
been
we
up
go?
there.
Where do we go? Over here? No. Wait, where do we go? Genuinely, where do we go?
Ellie.
Here we go. One more time.
Oh, okay.
Every time I'm feeling
I was like,
fine.
where is it?
I don't know what these... I don't know what the event points are.
Are you good?
Like a motorbike. Hello? It was so odd. It sucks. I'm gonna be completely honest. Trying to figure out the ghosts on maps like this genuinely sucks so much. Just gonna shut that up. I also really want the Ouija board. Can I go anywhere? Is the generator on? No, I don't wanna. The power? I know. I'm stuck.
I know that some people will like take images of their like VTuber, like so they can like have PNGs of it.
That's what I
Could do
did.
that.
Yeah.
I have to do that with mine. I have some from before, like, I went edited.
Outdoors.
I'm stuck. And mine.
Shannon, how you doing?
I'm getting a little bit of EMF from like over here and stuff, but nothing major.
Are you scared of thunder?
God telling you no.
Have you ever hopped to it?
Hawk tour?
Did he just say have you ever hooked wood?
Where the fuck is he?
What the heck?
Did you just ask the ghost if they'd hawk toured?
You don't go to camp and not get some.
Oh my.
Fuck. I never went to camp.
Yeah,
I'm just
me
gonna close myself in here. Bye, guys.
neither. Do you want to smooch Depresso in the tent?
No! I don't want to be smooched.
It's not about you.
Hard, that was hard rejection.
I hate this map.
I love this map. Wait, that's actually kind of cool.
Shannon, what's your favorite Star Kid production?
Yo?
Is it Harry Potter trilogy?
Is
a
it?
man
I
who
would-
hates musicals.
Are
You
you-
seem ironic.
Hi,
I feel like
Tornado.
Shannon would like
Speaking of Star Kid, I need to force
Wait.
my husband to watch all of the Hatchetfield series. He hasn't seen any of them.
Why does it keep doing that?
Activity
How
is
dare.
rising.
I know,
You
right?
either watch All Star Kid or you don't watch any Star Kid.
He has to. No, I've got to make him watch Hatchetfield at least. I was watching. I was watching The Man Who Hated Musicals and Nerdy Prudes Must Die the other day.
What's the guy's name again?
It's Shannon Birch.
Shannon Birch.
Anyway, hi,
Shannon
Tornado.
Birch. How old are you?
Are you an old bitch?
How old are you in pickles? That seemed to work.
How old are you in pickles? How do you tell? How are you supposed to tell someone's age in pickles?
I think I set up the other video camera, but I honestly don't know. That's so bad.
Looks like another video camera to me. I seriously don't know where the ghost room is. What is this event even? What the fuck? Okay. Hello? I'm being hunted.
What the heck? Why? Wait, what?
Someone.
What the heck?
A hunt just happened. What the fuck?
Yeah, I saw that. I was.
Is anyone dead? Is everyone still alive?
It
Oh,
happened
he's
right
here.
I think so.
Where's Emperor? Oh, he's there. Okay, so he's still alive.
Oh,
Are
it
you an
just wanted to
LFO
scare us
girl?
a little?
Okay, so
Weird, but you know, he doesn't like Spice Girls.
wow.
Why
Disrespectful.
were
How
you
dare
here?
she?
I guess I'll put it over here somewhere.
Shannon, did they
Maybe.
invite you to play
I mean,
their
this is
reindeer?
where the hunt happened.
Shannon, are you a Christmas girl or a Halloween girl? I feel like I'm with a bunch of Christmas girls. Kidding, Depresso is totally Halloween.
Yeah, obviously. The fuck you mean?
Yeah, there was never a question about that.
Yeah.
I don't think she wants to answer.
Oh, there's a bone here.
How the fuck do we miss the bone? It's floating.
It's
What?
floating. Shannon, are you doing this?
I'm getting nothing.
Oh,
so
okay.
weird.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm so stupid.
Arm.
You're on a parabolic microphone. What are you doing? That doesn't... She doesn't respond to that.
Yeah, I'm lagging
yeah.
a lot.
Turns out I was supposed to turn it on.
Oh my god. You had it off too? One, she doesn't respond to parabolic microphones, she responds to Spirit Box. And two...
Oh, didn't know that.
There's a Spirit Box in the truck.
Shannon, am I stupid?
Yes.
Oh, that's very clear. Yes, okay.
Did we get a photo of the bone? I'm gonna say no, I'm just gonna leave it. I don't think we're gonna get this ghost. I'm being so for real, I don't think we're getting one.
I see nothing.
Demon Fuzz Party? Real. I'm like genuinely so confused.
Okay.
Yeah?
Do you want me to keep on singing off key? Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, airplanes. It's a Duckburg. That's not working. Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales. Woo.
Whoa.
Every day we're out here. She does not like my singing.
Damn. I don't think we
look at
know
the
where this
area?
ghost is.
Okay.
Is it freezing temperatures? I saw like a breath on the camera.
On the camera?
Yeah, it looked like breathing.
Hold on, hold on. There may have been an orb, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, that's a ghost orb.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. We got ghost orb.
that's good.
That's something.
Finally.
Oh, where's the camera at?
Jesus
Oh, well,
Christ.
she's alone now,
ghost orb.
so.
We got ghost orb.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Is orbing real? Just gotta figure out what we only have one thing. We literally only have one bit of
trying.
evidence.
I'm not drawing right now. What are these sketch requests? No. For context, for context, Nestle, is my boyfriend.
Oh,
Yeah, and Tucker is like our IRL friend through IRLs. Also, no, I'm not gonna draw him.
look,
TikTok.
it's not as weird as your boyfriend asking you to draw him moaning, okay?
Oh,
Hold on, I'll send you the emote for
you
it.
are correct. It's definitely.
Hold on, I'll send it to you.
Oh, someone's getting hunted.
I gotta find
Oh, was
you. Yeah, there you are.
Oh,
So,
we're still alive.
I
Okay.
was drawing myself emotes, right?
You want to show them?
And I'm gonna send you the one I made for me. Because I don't think I don't have it saved. But I have it. And he was like, oh, can you make me one? And I was like, sure, okay. And so I
Yeah.
made this. And it's just sent.
He's dead. He's dead.
And so he asked for that. Like, he wanted me to do that for him.
Do you guys even care that he died?
Oh, he's dead? Sorry, I was showing
did
showing Ellie the picture of my husband
He's on
moaning
a
that I
finger.
sent you.
Oh,
Oh god!
dang!
So,
Shannon, why did you kill him?
I'm sorry. My fault. My bad.
Shannon Burt. Get enough of the spirit box.
This bitch hates us. I don't even know where the... Okay, look, it's not that it's bad that you wanted that, it's weird. And then you got upset when I said I didn't know about me drawing you moaning, okay? It's nothing bad about you wanting to be drawn moaning, okay? Hello? Oh shit.
Ah, shit. I'm dead.
Well, bye! Is there any? I'm gonna grab that. Can something happen, please? Give me a sign of something. Shannon, what room?
Fresno,
Yeah? Yeah?
you're gonna die. You're at 0% sanity.
Okay.
I don't want you to die too.
We might die. We don't know. God damn, I
Let me go
really
take a picture of
am.
their bodies.
Yeah, you go do that. We have nothing. There's Ghost Orb. But like nothing else. I think I might just guess. If I can. Hmm. Baby, what is it? I need you to magically give me what the ghost is. Is she fucking dead? I'm gonna kill myself. I think we're all dead. Okay, I'm just gonna guess and I'm just gonna leave. Bitch, fuck you. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't doing this shit today. Okay, yeah, they're all dead. I'm just guessing and leaving. I'm sorry. Banshee, leave. Respectfully, I don't want to try and figure this shit out.
Chucky! What the heck?
I didn't know!
Why did you leave without discussing?
I didn't want to say that!
What even is Obake?
I don't know.
Where the frick is it? EMF 5, Ultraviolet, Ghost Orb. Are you kidding me?
God damn it.
Ultraviolet where? EMF 5, level 5 where, bruh? This game sucks. It's stupid.
We didn't even know what the fucking room was.
How are you amateur?
No, she set the camera up where the room was.
Okay.
I went over
I've
there.
been watching
my
because
breath started freezing, I almost got to
Just
zero
get better
on my
internet,
frame
bitch.
on the thingy.
Why can't I just shapeshift between different forms? No. Ew.
I didn't even see it. I'm so
Ghost bubbles,
Also,
yeah, I
you
figured.
got killed by a little girl with antlers.
pissed. I wanted to win the last one, damn it.
Well, we all won
Damn
watching Depresso flee in terror.
Damn it. Yes. I thought we were gonna at least get the last one.
God, no, not on fucking camp.
It was an amateur. Why is it so
That doesn't mean shit.
Well, I'm also on amateur, so that wasn't helpful.
Oh, you know, the difficulty is amateur for
you're
everyone.
Fine, you're fine. I hate losing. I hate losing.
Well, we can come back and try it
It's fine.
again.
It's okay. We had fun though. That was the most
Yeah.
important thing. It would have sucked if we lost and didn't have fun.
Oh, yeah.
I had fun.
Yeah.
You
It was
like
a lot of
taking all
fun.
the
I'm glad I finally got to
pictures.
play
The
this.
pictures was nice. I like taking the pictures.
You were very good at it. You were in there with that camera snapping out.
I really was. I was photographer mode, man. I want to go look at my pictures.
You can look at your pictures.
Oh, we can look. Neat.
Oh, these aren't that good.
Investigate.
This isn't the camp. Wait, the hand. Wait, these are not the actual ones that I took, though. Are
That one up there's the camp. That's from...
they? Wait. Oh, is this just like all evidence that we found?
I think
Because that's the
so.
ghostwriting one.
That's
Also,
the
like,
ghostwriting
this
one that I
hand,
took.
too.
That hand I took. I'm pretty sure these are
okay.
from...
Some of these are our games, but I think this hand was from the last time I played. Is it like my best photos?
No, I think
'Cause
these
I
are
think it
these are
needs
from
to
today, I
rework
think.
them. That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah. Who is that?
Yeah, there's it.
Wait, wait, is that? Oh, that's Elsie.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I can feel that it's like starting to hit me with the motion sickness just barely. So
Oh
I'm glad
yeah,
that I didn't get motion sick at all.
that's
Because
good.
like usually by this time I do, but I think y'all like doing a lot of the work helped me take breaks so I could last longer. Because usually after 2 hours I feel like ugh.
Oh yeah, no, I feel that.
But we played for
Yeah, it's been
3 and
3 hours.
I feel fine. I feel fine. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for
friendship.
Queen.
joining me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I go close the
Yeah,
lobby. Are y'all
I
gonna
picked
still
this-
play?
Yeah, are we gonna keep playing or are we all done?
I'm gonna keep playing.
Elsie, you good to keep playing?
But the Wendy's over here.
Just
Hello?
the silence.
Her mouth's full of French fry and Frosty.
Okay.
Oh, we actually might be munching.
I'm just gonna sit here and stare at her until she answers us.
Movement, movement, movement.
Okay, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
cool.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Speak up,
Okay.
girl. Speak up.
I'll get rid of the lobby so that y'all have to decide who's hosting between.
Yeah,
the
we
three of
gotta
you.
unmute in Discord for this bit.
Yup.
Yup, yup.
Ring of the lobby. Get out of here, lobby.
Oh my god, I'm trying to leave the lobby. Wait, we're all still here. Seal's gone, we're still here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Also, Elsie left.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's accident. No, you left. Oh. Oh, it was
Hold
one
on,
at a time.
hold on.
Okay. The number one score is 64,000 in this game. I have 2 points.
Oh, look at them.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Have a good one. Go rest up.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good night. Whichever one applies to you.
Yes, you too. Bye.
I needed to leave it. I was lagging like crazy. I need to leave
Oh,
the
yeah?
game and I'm gonna try coming back in.
Okay, so Empla host?
Sure.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm also gonna leave this call because y'all sound weird. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Goddamn.
Yeah, we were
Damn,
the
she thinks
problem.
we sound weird.
All right, there it goes. Okay. I was like,
Hi.
y'all sounded like you're like 10 miles away from your mics.
No, let me do another one.
I mean, I can run away if you really want.
Nor, I didn't mean.
Nor.
New code.
Nor.
Nor. Is Ellie gonna leave the shed
Okay.
chat? Oh, are we gonna have
I
to?
was gonna say,
Did she start
we have
the
to make-
shed?
Oh,
Hi.
she's back.
I forgot. I'm also hosting.
Yeah,
chat,
yeah,
so
we
y'all
were
also
just talking about that.
Oh, I forgot
Like-
I muted her. I was like, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, y'all
Um,
also have to find a new host for that.
I can do that. That's fine.
I just wanted to warn
There it
you
goes.
before like I closed it out and everything.
Yeah, I was literally like, is Ellie gonna leave the shed chat? I'm like, oh god, she's hosting it.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
Alrighty. Bye
Here,
bye.
I shall set this up. I'm the magic
Magic.
dashboard. Magic something. Stream together.
Magic.
Start streaming. Close that
Okay,
one.
create
Open
room.
VS.
My
invite
eyes.
people.
Do you guys know anybody else who wants to come in?
Can your husband come?
I think he's playing League at the moment. I mean, I can ask him.
He said it wasn't working in chat.
Hold on.
Alright, put the code in chat.
Okay, let me just invite.
Hold on,
favorite
I need
you
to
and then
reopen Phasmophobia.
Invite you to.
Okay,
You're stuttering, chat.
y'all can you can come back now, chat. Because I hit the code.
Burger.
Do you want to come play Fast with us, babe?
Yeah, babe, come on. Hop in the car. We're playing Phasmo.
Get in the car, bitch. We're going ghost hunting.
Emily, have you seen that movie?
Which one?
There are so
The one
many.
that we just referenced.
Isn't that just fucking Mean Girls?
Yes, it's Mean Girls.
Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure this... Who hasn't seen Mean
I know,
Girls?
I asked. Emily, have you seen Mean Girls?
Yeah, that movie's super fetch.
Okay. I hate you.
I'm gonna cry.
Or
Accept my invite, bitch. Share chat. Almost finished game. Are you gonna join after that?
Oh,
Like you're done
he's a
playing League like a loser?
Faker.
Play. Okay, he'll join after it.
So-
Cool. Are you still in NA?
Probably. Oh.
notify my followers. Why not? You guys can suck it.
Oh my god! A mute in the call. My god. Jesus. My god.
Oh my god.
My god.
Wait, did
Are you
say
NA?
Yes.
Okay. That took so long for yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. I thought I didn't think you were talking to me, and I was pulling up the thing so I can accept the invite.
You're
Sorry, Miss
forgiven.
Presso.
NA, join, paste.
Wait, where did you send the thing? Oh, there it is. I didn't get it. Oh, because you didn't at me. I see.
Yes.
Welcome in, Miss Presso. We're gonna hunt some ghosts.
A ghost. Go hunting. I don't want to be a man anymore.
Wait, you can change?
It's wild to
Yeah.
walk in on.
Don't forget to mute yourself
I
in
don't wanna
Discord.
be a man anymore. I did, right? Oh, yeah.
And Empla didn't. There we go.
Sorry about that.
You're forgiven for now.
You click the face.
Holy God.
There you go.
The click.
You can be a man. Yeah.
Why would I want to be the man?
I don't know.
I'm one of those every day. It's
true.
awful.
I want to be the man.
Real.
I want cute pigtail thingies. But no, what about your ginger hair?
Where
You
is
were
he?
windy.
There is. I was. Oh, Wendy.
When you play, you won't be so try hard. Yeah, please. We like having fun.
We like having fun.
It was
can't
before.
change
It was
That's what we
before he
evolved.
and I got together. We played a game of Fez, and I was just fucking around having fun, and he was actually trying to like get the ghost, and I felt so bad because I was still just fucking around.
I was gonna say, I'm like, he probably is not very nice to you.
Oh. Well, I can only play amateur. Everything else is locked.
Oh, damn.
You guys are gonna have to play amateur with me. Oh, what?
That's fine. I prefer playing amateur because I'm really bad at this. Do we need me to buy stuff? Because I can buy stuff. I have the money for
When
it.
I hit 10, it'll be different.
Yeah.
I
So
can
he
buy
coming?
things.
Your game's done. Do you want the invite? Okay, hold on. I'll send you the code. quickly.
Let's freaking go.
That was the fastest game ever.
Yeah, he
Did he lose?
can speedrun. There's the
Let's
code.
go.
You better get your bitch ass in here, or I will.
We need you to balance out all the stuff I'm not
I
going to.
need you to be smart and help me win because I'm bad. He's open Faz. Cool.
Her specifically, not us as a team.
Yeah, no, don't help them. Help me.
What the hell? Oh.
Fine. Me and
You came
Elsie will
first?
play
Well
our
done,
own
baby.
Ghost hunting game with blackjack and hookers.
Like TBD, whoever lost died. Yeah.
Are we paying for everyone? What's happening?
I can buy stuff for people if I need to. Okay, what do we
I
need? Are we
can-
just
I'll
gonna
buy-
get?
I'll just buy another flashlight to add.
Okay.
Not to
you
brag, but
get-
I have like $400 now.
Not to brag, but I have like
Stop
2
making us $2.
to my name.
Oh. To my name.
Yeah.
I got paid today, so I have
That's
money
surreal.
now.
What server? NA. Yep.
Yes.
I can just unmute in the call that we're in and just start screaming NA if you need me to. Oh yes, I had in the ghost book. Why won't it let me add more than that? What the fuck? EMF, video camera. Okay, I feel like that's fine. Hey, look at this! Look. Hold on. Can't hear? What the fuck? Why not? Check your settings.
He
Is that-
stole my character,
It's because he is a man.
but he could pick a different man.
I'm sure someone looks like
God,
him.
look at his card.
Do you need to leave and restart? Is there volume? What do you... Audio, bitch! Audio, bitch!
I thought he was a gamer.
Clearly not. Audio. Okay, you've asked the volume. Jesus.
Hello?
Are you good?
Hello?
I think so.
Yeah, you're good.
Which characters?
Can you hear?
Characters, okay.
He's gatekeeping males.
you
He
you
can
can't be
different male.
specifically this man, the sexy man I was last time.
Because I'm already it.
God forbid you have a twin.
Do you want me to add the items?
If you want. I trust what you pick.
Under no circumstances should you mod in every item for free.
Yeah, do it. Oh, I mean, what?
56.
What? Yeah, he plays a
We
lot.
would not cheat like that.
We're not cheaters here.
No,
Your background
Sure.
green. That's cool looking.
Where
Are
we
you
going?
ferryman of the drowned?
Because he's played a lot.
It's a background.
Thanks.
I know it's a background. but
You're real
the
helpful,
background is
babe.
a cool name.
It's a background.
It-
Why is your background
You
green?
get
It's
it
a
in the lighthouse.
Got
background.
it from finishing an event. He
It's
did an
Easter
event.
egg, yeah.
Ow. Loser.
Oh, they have events? That's cool.
What the fuck do you think we're in right now?
Remember that from the beginning?
Do you not know what this is? Empa, what are we doing right now?
Phasmo? With friends?
What is okay,
With
yeah.
sirens
Okay, that's
and
so
with-
real.
and-
I've added everything.
And a
like-
shapeshifter.
Oh, actually, hold on.
Jesus Christ.
How much shit have you added? My god.
He put everything.
Everything!
Everything!
Hey, I'm rich, okay? I need to
Oh,
spend
that's
it.
sweet. You're a
He's
siren.
flexing
He's
on us.
ferryman of the drowned. That's cute.
I didn't even notice that.
It's meant to be. There's everything.
Oh my God, I
Jesus
could be a
Christ.
forest
Okay,
spirit.
so we have quite literally everything.
Oh, you can change things?
Wait, that's
I'm like-
sick.
Can I? Am I
I
fit?
can.
Do I have anything?
Can I not be entered?
I've got that special badge.
I don't know. So do I.
Yo! Look at us.
I
We
don't know
match
if you
it.
can change and play.
Are you?
Oh,
are
it's
you-
okay. I didn't want to change anyway.
Alright, where are we going, boys?
Why are you a woman?
Who's a woman?
I just watched him change into a woman.
Why can't he be a woman?
I
Why
didn't
are
say
you
he
a
couldn't.
hater?
I didn't say shit. Okay, where are we going?
3 of us switched
I don't
genders. and One
know.
of us did not.
One of us is lame.
What
Wanna
are
go
we
to the
doing?
Farmhouse?
Are we doing farmhouse?
We can do that.
I
I don't know.
don't know.
I don't
I assume
know. Well, let's do it, gang.
Just heck it, why
I'm
not?
readied up.
Ready
I
your
don't know
ass
what
up,
picture
I swear
4
to
is.
God.
What's happening? Yay!
He's weighed
Yay!
down by all that money, and he hasn't readied up yet.
I played. I played. Hit start.
You're.
Oh, I have to hit start?
You're the
I forgot he was the fucking host. I should take it forever now.
Let us in chat now that he's in here.
We can't
No.
guide us anymore.
It's so boring.
Walter Lee, people who are alone.
What a lame
Detect a ghost
ass
from hunting.
name.
Detect a ghost presence with a motion sensor. Detect
Jesus
a paranormal
Christ.
sound with a parabolic microphone.
A microphone.
That's
Microphone.
what?
Is that a glow stick?
Oh, we have
Yeah.
a dance party?
Holy shit. All of his stuff is
Um,
whacked out.
Get a head cam. Because why not? What do I have? EMF. I need spirit box.
Oh, we got drugs.
The sanity pills?
Oh yeah, sanity pills. I'm gonna push the stop
Are you ready?
button.
That's what they call drugs.
We're so. Is it just cameras? Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's just cameras that you put in your face.
Do I have it on
Shitty cameras, yippee. What are you doing? Oh,
flashing the lights?
what are you doing? Hi.
Stop making out in the dark.
No! Bitch.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
This whole time, was I
Haven't-
talking the whole time or not?
No, you were quiet until just now.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Oh, I've been talking to myself this whole time.
You have.
I'm so sad.
As you should
At
be.
least you got
Babe,
good
can you hold
conversation.
T until you hear a beep?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's your head camera's on now.
Okay.
Can I call the phone? I can't.
Yeah, call my phone.
Did you throw that?
No.
I didn't throw anything.
Something
I
get
can't throw
thrown.
anything.
Then yeah, something got thrown
Oh.
in the kitchen.
The front door was.
Oh god, that's outside.
That's the back door.
Oh, where?
Are you
It-
Vay?
There. Oh shit.
Yay!
There's
Yeah,
EMF in here, so.
Someone take a photo.
Please tell me someone has a camera.
There's a handprint.
I don't have a camera.
Oh my
I'm
god.
not- I'm not a camera girl.
No camera.
Our cameraman left.
Yeah, she kind of went away.
Press, so that's your new job now.
What? Why me? What the fuck?
I'll go grab a camera.
Because I said so.
You think I'm gonna listen to you, bitch? Goddamn.
Oh, who turned the
Oh,
light?
hello?
Oh. Oh, I turned.
Okay, EMF just went up.
Okay. To what?
I don't know. Like 3, middle of 3. Had it's like a 2.
Stairs?
There wasn't up to this place.
Place the camera. Yeah.
Did you forget how to push it?
Let's press F, but like it won't put it on the table.
That's weird. Is it everyone? Hold on.
Hmm?
The wrong button. Okay, it's people who are alone.
Ooh, my breath. I see it. I see it. Yeah. Are you
Oh,
my
yeah.
delivery man? I just got it.
Did you take it? Did you just take a photo of that?
I took, but it flashed.
Hold on, my mother's
Give
calling me.
1 second. Alright, take a photo of that now. There we go. Let me have a look if we got it. There's one open a book, I forgot.
Mm.
Oh,
Dance
it's J.
chairs away.
Are we saying
You
that the
got it.
kitchen is the haunted room?
Yeah.
Down
Well, then
for
shouldn't
the
only one of us be in here?
Does it respond alone? It does, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
We should
I see
not
my
be
breath
here.
in here.
Walter Lee.
Anyone have
Walter
the
White.
thermometer?
You want to hear a country song?
I have the thermometer in my hand.
Hola.
Walter. No, the thermometer's going back up.
Is your pickles?
Oh. Pickles.
I feel like it's a jar of pickles. Take
It
a
is,
pickles?
yes.
Hey, buddy. Can I have a pickle? I know this nice ghost lady who loves pickles. Or she really, really hated the pickles. I don't know.
Depresso.
I see some pickled eggs. You enjoy pickled things, huh? Me too.
I think Depresso's AFK. Oh.
Sorry, my mother phoned me. I said that before muting, but I don't think anyone heard me.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. You should...
I don't think that. Oh. Did you want pickled eggs? You like pickles? Is that what it was? Made you hungry? You started growling? Me too, man.
Oh.
Take a photo of
I
that.
think about pickles.
In front of
and I
what?
get hungry and I growl because there's not
Of
pickles.
the
in them.
salt.
The salt footsteps. Okay.
How do you feel? How do you feel about
I have
pickled
been
chips?
assaulted.
Of course, yeah, by me.
You like pickled
He
chips?
wants to do the spirit
It's
box.
not getting. It's not getting below 0.
No, we're just going for right.
You like pickled chips, huh, buddy?
Okay.
Is anybody here? Hello?
They respond alone. Do you want us to leave?
If you just want, yeah. Or I can give it to someone else.
If you want.
I'm not doing it. Okay. Let's leave my husband to get killed. Come on.
I'm coming.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait. Oh, I was actually I went down a lot.
Hello?
Get in there.
Brother.
Stay in there.
Wait.
There are other
Take this-
doors you can
Take
go
this
in.
with you.
Been banished.
What is it? Oh, yeah.
The thermometer.
Thank you.
Okay, well I don't need this UV anymore, so I'm gonna grab something else.
Yeah, I grab. Yeah, please tell me we've got better torches in the truck, because mine is so bad.
What? These are just the normal torches.
No, there's better ones, but I don't think we have them.
Oh, are there?
Mm.
Do you have an EMF on you?
No, I threw that at, Ezra. It was while I was on the phone, and I saw he was trying to look at the EMF, so I threw it.
Oh. Is that emotions? Okay, I was like, I don't even know what half these things are.
Okay, I'm gonna get the crucifix.
I got freezing temps.
Okay, freezing
Yay.
temps.
I don't know why I said like that.
Okay, do we have anything else? Did you get anything else while I was away?
Nar.
So do we... no. We only have freezing
Nar.
temps at the moment.
Oh, and remember, and ultraviolet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Here's the hand. The way. Okay, so it leaves us with 4. I'm gonna cry if it's the demon. What are you doing?
It's not spirit box.
He told me
Not-
to leave so he can be alone.
Yeah.
I think he's having second thoughts.
Oh, it's ghost riding.
Actually?
He's got a manly urge to be alone with a ghost.
So that's...
Yep.
It's a demon. Cool.
Yeah, it's demon.
I just said I was gonna cry if it was.
Where's the camera gone?
Elsie! Elsie, it's a demon. Elsie, it's a demon.
on the count. Yeah, I got demon.
I'm gonna cry.
I'm holding it.
Dumb bitch. I mean,
I can see
he's.
you on the camera.
I'm at the picture camera.
No.
What is he doing?
Get your tits off the camera.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Inception. Ooh. Damn.
Ooh. I don't get that. Alright, are they done? Thanks.
Hold T. Hold down T.
Here, go straight. Be straight in the middle.
that's not a
Whoa.
Ooh.
It's not a demon?
Nah, I'm just saying, turns out it's not.
I will cry if
What the
it's
hell
not.
is?
Oh.
Wee.
It should be a demon, but.
Wee.
Oh, that was so easy, guys. Let's
Look
Wait,
at
that's the
that.
ghost
See,
present,
look,
the motion sensor.
having a try-hard husband works sometimes.
everyone have demon in their notebooks.
Everyone's
Yeah.
got this selected.
Yes.
Cool.
Alright, let's go, game.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Is this my first one?
Welcome back. Like prepared some
Steam.
jobs for you.
We did it.
Getting the ghost correct.
I got that achievement too.
I'm leveled up. I got $500
Yay.
for leveling up.
It took your man
$500
one
do.
try.
Didgeridoo.
I leveled up and got 2 more areas I can go to.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna change my
Farmhouse.
sword.
I unlocked the farmhouse by going to the farmhouse.
When you hear aggressive clicking, don't worry about it. Don't question it.
He's trying to cheat.
$270 for
Playing.
that.
He's hacking.
Real.
He's hacking into the
No.
Wendy's mainframe.
I'm just adding everything.
No.
No.
Hey, if you're hacking into the Wendy's mainframe, can you bring back the jalapeno popper salad?
Oh, for sure.
I'll get you free, but won't
Very
get me anything
nice.
today. Damn.
You want a Popeye's chicken sandwich too?
Is Point
Or just me?
Hope a lighthouse?
Spicy, please.
I think so. Do you want to
Yes,
go to it?
is.
Do you want to go to
Yeah,
Lighthouse?
that's fun.
Oh wait,
Oh,
we've been to
God.
Lighthouse, haven't we?
Everyone's stairs.
Fuck. You know what? Fuck it. Why not?
That's what we're doing.
We ball.
Yeah. Real.
Oh, this is a challenge mode?
What?
Ah.
I don't know, what's that?
Oh, never mind. It was bugging now.
Hmm.
There is a challenge mode. That's
Yeah,
quite
I
fun.
know.
Yeah, but I think it's because M plays a baby.
I can't have
We
any
just
other
referred to him as a baby.
modes, well, difficulty
He's the
anyway. I can't
yes,
have any more
he's the
difficulty.
baby in the
Till I'm
game.
10.
I've just.
But I swear to God, if you're not
through-
ready up.
Oh me? Oh, I also need to ready.
No.
up.
Oh yeah.
Bro, I read it up.
I was like,
know
I also
pressed
need to
it.
do that.
Okay, point hope.
Bro, the description of this
Was
thing
this-
was like a young family moved in. I didn't know you could just move into lighthouses.
Oh yeah, you have to be like caretakers though.
Yeah.
But a family.
You have to live there
with
for
your
free, but you have to
children?
take care of it.
Which is boring.
Have a member of your team escape the ghost during a hunt?
Susan
Dewey.
Douglas.
Susan Douglas.
It's even
Oh,
dark
it was-
out. This is
Fuck
like
it,
a beautiful
Susan.
sunset.
Susan Doug. Susie Doug.
Look at the
Susie D.
camera. It's such a beautiful sunset.
There's only one camera.
It really
Pretty
is. I'm
scared.
going.
Okay.
Let me in, bitch. Please tell me I can ring this bell.
Can I ring the bell? I want to do it.
Oh, they removed the noise? Oh, no, man.
Okay, I've got to stop being
Bell
autistic.
clicker. It's not cookie clicker, it's bell clicker.
I'm going to ring one.
Oh, you're
That
gonna
don't stay in the
kill
dark
me.
for too long.
Ooh,
I swear.
it's a ghost.
I'll make you a ghost.
Damn.
Hey, what? Hey, who turned the water on?
Me.
Huh?
So we can get dirty water.
Dirty water?
Are you?
Don't mind me.
No, I'm
taking a
saying I
shower.
turn the water on so it can be dirty.
Hey! Get out!
Do you like men in the shower? Ghost.
No, just him.
You got socks on.
Is that her name?
Oh, you guys want privacy? Sorry.
Ow! The door's bugging.
Susan. Are
Here
you
you
a
go.
swinger?
This side, dumbass.
Susan, what's your favorite color?
When I close the door on you, you go bold.
Same happens to you.
Hey, I'm not that old.
You are. Old and frail.
Wow.
Can you spray?
You're the one who said you were going bald yesterday. You can go get your grey hairs.
Hey, yo, ectoplasm.
Oh my god.
Susan, can you make me some dinner?
You're still doing the same shit with the parabolic microphone that you would do with the spirit box.
What happened?
Oh, you're
Hey.
talking me into it like a spirit box.
I don't know the difference.
The parabolic microphone is just for hearing shit from a distance. The spirit
Okay,
box is
and
for
I'm gonna ask
communicating with the
questions and
dead.
I'll hear it.
Okay.
You're for communicating with the dead.
Damn. Where the fuck is Elsie?
I'm stuck on the stairs.
There's EMF spike. EMF's getting more.
Okay.
Is it in here?
I don't know.
Hold on.
She's
We
not
got-
talking on this.
Yeah, she might not be talking because it might not be the room.
Well, I just exploring.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's just keep going. I'm going to like get an EMF spike.
Kuzani. Susan, where
Glowstick.
are you? God, where's the top floor of this bitch?
Okay. This is the top.
Gotta be at the top.
Yeah, this is the top. God damn it, no it's not.
Oh wait, no, it's not. Susan,
Now it is. Okay. Can you stop
Yeah.
touching a child? What the fuck?
he was grinding on her. Was that
Wasn't a
even
child
live?
to me. What the fuck?
That was a child.
It was an old woman for me.
That was a
Is
child.
that EMF 5?
No, just 4.
Nah, it was 4.
Door's closing again.
Oh, it's up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, close the door on me. I see how it is.
Susan, why did
Witty wee. Just gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait.
She's tripped and fed.
I hear the sunset.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's Ghost Orb. Ghost Orb.
Oh, actually?
Yeah,
Sweet. Okay, ghost
right
orb.
above us. Alright,
Oh my
don't need
God.
this anymore.
what are you morons doing?
Oh my god. What the fuck?
What the hell? I see ass.
What?
Hi.
Oh, I see my breath.
Yeah, we got ghost orb by the way. I don't know if you
Hi.
heard that.
We got what?
Ghost orb. I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I did not.
I am the ghost.
You're the ghost?
I've come to tell you. Fish.
Okay, damn.
Did you say bitch?
Bish.
I heard a voice.
B-I-S-H. That's how he calls me, a bitch.
Is the voice our voices?
No, it was like a weird demonic voice going.
Does that mean anything? You're the resident expert here.
The parabolic mic making noise. It means it's just in this area.
Oh, okay.
If
Well,
you hear
we
it,
already
if
knew
you hear
that.
more than one voice line, it's it means it's a myling.
Huh.
The fact that it's up here, I just can't be asked going down to the truck. I'm not gonna lie.
okay, is there anything that we like need? If you hold on, what does it
Need
respond?
temperature.
Okay, because I'm gonna drop my
EMF.
sheet.
Not EMF.
I'm gonna drop the shit. I can bring up two things. What do we desperately need? I'm only going down once.
Temperature.
Mm-hmm.
And.
You got the thermometer?
Oh, you've got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Just drop it on the floor then.
Oh.
Oh, Shimadibu.
She's growling at everyone.
Roar.
Where is she? Uh-oh.
Oh, bye. Well, shit. Looks just you and me.
Oh my god, her head concave. What the hell?
They're laughing at my dead body. I'm real supportive. Oh my god. Real supportive husband here. What the fuck do you mean, DMs? What is it?
Funny.
What the fuck did you do to my face?
He's getting so close to 0.
You know what? I hope it's you that gets caught. Yeah, she's coming for you, babe. Oh no, I think she's head back down.
She's coming!
Which direction is she coming from?
She's
I see
following
her
me
little
from
head.
this way.
Oh, she's gone.
The fucking panic.
Am I dead?
EMF 2 still.
Did Emplay
I'm
die?
going back down.
Did it?
You're alive still.
No, I said Emplay.
Oh.
Emperor. Emperor, are you dead? I'm just gonna go back down to the truck so I can watch everyone. I think Emperor left, but I don't know if he's dead. I mean, I can check, I guess. Look, if my is screaming that Emperor doesn't call him, then I guess he's still alive. I wish a ghost could just jump. I think that'd make shit so much easier. I can't even ding the bell. Oh no, Emperor's still alive. Why doesn't he even know I'm dead? He's watching.
I like this a lot. This is now my favorite show. Watching whoever has the camera run down these stairs in a panic.
My god. You and me both, buddy. This I love
Here
it.
they come. Here they come. We're gonna find out who this is. I was watching you panic run down those stairs. It was a great show.
It's hunting at. Oh, okay.
Oh, Lois, I'm just gonna chill and eat.
Well, this is great. She's up there by herself. She'll probably die.
Which is good because it responds to people who are alone and we don't have any cameras.
Yeah, but she doesn't have.
Can head back up. Hopefully, see Elsie before she dies. if she dies, then I've got someone to talk to. I'm not so alone. Oh, nope, she's still alive. Damn.
Prison.
Can I just like get... I gotta get something to throw at her.
Oh, is that? Ugh. Yes. What am I? Or what is that?
Yeah.
Oh hey, she's active.
Yeah.
Depresso's trying to communicate with me.
Oh, it might be the twins.
I'm gonna
that
get
how
a
that
fucking
works?
blocking twins.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? No.
It's not because we got Ghost Orb.
Depresso, what are you trying to say to me?
Oh, she's gone. There we go.
Oh my god, it's not the twins!
I gave you. Oh, I've come to give you these.
What are the
Depends on the
pills?
ground.
Do I need them?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Hold on, I'll grab them.
Just wanna throw shit. Eh. Bonk.
Oh. What was that? I was.
Did I take them?
I forget. Yeah, you did.
Depresso.
Just throw it a full fuel canister around. Can't pick this up. Let me pick it up. There we go. Wait. I don't
Bitch,
know if she's
it's
throwing the
been...
fuel canister or throwing this window wiper.
I don't know if it's spirit box doing much.
She's throwing. Oh, the ghost. Oh, dots.
I see it on dots. I saw it on dots.
We got dots.
He's still alive in the park.
Yeah, I can't spell. I wish I could use a spirit box to fucking communicate with people.
Oh, I forgot about it. Nah, it's still above 0.
Bonk.
I swear to God, throw that canister on the ground again. I'll pick it up and throw it off the edge. Wait, it didn't.
Oh, hey, spirit box.
Did it actually say anything?
Yokai?
Wait, did it actually say something? What did it say?
Did you not hear that? It was like an AI voice that said like something her.
What?
Did you not hear that?
No, I didn't. Was
like
it
an AI
outside
voice.
or inside?
That might have been, I think it might have been outside. What's your name, Susan?
Are
Susan?
you here?
Speak again.
Right here. Elderly.
Oh yeah, that's spirit box.
Okay!
Nice.
Heard that one.
Yeah, let's go.
Run!
Okay, listen, you okay? Cool.
Do you want me to pick up something?
Well,
Okay.
Are you still alive at the truck?
I'm gonna cry if he should still be alive. this should, like, I get the whole, you know, separating the ghosts from the alive people, but there should be a way to communicate with them. I mean, we're fucking ghost hunters. There's no way that, like, it's impossible to communicate. How the fuck was that closed? Where the fuck is Emperor? Oh, he's there.
This is a walkie-talkie. These walkie-talkies. Why do we have different types of cameras? Could there be like a little label above these things that tell me what these are? I don't know.
Oh my god, look at your fucking chat, my god.
Welcome back.
We have found the ghost. It is a yokai.
Yeah, I heard your voice. I don't know how to respond.
How did none of us escape a ghost during a hunt? I feel like all of us did except Depresso.
Yeah, it hit 10 while you were both up there.
That's bullshit.
Depresso escaped in her own way.
Wow.
Did she?
Damn.
She didn't have to be afraid anymore.
She's
See?
free. She's here. Alright, we ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Yokai, let's
Did
go.
we-
You son of a bitch!
It's press B is walkie-talkie.
Oh, we have automatic walkie-talkie. Okay.
You suck.
Alright, I'm ready. I'm gonna hit the button now.
Now
Howie. Depresso said that in chat.
yeah, just now. That doesn't help.
I did not. Emperor, I sent the press B message the second you started asking about it. That was like an
I only see
immediate.
that was
Ezra
sick.
talking in chat. I only see Ezra talking in chat. I see you in
Listen,
the
don't
chat
blame
after
him.
she said something.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, I only see Ezra messages, and then I saw
Did
you
you see
after
how your
she
head
told
was
me.
concaved?
That's so weird. Huh?
Did you see how your head was concaved when
I
you died?
did. I hadn't
That's
even
really
said to me.
funny.
On her screen, she was like inside the building.
I was through the door. Also, fuck you took my canister.
Hey, I told you. If you
That was
press it
my
again.
communication device. I was
You
just
were
throwing it around.
communicating that you hated me.
Where the fuck did you get that from?
You dropped it 3 times.
Okay, and
Oh, there's no more stuff.
And
Less bone.
you're
You know
gonna
what I
have
say
to.
to
I
that?
think
You.
I think I've never May.
Don't look at my boobs, weirdo. Hey, hey.
Are we all ladies?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Girl party.
oh we are.
Oh my god.
Blankets and stickers
God,
and
there's lights.
unicorns.
Real.
Do you work here?
No, I'm stealing.
Oh,
Oh.
what the heck?
I'm sure they have insurance.
these
and I don't
vapes?
care enough.
What? Where?
In here.
Wait, what are they actually? Oh no, they're the sanity.
They're
They're
sanity vapes.
Sanity vape.
They keep
Well,
you going,
I'm
doesn't it?
done for today, gang.
You're done.
Yeah, my head hurts. I'm
Fair.
gonna lay down.
Yeah, go
forever
lay down.
and pass away. Even though I'm already in bed, I just need to lie down more.
You just need to lie down and pass away.
Lie down
Exactly.
harder.
What the fuck are you doing?
Dancing.
He's
breaking
dancing.
it
What are
down.
you talking about?
Getting
This is
jiggy
so
with it.
Yeah. Like.
Okay.
Christ.
Okay.
Oh.
Whoa. Mouse sensitivity just off the charts. Probably,
look.
honestly, you're a league player. I would assume.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Christ.
Oh damn.
Throwing it back.
Beautiful.
Yeah, click the ready up screen.
No, they're done.
Alright, I'll leave then.
Okay. And play. You gonna keep playing?
I think...
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
If you guys want to keep
oh
playing.
moonwalk.
Wait, is he talking?
Yeah, he said he. Can you hear Emperor?
No, I can't hear. I thought he was just silent this whole time. I can't hear him.
No.
Oh. He said
I'm not
he's good to
silent
keep
if there's
playing.
Winnie's in my mouth.
Oh.
Okay, we'll have fun, gang.
Thank you. I will see you on Sunday.
See
Bye.
you.
Oh, yeah, Saturday for me.
Yeah,
Bye.
Saturday. Bye.
Bye. I have to leave Discord.
Get out of here.
Hey, I'm banishing her.
Hey, 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 hey.
Hey, get out of my face, bitch. Where are we going?
Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
Where are we
To
going?
the castle.
No, no.
Boo.
Well, I don't know which
Boo,
one it is,
bitch,
so-
goddamn.
Bye. You guys don't have to unmute. I'm just gonna say bye here.
Anyway.
Jesus Christ, she scared the shit out of me.
Anything under level 6, I have no idea what it is.
Okay. Can I just poke somewhere and then you just join on whichever one I poke?
Yeah, whatever. Let's do this. Let's party. Let's rock it.
Guys, I have a gift.
What is your gift?
I've got a block. Got another block. And
So
I've
you've got
another
wood.
block. Yes.
Oh, fair, fair, fair. Why are
Have
you
wood for
holding it up like you're
fire.
examining it?
She's identifying what it is.
Yes, that is wood. You are
What
correct.
atoms are inside of it?
I have to understand it on a molecular level.
She's the atom bearer.
Yeah, no, I gotta verify.
She has the third eye of wood.
The wood eye.
Jesus. Where do we want to go? Babe, where do you want
No one
to throw
that
Emperor
identifies
in?
wood like Elsa.
Can we throw him in the prison?
Pretty
I kind of want to
happy
see
with
Emperor run
our
around the prison.
You want to throw me in prison?
Yeah.
Yeah, what
That's
did,
a
what did he
sentence.
do? What the hell?
Exist.
Nah, that's just unfair.
I think we should do prison though.
Yeah,
You
but prison, I'm
wanted
still
me
unhappy
to
with.
get chucked in prison anyway. Me doing the
That's
random
what
one.
you do.
What?
You look so bold.
Excuse me. That
What?
was offensive.
How is it offensive?
I've been through 10 Turkish delights.
Why the fuck are you
get
eating
this
Turkish
hand.
delights?
Elsie, are you in here?
No, Elsie left.
Oh, why did I think you were leaving and then Elsie was
What the
staying?
fuck? I'm still here, huh?
Okay, I don't know. I was like half
Goddamn.
listening. Okay, well you haven't read it up.
Oh. I thought I did. Well,
You did your best. That's okay.
I tried. Yeah, I've read it up now. You can start.
People that can
In the
find
road again.
whatever you may need. Just can't wait to get on that road again. Just can't wait to get back drinking with my friends. Just can't wait to get on the road again.
On the road again.
Real small
6
and
feet down
depressing.
in the road.
Okay, who's getting what? Who's getting what? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
We got UV, camera, and
I'm gonna
EMF.
give me a,
EMF.
flashlight.
I literally just have my flashlight and a burnal. Don't make fun of me. That's mean.
A boba. What was that?
I've never actually been to the
I don't know what that
You
This is
ha-
new to me.
I swear you've been to the prison.
I've not been.
Okay.
What that? Dual sweep frequency spirit conversation device.
Where the fuck do I go?
Bolts.
How do I get into
You're going the
prison?
wrong way.
Well, how do I get into prison?
We knew that. We just had to turn around. That's all.
I wanted exercise.
Yeah, like don't falter for that. She's trying to stay in good shape.
Oh yeah. How dare you insult
unappreciative.
me for trying to be in shape, bitch?
Wait, is that?
Yeah. Oh no, I think it is Noble actually.
I don't know your name.
Hold on, what's the ghost's name?
Oh wait, it just opened this door.
I opened that door.
No, it made like the squeaky noise.
Oh.
The ghost's name is Mary Lee. Oh!
Okay, looks like this is the room.
Damn, babe, you found the ghost room so fast.
I so good. Okay, so EMF 5.
Yes.
Is there any
EMF
UV?
5 arena.
Hold on.
Not that I've seen. Hold on, I'm gonna move this book. Oh, that scared me.
Are you okay?
Mary, what up?
What's up, dog?
Mary, say hello to your mother for me.
Okay, there's nothing I can really hear.
Give me a kiss on my hot mouth.
No.
Mary, how about some smooches?
Alright.
We're here for your conjugal.
Not on stream, bitch. Goddamn.
Do you like Australians?
Ayo.
Oh, is she throw a book? Nah.
Is that a yes or a no?
He hates them. No, that's no.
Why do you hate
no
Australians,
box.
Mary?
So it's no to spirit box? Okay.
Oh, she's responsible alone, so
Okay.
I'll come back to that.
Mary, sweet talk me.
Get back in that room.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. If you got spirit box, you have to stay in that room. We'll stay here to keep an eye on you.
Oh, wait, hold on. Turn the light off. There you go.
Have fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Just gonna stand and watch him. You got this.
Leave the building so it can register.
Oh, do I have to really? That's bullshit.
What was that? Oh.
Nothing for you, Ampler.
My
Thank you very much,
again.
My God. Okay, what should we bring?
What do you currently have on you? Just a flashlight. Oh, of course, typical. Can you bring salt, a camera?
Is this assault? That's fucking weird. Look. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah. So a camera.
I can. Oh, that means I'm gonna drop my power on my phone. Fine.
You got the flashlight on you.
Yeah.
That's right. That should be everything. Alright, let's go back.
Okay. I like being able to. He better not be dead.
But you see the flashlight in the window? No, he's alive.
I don't see the
You see
flashlight.
the flashlight going crazy in the window.
Oh yeah, no, I see it.
What about Mary had a little lamb? Welcome.
Nothing? Did you get anything?
It went up to +5, but I got no responses.
Got no responses. No writing either.
I don't know what +5 means.
+5 is
Also-
just when you talk.
He also had no thoughts on the Beetlejuice musical or the sequel movie. Which
I haven't
feels
seen
like
the
she's
sequel
not
movie.
Back.
I haven't seen the movie yet.
Are you going to watch it, or are you just gonna like staying away from it?
I mean, like, it's a area of things that I'm just sort of like confused about. Like, people have been saying it's good, but Beetlejuice 1 was really good. And I'm worried that
Yeah,
it
it's a
won't do
classic.
justice.
Dead mom.
I feel like there was too much going on in there.
Why are you singing Dead Mom? You had me sing it too much.
That's the only song I know.
Don't you want a butt?
And no, he's singing because it's the only one he's heard me sing enough. My model is losing its shit.
Before I had my little accident.
If I knew then
God.
what I know now.
Dude, that music was so good.
The Beatles, it's great.
I want to see the musical. I like heard all the
It
songs. I
it,
freaking
it
love
almost
and
came
I've
to
seen-
Australia, and then I don't think it did. I think it's in Melbourne actually. At the moment.
You should go see it.
Do you know how expensive a flight to Melbourne is? That's 2 states away from me.
No.
Very
I don't know, I never
expensive.
rode a plane.
Look, a drive to Ezra, who is a state away from me, is 13 hours. A drive to Melbourne, which is 2 states away from me, is like a day and a half at best. I don't have that money for fuel.
So you could pick up Ezra on the way is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I could, theoretically. He's only ever seen one musical in his life, by the way.
Oh, which one?
Mamma Mia. My family took him to it when he was here the first time.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's his first musical, and we were like, I told my parents, and like, he's never seen a musical, and they're like, he better like the one we're taking him to, or you have to disown him.
Hear Me Out, Into the Woods next.
Oh my god, yes! No, I've got so many like movie versions of musicals downloaded.
Not the movie, the actual.
I didn't mind the movie version of Into the Woods though, mainly because Anna Kendrick, and I've got a thing for Anna Kendrick.
Also,
I can't lie.
Meryl Streep.
True.
But the lady who plays it in the
Where are you? Where did you
stage
go?
play is also iconic.
I went to the other side of the building.
Because
I believe it's moved I think it's moved room, but I'm not 100% sure yet.
It can move rooms.
it can move rooms.
Yeah, all ghosts can.
I'm gonna throw hands.
There's also an upstairs, so that's great.
Yeah, what? I did not.
Of course, there's an upstairs. It's a prison.
Actually,
Can you write in this book so we can go
Yeah, write the book so we can prove
you
that you're
illiterate?
still in here.
draw some hieroglyphics? Or do a doodle.
Draw a flower.
Do an Elsie dot doodle.
Do an Elsie dot doodle. Baby. Oh, there you are. Hi, baby.
Hello.
We were screaming at the ghost to draw pictures while talking about musicals.
I figured.
You figured. Are you dead?
Yes, I figured.
Okay.
I'm trying.
Trying to.
Ooh, handcuffs. Mary, did you put the?
Ooh!
ghost door.
Uh-huh.
She's moved into this room, like this main hallway.
Okay, so she's in the hallway now. Gonna grab the...
Yeah, and I saw a ghost orb.
Where do you want to put the salt, by the way?
Mary, are you in here?
If I could see, put the salt
Mary had a
like
little lamp.
in this middle part here.
Is it? Like that?
Yeah, and then put it like here,
Like that?
and then put
And the
it
same one
on the
there?
other side, like here as well. Yeah.
Oh! That was
Oh,
immediate.
just, no UV.
Okay. Take a
So
photo of
it's
that?
a Raiju.
And do we... Is that what we're going with?
Well, if you circle EMF level 5 and Ghost Orb, and then circle out Ultraviolet and Spirit Box, it only gives you one option.
Yeah. Okay, I see that. Cool.
Mary, make this
Okay,
needle move, girl.
It's... We've figured it out. Oh, easy thing.
Hmm?
Raiju.
Yeah, it's a Raiju.
Raikou, got it.
Yeah, the Pokemon.
Yeah, the Pokemon. That's it.
Nah, Entei's my favorite. I can't lie.
Well, it's so elegant.
He's a father, okay? He is canonically a dad. He is.
Okay.
He's canonically a
Lady did
father.
not want to help.
Alright, has everyone got it locked in?
Yep. You're really
Let's
funny
go.
if you get it wrong.
He wouldn't do that to us.
Yes, he would. He'd do it to me.
And it would be funny if he secretly messaged.
Damn.
I think this is too easy.
It's not like we
When I
can
get
go
to
any
level 10, I'll
higher.
up the difficulty.
Yeah.
I'm not even like tryharding, it's just
you just
Even
understand the game too well.
I haven't even touched this game in like half a year.
That is incorrect.
You just know what the
Okay,
ghost like, man.
besides... Oh, it's been, what, 4 months since we last played?
4 or 5 months, yeah. Okay, it maybe 6 months.
Excluding when I played with you, it was like a half a year ago.
Mm.
Alright,
Okay, where are we going now?
That map was kind of just like, it just gave it to us, you know?
Yeah.
It's like right there at the start. That keeps happening.
Well, it's gotta make it easy, so you're not spending 30 minutes looking for the fucking room. It's
What
too
is
hard to do
Sunny
that.
Meadows restricted?
I have no idea. Want to go do it?
Oh, I know exactly what it is.
So yeah, go do it.
It's
Retirement home.
yeah.
Okay.
Ghost
Basically,
shuffling.
all the rooms are randomized, I think.
You know what? Fuck it. Why not? Let's do it.
Huge.
It
Babe,
starts
come
in
over, look at this.
1 minute.
Look at
Oh my god.
how big this thing is. It's ginormous.
Oh, the freak. Ooh, courtyard.
It's ginormous.
We have a picnic.
There's a basement.
Oh, there's more.
Alright.
Oh my god, there's more.
It responds to everyone, and its name's Richard Huntley. Let's go.
Huntley?
Got a Richard Huntley that boot.
And but I've just realized, I think I know why you didn't see my message until it was brought later. What do you have your chat reaction settings time to?
What you mean?
Like, do you have your shit set so it's like, it doesn't take forever to just pop up for you? Hold
I
on,
don't even know what that means. It's that whatever I started streaming, and I don't know.
Okay, hold on.
There's a way to do that?
Pretty sure
Your
she's
chat
saying like the delay between messages.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, you mean on the overlay or in the Twitch chat?
In Twitch chat. I have it set so that it doesn't take
Delay?
forever for like messages to pop up on my end from like when they're sent.
Ah.
Is there a way to
The low
change that?
latency.
Like, I just
Yeah.
have whatever it started off.
So yeah, that's why you didn't see my message until later. That's why it took so long.
Ooh.
I can.
how
I
do I
don't know how to.
change
I don't know how to do it right now. I can explain it later. But that's probably why.
I don't think I've ever had that problem, but I guess I wouldn't really know.
Yep. Okay. Grabbing things.
In the moderation settings page.
Is it in moderation settings?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess we'll take a look real quick then.
It prevents. There's like a setting that if it's enabled, it prevents all the chat messages from appearing for like 2 to 6 seconds. I believe.
I don't know why you'd want that. Is that like an important thing that people would use?
It's basically for people without moderators, so it's like you can react to
Yeah,
it
you
in
can-
time or something like that. I would guess.
Moderation.
It should be non-mod chat delay. Or it could be low latencies.
Oh yeah, latency stuff. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Non-mod chat delay off. Where's the latency?
Latency.
Settings and then a stream.
It was. I remember changing it
It's
because the
in
way
the-
it said it was like it creates a more like interactive experience because you know you're not missing messages or
Ugh,
anything.
That's for like NPCs.
Well, it's on low latency, best for near real-time interactions with you.
Yep. That's the one.
It's on low latency.
Okay, that's so weird.
Oh.
Huh. Maybe it's just dumb today.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Twitch has been.
Twitch just hates you all the time.
Oh my god, tell me about it. Like, you know,
I
I
will.
swapped to my phone 6 different times to watch the stream and it would pause. I'm like, this is a joke.
Just get better internet.
My internet's better than yours. What are you talking about?
Shh. I want to hear shit from you. Me. Okay. Where the fuck we go?
Figure
This way.
place out.
This way.
Right. This door looks like Manan's.
Of course it does. Oh, I love this place. I've been here before. Ding!
Room service?
You scared me.
Oh, my bad.
Suck.
Oh, there's a downstairs for
Basement! Basement! We left Emperor. We're in here.
I hate those stepping noises.
We went this way.
Make 'em loud.
Help me. I'm going downstairs.
Okay. I want to pass it down. Downstairs.
Bust it.
I hear the ice cream man.
I love ice cream.
I do ice cream man. What? Yo, the ice cream man's outside my house. Should I go give him all my money?
Go get it.
Yeah.
Go get that ice cream, man. You can't. He only comes around once a day. If that.
He visits my house so much. I'm gonna be so for real.
But you can't be in here fooling around with us.
I think I can.
This is where you belong, babe. The padded room. Come on.
A rubber room? A rubber. Holy shit! God
Yeah,
damn! Hold on.
Not handprints, but it's something.
I don't know if that's a part of UV or not.
I think that's just a detail. Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
I just want to get a photo of
that's
it.
Cool. Hold on, I'll check if it counts. Nah, it doesn't even count. Okay.
Yeah, I
so
didn't
just
think so.
like or whatever.
What a bunch of idiots. Bunch of idiots.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't
We
even
keep
know what
leaving
room
Emperor.
it is right behind us.
Do you have EMF? You do. Do you have an
Yeah, I do, but like,
shouldn't we be using that to find the room?
nah, I use the camera to find the room because spirit orb.
What if there isn't one?
Do you have free space then?
No.
What are you holding? Can you drop the book and I'll give you the EMF so you
Okay.
can detect it.
It'd be really funny if it's one we've already been past.
You gross.
Oh, it's a whole feast in here.
Oh. A whole feast.
Yup. Be for days.
Oh, this is the infirmary.
Morgue.
Narcy.
Morgue,
The morgue,
infirmary?
babe.
Isn't that the same thing?
Nope, infirmary is where you get healed. Morgue is where you go when you're dead.
When the infirmary fails.
Yep.
Right.
Ooh.
I've played too much Mortuary Assistant to not know the difference.
Oh, that game is so creepy and weird.
I love it so much. It's so good.
I haven't watched anything about it or played it.
Oh my god, you have to play it. Play it for
Yeah,
me.
I'd
Let me
rather die.
play it for me. Let me watch you.
Yeah, I'd rather die.
Pretty please.
10 subs.
To you?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, who else? He's got to play it.
He doesn't stream.
I stream on fans.
OnlyFans, yeah.
Do FIFA pack openings on Blue site.
Blue site.
Totally.
Ooh, chandelier.
In this room, I think.
Yippee! Oh, that's right. We got the Yo, voodoo doll. Never mind.
Oh god.
Fuck the EMF. I got a doll.
Oh god, here we go. One of us is gonna die, so.
Praise doll.
I still haven't hit. I still haven't hit the heart. I have been spam clicking this entire time.
You will, don't
I hit the heart.
Oh, there we go.
Oh shit, that was really quick.
Yep.
Bye.
Have a free chance. There was like no preventing that. Oh, it's hunting. No, it's not. No.
Okay, I've pushed all the pins in now, I think. What do you want? Sacrifice me or something?
Rice crispy.
What?
What did you say?
You gonna sacrifice me or something? What's going on?
No.
I don't think because the doll was in here that this is the ghost room. Huh?
A breath is good.
Oh, so is this the room?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say yes, it is.
Okay.
Let's
Gotta
just
throw that
grab more
down.
stuff. Oh, you already turned it on, man.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Bro was carrying a shiv? The ghost just shanked him.
That's how he died. You want a lobotomy? Gonna be lobotomized, babe?
No!
Why not?
Because I'd rather be alive than not.
I can make your brain feel funny.
No! You're not shoving it in my eyeball.
Oh, you're no fun.
I'm no fun. Yeah, you want me to do it to you then?
Yeah?
Exactly. Ugh. Oh my god, your sanity just doesn't exist.
Real. It's never existed. Be so for real. Has it ever?
No, no, it hasn't.
Exactly.
Can you grab a motion sensor? And what else can you grab?
Hold on, I got that.
I swear God. House. Yeah, I saw you looking at the parabolic monitor.
No, I'm being
Did
good. I'm
you
being good.
Grab a camera?
I've got one.
Yeah.
And I got my torch.
Hold on, let me. Where the Oh, I went past it. For God's sake.
I didn't think we are gonna find the ghost. I'm gonna head back in.
Can you grab the temperature?
What?
Can you grab the temperature?
I thought he had one.
Did you or didn't you? I don't know.
I thought I'll go check.
I
How do I get back?
I'm in as well.
Too slow.
Put in the stove. Are you here?
I could have sworn he had one with him though.
I don't see any.
It's under him. It's under his.
Are you fucking serious? Damn it! There's another one in the truck. If you want to try and grab it.
Do we need
I
it though?
picked it up. Oh, it's freezing temp. It's -10.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Freezing temp. I'm gonna throw hands if it's a demon. Oh, where do you even put the motion sensor?
There's a response to everyone. Are you here? Where are you? Are you a fish? Are you here? Where are you?
Are you here?
Are you chicken nugget?
I don't think chicken nugget. I haven't really heard any EMF stuff.
Yeah, it's in an area that's not really like this area's too wide.
Yeah.
And we haven't even got UV either.
No. There might not be any.
You know what? Hold on.
What?
We can get UV, I just need salt.
I don't have salt.
Also, can you take a photo of this doll since you're here?
Yeah.
And take a photo of his body as well. Actually, you know what? Can you go grab it? Because you're on like 1 sanity, unless you've taken the pills.
I have not. It was salt you needed, right?
What the fuck? The door just flung it.
No, I opened it the wrong way.
Yes, salt. And
That's it? Okay.
Can you bring me a tripod? I can see you, dumbass.
Okay, I feel really bad for Embler because he's dead. I don't know if Embler can hear me, but I'm sorry. I promise. I'm gonna be honest. I was aiming for it to kill Ezra. Just don't tell him. Okay, I'm gonna put down the camera. Wait, what did I? Yeah. And then get the tripod. I feel really bad for Embler, and he's dead. He's dead. Buried and dead. What happened?
Nothing yet.
There you go. Okay, where do you want to put the salt?
Just put it like right here. On top of the motion sensor. Wait, I'm hearing shit move around. Are you hearing that? Or is it just me?
I didn't hear anything. Like a chair?
What the fuck is going on?
You are hearing things. I still haven't taken sanity pills. I'm gonna go do that.
You didn't take any?
Nope. I'm actively going insane. think I might have to tip after this. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I should be okay, but I do have things I have to do this afternoon. Been streaming for 4.5 hours. What happened?
It's not responding nor throwing anything, and the book is not doing anything with the book either.
But are you sure it's in here?
I mean, yeah, because of freezing temperatures.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like it's still like -9, -8.
Okay.
I think it's possible it can be a shade because it's not doing anything.
Do you want to
It's
just
not
get shade?
responding. Nah, not yet. We
Okay.
don't have any evidence. Not yet.
What do we need for a shade?
I think it's
Any ghostwriting?
not spirit box, not ghost orb. It's
And
EMF and ghostwriting. Yeah.
yeah.
So we haven't
And
done
EMF
at
hasn't.
all. It hasn't
Yeah,
hunted
no, I
us
know.
at all.
It's not writing, so it might not be either. Oh. If it's not either ghostwriting or EMF, what is with Yurei, Hantu, Onryo, and the Mimic?
It can't be the mimic. I would already know if it's the mimic by now.
Is it
It'll
spirit
give you
box?
4 pieces of evidence.
Is it yes or no on spirit box?
It hasn't answered.
Okay. I'm gonna say no for
It
now.
hasn't thrown anything or answered. It hasn't walked through the soul. It hasn't walked. It's tripped the motion sensor, but it hasn't walked through the soul.
Okay, so that means it flies, right?
Oh, you placed the soul.
Never mind.
There you go. It's not Wraith and it's no UV.
Okay.
Thinking about it.
So not
It
ultraviolet.
still can be a shade.
It still could be shade, yeah, I know. But
And the thing is, bro, I hate how I didn't place it there.
it's fine.
If I placed it with the soul, I don't need this. It hasn't written in the book. Man, what the hell, Ghost? Come on.
Oh, I see what Empla's doing. What's Empla up to? He just chilling? Maybe. Yeah, he's just chilling. Bless you. Feel bad. I'm sorry. Like what? Here or something. This journal
Can you give me a sign? Give me a sign, please. Like a legitimate sign. Or sale sign.
A book.
Is there like a light switch to this place?
I don't think so. All the candles are the lights, babe.
God damn it. I'm gonna... I don't know where the hell I am. Where did this come from? Who put the door there?
Did you take the sanity pills?
I did, yes.
Okay.
You amigos, buddy.
Sanity's 15, it still hasn't done anything.
It's weird.
Oh, did you take a photo of the salt?
The camera's in the truck. I have to drop it to get your tripod.
Oh.
Stupid bitch. Goddamn. Asked me to get a tripod and then forget that I kind of.
Do me a favor. Can you pick up the camera and can you move it?
Why can't you do it? I thought you were going back to the truck.
No, the camera on the tripod's in the room with you.
Oh, that camera. Okay, where do you want me to put it?
Yeah. Just face it anywhere that's not the wall.
Oh. Stupid bitch. Goddamn. Fuck.
I don't think it's on. Oh, wait, what the hell's happening to it? You took it off the tripod.
I've got to turn the tripod around, dumbass. Jesus.
Hey.
That better? He's real smart.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the hell's going on. This
Do you want to just guess shade and then just go?
At least one piece of evidence.
We have one. We have one.
One more.
Oh my god. Too bad for Embler because he's just dead. He's just been dead this entire time. We can't figure out what the ghost is.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't be dead if you didn't use the ragdoll.
I wanted to use the voodoo doll because it's fun. I wanted to get you. Would have been funny.
You just hate me.
I don't hate you, dumbass.
See if that makes it mad.
If I die now, I'm gonna be so upset.
It'd be revenge. Okay, how certain do you just want to circle shade and just dip?
I think I'm pretty... Yeah, let's circle shade. Just be done with it. Emperor, can you pick up a book and just throw it on the ground if you circled shade? I think you can pick up one of these. Is he even here? I don't know if he went somewhere.
Is he just standing in the corner AFK?
No, pick up the thick books. The thick books, Emperor. Like this one here. Pick up this book here and then throw it on the ground. Okay, so you've circled shade.
Oh, it's a ghost.
We're gonna use this as your guess. Do that again if you have circled shade. Okay, cool. I think we can go now.
Alright.
Easy. Communicating through ghosts through throw this shit on the floor. Just getting back to the truck and give a shit. Oh my god, what is taking him so long? Bitch better get his ass in the truck. Goddamn.
Oh, I almost just died.
You okay?
It spawned right in front of me. And then blue lights.
Okay. I think we're good to go, yeah.
I have a feeling it's not shade now.
It's probably
but
not.
Fuck it.
If it is shade from that one piece of information. Oh my god, it was a shade.
Oh, what a guess. What a guess.
I got the thing that I got the achievement for successfully identifying the first shade. I was like, holy shit. So how was being
Like
dead?
that it did absolutely nothing for a long time. Like that ghost did nothing and then tried to kill him at the end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I ended up just pulling up your stream so I could see where you were.
Yeah, I was just hanging out in the corner.
Yeah, I
commenting on YouTube.
I didn't have your stream like unmuted. I just had you up.
No, it was fun watching. He was getting frustrated because he could not figure it out. Oh, novice, no amateur.
Because it's so. I don't know. Jade is a type of ghost that just confuses me sometimes.
Well, you got it, so it's fine.
Yeah. But sometimes the ghost does something, and the next thing you know, it doesn't. Like, bro.
Also, went all through the downstairs only for it to be like one room over at the beginning.
Yeah. I don't know why we're not like suspecting the immediate rooms. You just checked all the immediate rooms.
At the beginning, but I went to the left door instead of the right one, and then onto the stage.
Okay.
That, like the staircase part, so I never would have thought.
You also weren't using the EMF, so you didn't know. And to be fair, the EMF didn't do shit.
Never... Yeah.
The only reason we were even in there is because I found the voodoo doll.
Yeah.
Her obsession with the voodoo doll kind of paid off.
Yeah, look, we won, okay? I'm gonna take that as the voodoo doll helped us win.
I mean, to be fair, when you use the fact that he died in like 0.1 seconds was just enough to say it was.
Yeah, it's here.
So otherwise,
I pushed the heart down and you died immediately. It's kind of funny.
Okay, I'm tasty. I get it.
Where are we going now? You get to pick, cause, yeah. I don't really care where we go, and Empley can't access all the maps.
I reckon high school.
You go back to high school?
Yeah, I want to graduate.
You want to graduate?
Did you not the first time?
Unfortunately not.
That's fair, me either.
I did. Barely, but I did.
I hated school.
I hated school too. I still hate school. Empley, get your ass ready up.
Oh, we already picked. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about school.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Why the fuck am I getting a Facebook notification about Sonic OCs? What?
Okay, we got there. We got there.
Sonic OC?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna see what it is. I'm gonna send you it. No matter what it looks like. Okay, it's not that bad.
Right.
I was expecting
Justin
bright pink.
Gayton.
Yeah, we got a Gayton again.
Wow. What are the odds? Crazy.
This Gayton was killed at a school, and the other one went insane and then got shot at that house, and that's the law.
You think they're related and that's connected?
Yeah, it has to be. Come on.
Beep boop
And
beep boop beep boop beep boop
book.
beep boop beep boop beep boop boop beep
Is-
boop beep boop boop.
Where you got email? Okay, hopefully.
What do you get?
We don't die immediately.
What's that? What do you get?
It's the EMF. This looks so weird from my perspective. Go look at that again.
To your hand.
Please go look at that again. Please.
Just hovering over your hand.
What the fuck did you just send me?
Helicopter.
It's a cat. It's not a helicopter. I'll look at it later.
You're a cat.
I have 3 cats. Okay.
Helicopter.
Let's go.
Helicopter.
Did you grab the key?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hey, look, it's me.
A bucket?
Yep.
I thought it was gonna be like a trash can and call yourself trash.
Yeah, might as well try the closest room to the door.
Yep. Oh god, it's a gym. Surely they've got lights here, right? Yes!
Yeah, they do.
Sweet. Hey look, another bucket. This is a bucket.
Lousy with buckets.
Dear God. But wait. There's more. Oh, what the fuck are you doing over there? Baby, what are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
I'm looking for the ghost.
Not looking. Ah! Some bitch. I'm locked in.
It was the ghost.
It was not the ghost. I saw you do it.
It was the ghost.
What the fuck?
They could have done it simultaneously.
Look
Simultaneously, huh?
Yeah.
How dare you? What is happening to the door?
The doors are detaching.
They're
Real?
not dooring.
No, they aren't, because they're flying around.
Open the door. Oh, it's in here. It's a ghost orb.
Oh, immediately?
Yeah.
What's?
Told you it's OP. Well, I don't need that no more. But it could be a mimic. I hope it ain't, but... Oh, did someone open that door?
Yeah, it was me.
Ah.
I'm hiding.
Open the door.
Oh, it's so dark.
Reveal your secrets.
Show me a pretty picture.
It's getting a bit chilly in here.
Pretty picture.
You want to write something in this book? You want to use
Pretty
diary?
pictures, some pretty
Tom Riddle
pictures.
action going on?
No
Come
pretty
on.
pictures. Hi, Moth!
Welcome back, Moths and Lamp. I
Moth
guess
is
the pressure was
back. Moth is best. Hi, Moth.
Oh. Oh, the sync's on now.
Just 2.
What the EMF's going off?
Dirty water though. Hello.
Leave that there.
Ooh. Does it have to be at 0 for Frozen?
Below.
It has to be under 0.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're close, but not there.
Almost, basically.
I think we should grab more equipment.
Hold on, what does it respond to? Everyone or alone? Okay, it responds to everyone.
Everyone.
Yep. Stop trying to give yourself a concussion.
I'm
You're not gonna get workman's comp.
Work's comp.
We don't offer that here.
But the ghost does.
I may have to end after this one. My iPad's just telling me it's on low battery. 10%. So.
Oh, that's alright. It's like almost midnight here.
Yeah.
I'm a sleepy boy.
Sleepy boy.
Let's speed run then.
Let's do. Oh my god. Which one is this one? Just keeps making the water dirty.
Someone help.
Where the fuck you go?
Where did you go?
Oh,
okay.
Nope. 8 more minutes. I mean, I can try, but I don't know. I can keep going until the iPad dies, and then I'll just have to be frozen with my tail moving around for a little bit. But
you good? Freaking a little bit.
I mean, like,
come on.
How long have I been
going,
fucking muted? I'm being so for real. How long?
Were you muted?
Yeah, I was trying to talk that
After the
entire
8 minutes?
time.
You said 8 more minutes, and then you said I'll go 8 minutes until it dies, and then I didn't hear anything after that.
Okay, so I haven't been muted for that long. But yeah, no, I can go until the iPad dies, and then I was if Kim was okay. You know,
Well, it's almost 0.
Yeah. It has to be below though. What shit are you getting?
What?
What are you getting?
Note, motion sensor.
Okay.
I meant dots and spirit box.
Oh, okay. This.
Does anyone have the camera on them? Oh. Right, no UV. Make sure you take a photo of all the salt.
Okay, so.
Is anyone here?
Hello?
Where are you?
Okay!
There we go.
So, spirit box.
Spirit
What
box.
else we got? Is that it so far?
So it's Ghost Orb, Spirit Box, and Ultraviolet's crossed out. So we've got Mayor, Yokai, and Onryo. And I can test the Onryo.
Uh-huh.
The Mayor and Yokai is just a gamble.
What has them written? Ultraviolet.
So
Oh,
yabby.
was that dots?
I didn't see anything.
Did anyone see that? Or am I tripping?
I saw something happen. I thought water spit out of the sink or something. I definitely saw something.
Yeah, we have to double check. I don't want the door open. I want you to walk through the thing.
Do you want to check for ultraviolet then? I mean...
Can you go closer to the door?
No, there is no ultraviolet because I walked through the salt.
Okay.
Oh, it just turned it on. Hey!
I didn't do that.
No, it did.
No, it turned it on.
Hold on, can you touch off?
Camera's shaking. Is that supposed to do that?
Camera shaking?
It's like shaking on the sink. I don't know if it's supposed to do that or not.
Yeah, it's just glitching out.
Oh, it's scared.
It's trembling in its shoes.
Sorry, those things are genuinely annoying me.
Giggle at the ghosties, gumball at the grossies, crack up with the creepies, whoop it up with the weepies.
Oh yeah, it's dots. You saw that, right? You saw that, Angela?
I didn't because all I can see is...
Oh.
Take a photo of it. Oh, it's gone. Damn it.
Damn it.
Nah, I swear I saw
I
it on
can't
the
see
dots.
because of the light. Oh.
Oh.
I thought it would help.
You know what we can do? We can just stand in the truck and wait for it to walk through it.
Oh, I guess we
if
could.
want.
Yeah, let's do that.
That sounds safer. Why did we not do that?
Yeah, why didn't we think of that? Why are we not smart? I'm gonna throw hands. I want out of this school. Okay, there it is. Cool.
Our sanity was.
Our sanity has.
really
Yeah.
good.
Actually, not that bad.
How? I've been in there the whole time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see. I see.
We just have to
You know
sit
you
here
can
and
press
watch.
T, right? Instead of like going all the way to your
No, I did
flashlight.
not know that.
Okay, so you can press T, and that turns your torch on and off.
I'll remember when we play again. I
Yes.
won't remember by then.
I can remind you.
Oh, it can't be a yokai now that I think about it, because if you talk in the ghost room, it starts hunting you. It's like very active when you talk.
So it's not
And
dots.
we would not shut up to it.
Yeah, we weren't stopping talk. Wait, English? Hello? I don't know.
We didn't shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I'll keep it uncrossed for now. Onryo, I can try. Meh. What? I wonder out of cruise if lights on.
Do we want like
This is
50-50
exciting
yet?
for this.
What the fuck is knocking? Oh, it's
Yeah, why?
a
They can
labubu?
hear you. They
A
can hear you.
labubu? Is she asking about labubu?
Yes, she's asking.
Okay, I can send you a photo to show if you want.
No, she wants to know if you know what they are.
I know what they are, yeah.
It's in the dots. It's in the
Oh,
dots.
it's
It's in the dots.
dots.
I just walked through.
Yeah, she knows what they are.
Just bought the new edition one.
Okay. Oh, oh.
Just saying.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
Is that all?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Bye,
That's
lady.
so strange.
Why is she coming asking
well,
if I knew about
it's a
labubus?
yokai.
Are you sure it's a
I
yokai?
don't know. Yeah, dots,
Okay.
it came up on the dots. Yeah, see, look.
Oh
it's
yeah,
down
yeah, no,
there.
I just
Oh,
saw that.
Got distracted by the random lady.
I got distracted by his mother.
It's my mom.
Oh,
for the
how's she
camera.
doing?
Yeah, she's doing good.
Questioning him about labubus.
Yeah,
Labubus
'cause
are
she bought
adorable.
3 of them, and yeah, they're actually quite cute.
They're really cute. I love the
Actually
derpy
thought
little
about-
faces.
I thought about it when I when I saw it yesterday when she showed me. I was like immediately thinking of the teddy bear on your bag.
Oh yeah, the one you got me.
Yeah.
Yes, he went with me to go vote. By the way, I don't know if I told you that.
Oh, how was voting?
Oh, voting in Australia is so much fun. There's only one.
I hear
Fun
it's not.
fact. Fun fact. Australia is starting a campaign that is following what Trump's doing in America.
Mm,
Yeah,
Yippee! Yeah, it's fun, but thankfully there's like actually decent people trying to run Australia, so.
What?
Look, really,
Government
look, in
decent? What are you talking about?
comparison to some of the other people trying to run Australia. Exactly, bitch.
There we go. Let's talk politics on stream. That's where
No.
we came from. Ghost hunting and politics.
Yeah, that's exactly what everyone needs. But yeah, since he's on the bag that I
Ross,
use
what's
when I
your
go
thoughts?
everywhere. He had to come with me to go vote with my mother. Are we guessing
So we're
yokai
going
and
with
leaving?
yokai?
Like, what's going on?
I already picked yokai. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Mom
seemed
just dancing.
He wooed me with his charm.
Alright.
Let's just go. What is my battery at? Because I may possibly.
Oh, she got feisty while we're out here.
Goddamn. I can probably fit in one more if we don't go somewhere big. If okay, was it yokai?
Of course it was.
If we don't go, somewhere that will take forever, I can probably fit in a few more before my iPad dies.
Okay, we can speedrun Tanglewood Drive.
Speed
She's
run.
addicted. She's addicted.
Moth wants me to keep going, and I love Moth, so we keep going for Moth.
Does Moth want to play?
I don't think Moth has Phas. Does Moth?
You don't.
Last game? Okay. You don't? Okay, that's fine.
That's okay.
Yeah.
There's lots of games that
We
I
don't have to like
play, but
speed run. We can take our time, but like I can fit one in, at least.
we can take our time, but fast.
We can take our time. And then I'm gonna, I don't know, go lie down, work on some commissions, and then I gotta do stuff for my mum. She wants me to go deliver stuff.
What the fish doing? Peter hands. Oh, yeah.
Peter.
Oh, Peter.
Average sanity below 25% can do. Find evidence of
EMF
EMF
and
reader.
incense.
Sends the area near the goat.
That or easy.
Very simple. Oh wait, this is event stuff. Cult members. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do with the event stuff. Like, it's so confusing. Like, what do we do?
If I was to tell you, I wouldn't know.
It doesn't explain anything. Like, it doesn't.
Unless it's just finding all the non-broken eggs? Nah.
I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, I can play later and, like, try and figure this out. I have Ouija board. I have Ouija board.
Sacred question.
You want to
There's a
ask the
Ouija
sacred
board?
question?
Sacred
Okay.
question. Yeah.
There you go.
Don't make it about pickles. They hate that.
How many pickles can you shove up your ass?
I swear to God, if it answers to you, I'm gonna throw hands.
How old are you?
S-A-D.
What?
Oh, sad. Aww. Oh, that's 5, by the way. That's 5.
Let me go. You decide if you go. It's it's a Temptation fan.
What room are you in? You
Oh,
tell me.
you idiot! Oh.
What? What?
When you ask it that question, it breaks the board and then it comes to hunt.
No, it doesn't.
You
Goodbye.
wanna make a bet?
Goodbye. 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 Please goodbye. Bitch, say goodbye.
See you later.
Just say
Goodbye.
goodbye. Why the fuck does it respond to everyone but me?
Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend.
Where'd you put it?
Oh, gross.
Okay, it's still there. Oh, yo. Cool.
Where are you?
Hey, babe. Asking the room doesn't trigger the hunt. Saying hide and seek does.
Alright. I'll prove it to you. You ready? Ah, fuck, what's the question? Hold on.
What room are you in?
Where are you?
M. A.
M-A-L...
Main. Bedroom? Oh, bathroom.
Yep, main bedroom.
Bath.
I think after
Room.
it does this, it hunts.
Nope.
Oh, main bathroom.
Say goodbye,
Goodbye.
please. Okay, so
Oh,
it just...
So they've changed it.
Yeah, but if you start it, don't start again. But if you start again, say hide and seek. Or like start hide and seek, it will. Is this the main bathroom? Main bathroom. Main bedroom.
Ghost orb too. Can you see it without a camera?
See
Well,
what?
you have to have the camera to see ghost orb.
Yeah.
Oh, then never mind. I saw like a weird circle.
Oh, it's probably your breath then.
It wouldn't be EMF 5 now that I think about it because of the Ouija board.
Oh yeah, that's right.
EMF.
Okay, so we're back to nothing. I'm gonna get the journal from downstairs. Look at that, we're using the cursed items for good. It just doesn't like listening to me. Oh, I got it? Oh, I got it. Sweet. Okay. Oh, that's 5.
EMF 5, yeah. Okay, no mind. We got EMF 5.
Okay.
What the fuck? What is the book doing?
Okay. So it is like aim level
Phasing
5.
in and out of existence.
Okay.
Is it trying?
Can
It's
we
trying to
turn
pick
the
up the book.
EMF off?
I'm gonna say something pretty, please. I'll write something.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that?
Yeah. Is that another room?
I think it was this stuff.
Oh, I don't think there's EMF. Not EMF. UV, I mean.
I don't think it's UV either. I don't know why it doesn't pick up. I've got to figure out why it's not. I don't know why it's not picking up.
It's not picking up what?
My voice. Like with the
Did you want to try it?
Ouija
Oh,
board.
through the book, so there's no ghostwriting.
Okay, no ghostwriting.
Wait, babe, come. Come with
Ah.
me. Come.
Yes, yes.
Pick the Ouija board up and press right click.
I did.
Press right. Oh, hold on. I gotta. You, drop it for me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, now do it.
How old are you? I'm trying asking the same question. Watch it not pick up for me and pick up for
How
you.
old are you?
That said, okay, look, you see, it picks up for everyone else but me.
I didn't say goodbye though.
I don't know.
Pick it up and then right click.
How old are you? You don't have to pick it up every time.
Okay, it just hates you.
It does. Oh, my iPad's on
Is your
5%.
mic input?
It's correct. You can hear me.
Yeah.
Ask how old are you?
How old are you? How old are you? Why is it not
Sad.
answering its age. Age is sad. How
What
is
is,
age
just
sad?
ask what's your age then, maybe.
What's your age?
Goodbye, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know
You have
what
to,
sad means
baby,
to
you have to come say goodbye. Because I can't.
Goodbye.
This
I'm
absolutely
surprised I
sucks.
understood that.
It doesn't pick me up. It doesn't understand me voice.
I actually hate you.
It does, and I don't know why.
I don't know it is.
Oh, well, it went below 0.
Oh, so you got freezing temps?
Yeah. I even left the room and came back and double checked.
Okay, so it leaves Jin, Oni, and the
Twin-
twins.
It could be the twins because it's saying sad. There's no age. between
Sad.
them.
Oh yeah, every time we ask how old are you, it goes sad.
Oh, because they have to share everything with their twins. I get it.
Maybe.
What is it?
What do you need? Dots?
What's this thing I have? Like a spray thingy, or whatever.
Isn't that?
That's the dot projector.
Yeah, that's dots.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't turn it on. I didn't know how to do it.
F.
You have to press.
You should put it on the floor. So crouch, hold F, and put it on the floor.
Okay. We'll put it in.
I will try to get spirit box.
You got salt? I'm guessing you do because there's one missing.
Yeah, already. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's already in there. That's right. Why are we using pills? We need to below sanity. We need sanity below 25. Remember?
Because I keep asking questions. Oh no, I thought I already got under 25.
No, we need average of under 25.
Only one person needs that, by the way.
It's a group average of under 25. If we're all above. Okay. So how averages work, babe.
It'll be easy to get back down. What is... Oh, there it is.
Oh, it threw something at me. It's throwing toilet paper.
Are you here? Where are you?
I don't think it's spirit box. It's throwing things.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's actually 100% or not. Are you here? Give me a sign.
Who'd you vote for?
Are you here, boss? Give us a sign. Give us a sign. Please.
Please.
Please talk to me. Are you a woman? Wait, are you a woman?
We can check. What's the name?
Who's the camera button?
Peter. Yep.
I have camera. Oh, nice, you got it.
But I didn't realize.
You need to take a photo of the salt as well. Oh, it's trying to hunt. Take a photo of it. Yes. Oh, that counts as disturbed salt. Are you kidding me?
Now what?
Are you here?
Now what, Ghost? What you want? Come at me, bro.
Oh?
Can we take that as a no? Can we just take that as a no to Spirit Box? It's not responding and it's throwing things around.
Okay, then we circle Ernie then.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna throw the Ghost temper tantrum.
Even though there's no dots, we haven't seen a single dot.
If I die, I'm gonna be so upset.
Take her iPad.
More active around.
Oh god, they just tried to hunt again.
Active around. More likely to appear as full ghost.
Getting real angry that it can't.
It's trying to
Yeah. Have we got the sanity thing done yet? Ah. Do you just want to just sit in the trunk or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I mean, if we figure out dots.
I ran. I'm leaving. I am gone.
Stupid Ezra at 50-something% sanity.
Yeah, cause he took pills.
We're doing our part. But he's coming back.
Oh damn it! Oh shh, we weren't talking about him.
Find evidence. God, you're right. He's so hot. Oh. Any other ghost?
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
The camera's
That's
placed
not where
there. Hold on,
It's in the kitchen.
Why the fuck is the
Hold on,
camera
I'm
in the
gonna go
kitchen?
place one.
Oh my god.
For the Ouija.
Yeah, the camera just wanted to be there.
For the little Ouija board.
Oh, Ouija board.
Muppet babies.
Oh, I haven't seen that show in forever.
Sleepy, which buddy's name? Moths and Lamps?
Is it
Solid
mine?
name. I have no idea.
I don't
What are
know.
you talking about?
I'm so confused.
We need nouns, man. We need proper nouns.
Proper nouns, place names, all that sort of stuff. Oh, I threw my torch. That's
Backstory stuff.
blah blah blah. Backstory stuff.
No? Yeah, there's the one that's in the bathroom.
It is jiggling like crazy.
Ah, jiggle. Get jiggly. Get
Oh,
jiggle.
what? Wait.
It wasn't fuzzy.
It just fucked with the camera.
Is that
You
a thing?
okay?
Yeah, it's hunting me currently.
Oh, that's why.
I got out of it.
Good. Hello.
Oh my god.
Did I scare you?
Nah, just closed the door, man. Or you closed.
Okay, so
Walk through the dots. Walk through.
pretty please.
It followed me to the garage.
Guess we'll never know. Yeah, maybe not. They just
Oh,
aren't
shit, the
there.
light's on.
Is
The light's not
is the
on.
light-
There's 3 jars
I
of
was about to say,
fireflies in there.
Yeah, it's the plutonium.
The ghost has like, it's actually quite cool looking. It's got like a bone mask and all this stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
And when it walks, it rattles the bones.
Rattles, yeah.
Did you tell him that so he'd feel good about himself?
No.
That's
Men need to compliment men more.
It was a small woman, small child.
He doesn't want to get seen complimenting a child.
That's fair. That's understandable. We're on the internet. It's being recorded.
Compliment the men. It wasn't a man, Moth. It was a small female
ask-
child.
Did you ask the child where they got their cool skin from? Which battle pass?
Yeah, season 2.
Just a oh.
I'm not sure it's gonna
Can't
walk through the
figure out what
dots.
this goes. Yeah, I think it's the twins, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, we can vote
I'm
twins.
gonna go with the twins.
We can go twins. But we didn't get. Oh, we didn't get anything from Spirit Box. It was throwing shit around. So.
I can go
Should
in and
compliment
test more.
anyway. Yeah.
If you're bored, go for it. You need to get your sanity down anyway.
I do only have like 3% left on my iPad. It will be dying soon. So hurry up.
You want me to go back in or?
Hurry up. If you're going back in, hurry up. He listens.
He's a good boy.
He is a good boy. He's gonna kill me when he hears I said that, but it's fine.
Sometimes you say things, sometimes you don't say things. Whatever.
He'll never know. It's not like this is being streamed. He's being hunted again.
It wants his juicy booty.
That ghost fucking hates you. I'm gonna laugh so hard if he dies. I can't open the door.
It's the twin.
It's twins?
Yeah, that bitch fast. Fuck.
Aw, mazel tov. Okay, well, I'm doing my part with my 19% sanity.
Wait, he's watching the camera?
I would.
I
I mean, we saw this one.
I
was
was
we weren't watching yours.
doing some DVD bullshit on it.
Of course you
looking
were.
the ghost around the car.
You almost said killer.
Yes.
Imagine.
It was like, how do I explain this killer? Oh my god, thanks.
Why?
Basically, when I was out of range, it would slow, but as soon as I walked, or as soon as it saw me, it would just sprint at me.
Okay, so we're guessing the twins and we're leaving.
Yeah, if it's not the twins, then oh well.
If it's not the twins, I'm
Are you ready?
leaving you. Because you lied to me.
Wow. Wow.
You ready?
You sure you want
That's
to
what he-
threaten that? Because apparently the ghosts really like him. He has his pick.
Uh-huh.
You just got the twins locked in?
Yes.
Yeah, I clicked it as soon as you said it earlier. Like an hour ago.
An hour ago.
Welcome back. I've got
What?
Looks like we have to get a divorce.
It's the
Okay.
Jinn?
Um.
A Jinn? What? How? Where did the Jinn come from?
When Mama Jin and Daddy Jin love each other very much.
Divorce required.
Oh my God, it makes sense.
I mean, next
have
time somebody
fridges.
else hosts, so we don't have to play on amateur.
Oh yeah.
Yo, level 7, let's go!
Yo!
I was level nothing when we started.
Shit, I leveled up twice this time.
Wait,
Yo.
we needed UV for the Jinn, but there was nothing.
Fuck off.
anywhere.
We didn't get UV.
Oh,
The
I
one
should've
thing we didn't get.
suspected it was a Jinn.
The one thing.
Every time when I was near the break, it would speed up.
Now I'm
to
level
me.
something. I'm
I
level
didn't even think
15,
about
Mom.
God damn it! God No, you're prestige 1, level 15.
That's
Oh,
what the
that
thing
that
means?
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you get prestige? Like, what level do you get that at?
Like level 100, I think.
What?
So you're 115.
Yeah.
When are we
Look
getting
at
depressed
you
on
being
DBD?
prestigious.
Never. Nuh-uh. Not doing it.
DVD stream?
No.
Right now, let's go.
Ah, she's played DVD before.
Yeah. I play DBD with
Yeah,
Ezra
but then
sometimes.
new people.
I probably could do a DBD stream eventually. I want to find like a group to play it with though.
Bro.
What?
That's just
You said it like
disrespecting
you
me.
wouldn't be a part of that group.
I was gonna say, oh, I would make a new account and stream Snipe on Killer.
You wouldn't, you ass. Okay, I've got to end stream because my iPad's dying.
That's fair.
That was my life support.
Yeah, his life supports my iPad. Also, my phone's dying, so if I don't hurry up and join the call he and I are in on my laptop, PC, it's not fucking laptop.
Yeah, rip like 60 hours.
Yeah, I know, it's been too long.
I've been leaving my PC on.
You have.
5.5 hours of Phasmo.
Yes, 5.5 hours has. Actually, not that bad. Felt like 3.
It did feel like it was pretty quick.
Yeah, no, I loved it. We gotta get like
2 hours went
Ellie and
fast for me.
Elsie and Ellie back in. You've been here for 2 hours.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
feel like you've been here for 2 hours.
Fuck off, no
I
you
haven't.
haven't. Come here, you son of a bitch. You've been on for 2 hours, holy shit.
I told you.
I don't trust you.
What?
I don't know.
You hear that?
Okay, I gotta end my stream. Thank you so much for having me, Emperor.
Oh, thanks for joining me, Sirens of
will-
Afira, and the guy.
And
I don't-
my shapeshifter.
Your
I am.
ferryman of the drowned.
Yes.
Ferryman of the drowned VTuber model win.
Tomorrow.
Are you gonna
1
get a
PM
whole
EST.
VTuber model? EST?
Yep.
Okay, fine. You can have fun
Super
streaming.
cool, man.
I'll
Ferryman
have
of the
like.
drowned VTuber, yeah.
I'm Davy Jones.
Oh
from
my fucking
SpongeBob,
god.
but just.
Oh, SpongeBob. I think
SpongeBob, Davy
I don't
Jones.
Yeah, I thought he was. I was thinking Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Sexy tentacle one.
Yeah, I mean like tentacles.
Oh. No, I don't have tentacles.
You could.
You could.
Thank you so much for coming, Moth.
Lot
Oh,
of
there goes my
suction.
iPad. It is dead. It's died. There it goes.
Well, that sounds like the right time to end.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna unmute in Discord
I'm
as
gonna do my
well.
outro.
Yeah.
Get out too. It's been
Okay,
10
see
hours
you
for me.
guys.
Bye.
You're
I left him. Give me my mouse so I can do my shit. You guys are gonna have to look at. No, I had a lot of fun today. I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming again on Sunday with more Pokemon Black White Soul Link with Elsie. I have that planned. I should probably end the. I'm gonna end the stream together. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I really, really like hanging out with everyone. You know, everyone is really cool. You shut your mouth. You ended right on my birthday. Oh, happy birthday! Oh my gosh. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good day today. You're kind of cool. But yes, no. So other than the shit that I've got on Sunday, you know, I got nothing else planned for this week. And plus all the VCs, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna disconnect from there, join back here. You can see him twice. Just because he's clingy. What? Yeah, it's you. Dumbass. Okay, I am gonna go lie down. I'm gonna go do some stuff in like about half an hour. So I'm gonna go chill before I have to do that. I appreciate everyone for coming and hanging out. You're all really, really cool. I love you all so much. I will see you guys on Sunday. I'm tired. I'm weepy. Bye bye.